Podium Audio presents Twice on Christmas, written by McGarvey Black, performed by Emily Sutton Smith. This audiobook contains mature subject matter. Listener discretion is advised. Chapter 1. Laurelton, Florida, 1987. Early on Christmas morning, it was still dark when the 8-year-old boy opened his bright blue eyes. With measured anticipation, he lay still in his bed, hoping Santa had come. He and his mother didn't have a tree. They never did. In a half-hearted attempt at festivity, his mother had haphazardly strung blinking colored lights across the kitchen cabinets in their dilapidated 2-bedroom, double-wide trailer. She had shoplifted the lights from the dollar store. That was the way she acquired most things, with the exception of booze and cigarettes. Those she had to pay for. There was a noise in the living room. He sat up and felt the familiar dampness around his legs and groin. Letting out a soft, resigned sigh, he got out of the bed and reached for the wobbly metal lamp and turned it on. Peeling off his urine-soaked t-shirt and shorts, he threw the stinking clothes and soiled sheets into a pile in the corner. He did that almost every morning. When his mother woke up and saw the mess he'd made, she'd beat him, unless she was too hungover. It was Christmas, and he was counting on that. Rubbing his eyes, he heard music and thumping coming from the other side of his closed bedroom door. It could be Santa, he thought. Listening carefully, he detected Christmas music playing. Silent Night. He put on a dry gray shirt and a pair of blue gym shorts, smoothed his hair, and moved quietly towards the door of his tiny room. Tingling with anticipation at the thought of meeting Santa, he waited and listened to the song. All is calm. All is bright. With his ear to the door, he pictured the big jolly man with the long white beard and red suit scattering presents around the living room. Round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild. With one hand on the doorknob, he stopped and wondered how Santa had gotten into their trailer. They didn't have a chimney or a Christmas tree, and the doors were always bolted. His mother always locked up before she went out at night to the bars. Full of cockeyed Christmas hope, the boy held his breath. He didn't want to startle Santa, so he opened the door just a crack. He could see into the kitchen with its 25-year-old refrigerator listing to one side, humming loudly. The cheap, flickering Christmas lights cast a weird glow on the stained, yellowed sink and countertop, making everything look grotesque. The boy peered out into the darkened living room. Something moved on the couch. He squinted, trying to see what it was. Surely, he thought, Santa would have turned on the lights while putting out the presents. Walking in the dark towards the back of the sofa, he caught a glimpse of his mother's straw-like, platinum-blonde hair, bobbing up and down. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, disappointment washed over him. It wasn't Santa. It was his naked mother, straddling a partially clothed, hairy man wearing a green and white elf hat. A cigarette lighter, several packs of Marlboros, an empty bottle of rum, and a plastic bag filled with white powder were strewn across the old wooden coffee table. Engrossed and intoxicated, the couple wasn't aware of the 8-year-old glaring at them. The boy clenched his teeth, turned and walked into the kitchen. Taking a large box of wooden matches from a kitchen drawer, he looked back once at his mother's bobbing blonde head before he stepped out of the house. The warm, breezy Florida winter air felt good against his skin. It was a clear night, and the sky was filled with stars that Christmas morning. He noted Orion's belt in the sky, one of the few things he learned in school that he remembered. Moving deliberately, he crossed the debris-strewn yard, headed towards a ramshackle wooden utility shed in the back. Inside the shed were boxes of files and junk, rusted-out thingamajigs of all sizes, assorted yard tools, and several large metal parts left over from a riding lawnmower. Sitting on the ground outside the rickety structure, he lit a match. He held the tiny wooden stick in his fingers and let it burn all the way down until he felt the scorch of the heat. He liked the pain because he felt something. After lighting a dozen matches, he gathered some paper from a rusted garbage can and crafted a paper ball the size of a loaf of bread. Lighting his creation on fire, he threw the burning orb into the shed. It didn't catch at first, but soon a warm gust of wind from the east made the flames lap at the wooden walls and floor. In minutes, it was ablaze. Picking up the box of kitchen matches, he walked towards the trailer and stood by the back door. The Christmas music was still playing inside, so he went looking for his mother's pet rabbit. "She'll never miss it," he thought. "Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace." Chapter 2. 21 years later. Cranford, Connecticut. Christmas Eve, 2008. Father Heaney often said he probably would have gone into show business if he hadn't answered the call to the clergy. A genial, heavy-set man in his 70s, his parishioners thought he enjoyed conducting the high school choir even more than saying Mass. Standing in front of 52 students seated in the upstairs choir loft of St. Benedict's Roman Catholic Church, he smiled. The teenagers were fidgety and excited. Later that night, they would all perform in the midnight Mass Christmas concert for the entire congregation. Down below, the church support staff diligently prepared for the once-a-year event by refreshing the candles and placing festive flower arrangements at the end of each pew and all across the altar. Father Heaney glanced down at the church floor beneath him and noted how beautiful everything looked. A noisy group of boys in the back of the choir caught his attention, and he clapped his hands. "Everyone," said the priest, "let's take Hallelujah Chorus from the top one more time, and then you should all get going. I've no doubt all of you have a lot to do before Mass tonight. Before you leave, I'd like to give thanks to all of St. Benedict alumni who are here and will be joining us for the concert tonight. It's so nice to see all of your cheery faces. Remember, be back here at 10:45 sharp. People will start arriving for Mass by 11:15 p.m., and you all need to be in your seats. Now, let's take it from the top." Father Heaney raised his baton, and a moment later, Handel's beautiful music was showcased in the amazing acoustics of the chamber. When the piece ended, the mix of high school and college students clapped, cheered, and hugged each other as they gathered their coats and bags. Rose Grandin, a St. Benedict's High School graduate, now a junior at the University of Connecticut, Yukon, picked up her gray backpack and parka from a pile of coats. She followed her best friend Audrey down the steep spiral staircase to the ground floor vestibule. "How did my solo sound?" said Rose, an attractive 21-year-old with long, wavy, light brown hair and aqua blue eyes. "You sounded like an angel," said Audrey with a smirk before she started to laugh. Rose punched her friend lightly on the arm. "Seriously," said Rose, looking at her watch. "I thought my high notes were kind of reedy." "Shut up, you sounded great, but don't let that go to your head." "It's almost 7. I haven't wrapped any of my presents yet." "Tell me about it," said Audrey, nodding in solidarity. "I promised my mom I'd help her decorate cookies when I got home. I have to take a shower and dry my hair and—" "Relax," said Audrey, a tall, athletic girl with long, thick, almost black hair and eyes. "It will all work out, you'll see." Audrey and Rose were co-captains of the Yukon women's volleyball team. They had been inseparable since the 9th grade. After going through St. Benedict's together, they went on to the same university. "Did you finish your portrait of Max?" "Last night at 3 a.m., Rose yawned. "I'm not entirely happy with it. It's not my best work." "Max will love it because you painted it for him." "I hope so. There's a good reason I'm a business major and only an art minor." Rose and Max had started dating during their sophomore year of college. Since then, he'd become a fixture in the Grandin household. Rose was an only child, and her father had become quite attached to her boyfriend, often joking that Max was the son I never had. Audrey shook her head, wishing her friend had more confidence. Everyone recognized Rose's artistic talents. Everyone except Rose. Once outside, Audrey zipped up her jacket, gave her friend a quick hug, and shouted, "Merry Christmas!" as she ran to catch the bus to the north side of town. Rose turned in the opposite direction and began her 20-minute walk south towards her house. It was a warmish Christmas Eve in Cranford, unusual for December. Often there was snow on the ground for Christmas, but not this year. With each step, Rose detected the scent of burning wood coming from fireplaces all over town. She smiled. The air smelled like Christmas. She had always loved the magic that came with this holiday. Christmas was, hands down, her favorite time of year. The nearly full moon lit up the streets of the downtown shopping area. She quickened her pace as she thought about all the little things she still had to do before the concert that night. I need to decorate the butter cookies and iron my black skirt for church. I have to wrap my present for Father Heaney and Max's painting. Shit. Looking at her watch one more time, Rose moved faster. By 7:15 p.m., and only halfway home, she paused as she walked in front of the entrance to Harbor Park. The interior of the park was dark, but the glow from the moon lit up the main paths and trails. If I cut through here, I'll get home much faster. Harbor Park is totally safe, she thought. She took one last look around. Everything was quiet and peaceful. Making a split-second decision, she walked through the archway into the dark, empty park. Hyper-aware of her surroundings, she walked briskly along the moonlit trail, telling herself everything would be fine, and not to be such a baby. Still, it was dark and isolated, and she wanted to get to the other side as quickly as possible. To distract herself, she reviewed the many tasks she had to do once she arrived home. I didn't wrap my Secret Santa gift for the choir after-party. Shit. Where did I leave it? The other gifts are under my bed, but I think I stuck that one on the shelf in my... A branch snapped in a large thicket of trees to her right. She turned around but saw nothing and walked faster. Until that point, the moon had made it fairly easy to see what was in front of her. But now the path veered through a dense section of evergreen trees, and the walkway was shrouded in darkness. Another crackling sound made her stop and catch her breath. She looked around again, but still saw nothing. Convincing herself it was only the wind blowing through brittle winter branches, she kept going. Her heart pounding, she continued through the dark patch, reminding herself she'd be out of that section in less than a minute. 15 steps further, something, or someone, pushed her hard and then grabbed her from behind. She shrieked as some kind of scratchy fabric was violently pulled over her head. She was then pushed to the ground with such force that the wind was knocked out of her lungs, and she couldn't take in air. Sprawled out on the cold dirt, stunned and gasping for a breath, she tried to make sense of what was happening. Because of the material over her head, she couldn't see anything. Her senses were confused, and everything was moving too fast for her mind to grasp. There was a sharp pain on her left side, followed by several blows to her head. When she finally felt air creep back into her lungs, she tried to scream, but frenzied hands circled and tightened around her neck. Thrashing while lying on her back, she felt the weight of a person on top of her. With each attempt to free herself, the choking grip around her neck grew tighter, and she soon lost consciousness. When she came to, Her head still covered, someone was ripping the tights from her legs while maintaining the choking grip around her neck. The person was kneeling on her. She tried to push the hands away from her throat and scream. Her defensive moves were met with 2 strong punches to her head. While she fought with every ounce of strength she had, the grasp on her throat tightened. Soon, the attacker's body moved fully on top of her and held her down. The last thing she heard before she lost consciousness was a beautiful tenor voice singing Silent Night. Chapter 3. Back at the Grandin house, Rose's mother, Anne, was standing over the stove, frying meatballs for the following day's large Christmas Day dinner. A pretty, petite woman with auburn hair and green eyes, Anne was a master at entertaining. Every year she made sure Christmas was absolutely perfect for her guests. In the weeks leading up to the holiday, Anne had baked over 500 cookies. The outside of their spacious 4-bedroom colonial home had been decorated with greenery, wreaths, and hundreds of twinkling holiday lights. It had taken her husband, Pete, hours to untangle those strands of lights. A life-sized manger had been placed on the front lawn, visible in the dark thanks to a bright white spotlight. Every inch of their living room, dining room, and foyer had been adorned with 25 years' worth of Christmas elves, reindeer, Santas, and other holiday doodads. Each corner was enhanced with something sparkly. Fresh bows of evergreen, laced with mini white lights, had been lovingly laid across the mantel. Tiny boxes wrapped with ribbons were placed within the branches of the tree. 3 stockings hung on the sides of the fireplace that said, Anne, Pete, and Rose. Looking away from her frying pan into the living room, she saw her husband on his knees preparing the wood for the fire that would crackle during their Christmas party. Aside from being her chief Christmas elf, Anne's husband Pete was also her business partner. Together they ran a successful residential real estate company, Grandin Properties. Because of the midnight concert, Christmas Eve dinner would be quick, just the 3 of them. Her daughter's boyfriend, Max, would stop by in a few hours to take Rose to church. Christmas Day was the main event at the Grandins, with 14 guests expected. "Pete," she called out to her husband, "stop fiddling with the fireplace. Can you check the dining room table? I think some of the place settings are missing a fork." Following orders, the gangly 50-year-old with salt and pepper hair got up and went into the dining room to do a final table inventory. Flipping on the light, he smiled. The room was a Christmas wonderland. Dark green walls set off the white wainscoting and crown molding, making it the perfect room for a Christmas party. Their long tavern-style table, covered with a deep red tablecloth, had 4 large white candles placed evenly down the center. 14 cream-colored plates with gold trim and green and red mistletoe accents were neatly lined up. Each had a gold Christmas cracker in its center. Pete looked up at the chandelier and admired his wife's handiwork. Anne had painstakingly wound numerous strands of dark green silk ivy and red velvet ribbons through the arms of their country French chandelier. Various sizes of red and gold glass ornaments dangled from the ivy. After taking it all in, he had forgotten why he had gone into the room to begin with. "Are we missing anything?" Anne shouted from the kitchen. "Still looking," he said, remembering why he was there. Walking around the table, he checked that each place setting had the appropriate utensils. Once finished, he looked at his watch, thinking Rose would be home any minute. As Anne turned the last batch of meatballs in the pan, Pete grabbed one from the plate on the counter, where the rest were cooling. "Hands off, they're for tomorrow." His wife shook her head, stifling a smile. "Just one," he said with a full mouth. "They're so good. We need 2 forks, 1 teaspoon, and 3 knives." Anne nodded as she moved the last of the meatballs from the pan to the draining plate. She looked at the clock on the stove. It was a few minutes after 8. "Shouldn't Rose have been home by now?" she said, wiping her hands on a Christmas dish towel. "Rehearsal was supposed to be over by 7. She has a lot to do before the concert tonight." "You know how those things go," said her husband. "She probably got to talking with Audrey and some of her old friends from high school." Anne nodded and began cleaning the kitchen counters while her husband went back to finish his fireplace prep. 20 minutes later, with no sign of Rose, Anne called her daughter. Rose's phone rang and eventually went to voicemail. "Rose, it's nearly 8:30, said her mother. "Where are you? Max will be here in an hour. Call me." By 8:45 p.m., Anne had still not received a call or text from her daughter. "She should have been home by now," Anne said, a strained look on her face. "Rehearsal was supposed to be over almost 2 hours ago. It's a 20-minute walk. We should have picked her up. She didn't call me back. Rose always calls me back." "Let me try her." Her husband picked up his phone and punched in Rose's number. "Rosie, it's Dad. Where are you, honey? It's nearly 9. Please call me or your mother right away." They waited 5 minutes, and Anne called the church. The church phone also went to voicemail. Sitting on their living room couch, Rose's parents stared silently at their respective phones as if they could will them to ring. At 9:15 p.m., Pete stood up. "Her phone must have died. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm going out to look for her. Call a few of her friends in the choir and I'll drive down to the church. There's only one way Rosie would go, and that's down Main Street. I'll probably catch her walking home." "I'll try Audrey," said Anne, reaching for her phone. "Don't worry." Pete grabbed his coat and headed for the door. "We'll find her. She probably got caught up with some of the other kids. Remember, they haven't seen each other in a while." Anne tried the church again. Still no answer. She called Audrey but got her voicemail. "Audrey, it's Anne Grandin. Do you know where Rosie is? It's 9:20 and she's not home yet. We wondered if rehearsal ran long or maybe she's with you and lost track of the time. Can you please call me? I'm a little concerned." Anne reached out to several of her daughter's other friends as well as her boyfriend Max. Alarmed, he said he'd be right over. Pete drove his black SUV slowly down Main Street, carefully scanning both sides of the road for his daughter. He spotted some high school kids Christmas caroling, but Rose wasn't one of them. He noticed some of the stores were still open, hoping to cash in on last-minute shoppers. Slowing down, he tried to get a good look at each face he passed on the street. None of them were his daughter, or anyone he recognized. Pulling into the church parking lot, he leapt out of the car and ran up the church steps. When he got to the top, he opened the large wooden doors of the old stone church. Inside the vestibule, he opened a second door that led to the main chamber of the church. 2 custodians were prepping for midnight mass. "Excuse me," Pete called out as he looked around the empty space. "I'm looking for my daughter. She's in the choir. Are any of the students still here?" One of the men stopped sweeping and looked up at Pete. "They broke up around 7. Everybody left." Pete looked at his watch. It was 9:40 p.m. He felt a pit in his stomach. Something was wrong. His daughter never went off without letting them know where she was. "Do you know where I can find Father Heaney?" shouted Pete, now becoming frantic. "He's in the back," said the custodian, pointing towards the altar. "Go down the hall and he's on the right-hand side. Father H is getting things ready for the service." The old priest told him he had no idea where Rose had gone. From there, Pete sped back to his house, scanning the streets the entire way. Anne was in the living room crying when he walked in. "No one has seen her," said Anne, tears running down both cheeks. "Audrey just called. She said she and Rose walked out of the church together around 7:15. Rose told Audrey she was going straight home to wrap presents." The front doorbell rang, and Anne sprinted towards it, a relieved smile on her face. "Rosie?" she said as she opened the door. When she saw it was only Max, she started to cry again. "You have no idea where she might be?" said Pete. "She didn't say anything to you?" Max shook his head. "I was supposed to meet her here, and we were going to exchange gifts before we left for the church," said Max. "I talked to her right before practice started and told her I'd be over around 9:45. She was really excited about the concert and her solo." "I'm calling the police," said Pete, punching 911 into his phone. While Pete gave Rose's details to the police, Anne called Father Heaney and asked him to reach out to everyone who had been at the practice. At 10 after 10, a Cranford police car pulled up in front of the Grandin house with its lights flashing. Before the bell rang, Anne ran to the door and opened it. "My daughter's missing," she shouted as the policeman moved quickly up their front walk towards the house. Once inside, the officer calmly took down basic information. Trained not to escalate a situation, his demeanor and tone were deliberately modulated and steady. "My daughter is an A student at UConn. She sings in the church choir. She always lets us know where she is," said Anne, panic written on her face. "The last time I saw her was when I dropped her off for rehearsal." "Does she normally walk home by herself?" "Sometimes," said a teary Anne. "The practice was supposed to end by 7. I was cooking and getting things ready for tomorrow, and my daughter offered to walk home. Main Street is totally lit up and filled with people. She's walked home from church or town plenty of times. Oh my God, I should have picked her up." Pete put his arm around his wife's shoulder. "It's totally safe to walk on Main Street at 7 o'clock. All the kids do it," said Max, standing in the corner. "And you are?" said the police officer. "Max Brewer. I'm Rose's boyfriend. We go to UConn together." "Where were you this evening?" said the cop, examining the young man. A look of surprise spread across Max's face. "I work at Macy's during the holidays. I didn't get off until 8:30, he said. "Then I went home, took a shower, and that's when Anne called me. I came right over." "In most cases like this," said the policeman, "around the holidays, we usually find kids go off with friends or to a party and forget about the time." "No, not Rosie. Something's happened to my daughter." Pete's voice cracked. "She's supposed to sing at midnight mass tonight. She would never blow that off. She was really excited to be a part of it. What if she's hurt or got into a car with someone she didn't know? Maybe she was in a car accident. Please, we've got to find her." Chapter 4. Detective Lynn Jackson brushed back a loose strand of her short, curly, black hair while she finished wrapping the last Christmas present. With an armload of festive packages, she placed each one neatly under the twinkling tree. The week before, they had taken a family road trip to Miller's Christmas tree farm in Hillsboro. Her husband and her 2 boys had cut the tree down themselves. Their annual Yuletide tree-chopping trip had become a Jackson family tradition, started when her kids were only 4 and 5. They made a family day out of it, stopping for lunch at Cora's Luncheonette and ordering grilled cheese and fries for all. On the way home, with the tree neatly stowed on top of their car, they stopped at the same roadside stand for a hot chocolate. Now 14 and 15, her teenage boys still enjoyed making the trip. She was grateful for that. Some of her friends' kids wanted no part of family outings. She knew her own would one day be more interested in their friends. For the time being, she savored the moments while she still could. "Hey, people!" Lynn shouted up the stairs of their small brick and clapboard, Cape Cod-style home. "I hope you're all getting dressed for midnight mass. It's almost 10:30. We're leaving here by 11:15 so we can get good seats. Last year we had to stand, remember?" A chorus of okays drifted down the stairs from her kids and her husband. Satisfied things were under control, she packed away the wrapping paper and ribbons and went into the kitchen to check the tomato sauce simmering on the stove. Dipping a spoon into the pot, She took a taste and let it swirl around in her mouth like a fine wine. As she reached for the salt shaker, her phone rang. Her partner, Tina De Silva's name, came up on caller ID. "Lynn, it's me," said Tina. "You're not going to like this. Captain just called. We have to go in. A college student's gone missing on her way home from choir practice at St. Benedict's." "Tonight?" "That's what he said." "When was the girl reported missing?" said an aggravated Lynn, turning off the sauce and wondering if her family holiday had just been hijacked. "The girl's parents said their daughter was due home several hours ago." "It's Christmas Eve. You know how kids are at this time of year. It's too soon to call her missing." "That's what I thought," said Tina. "Nick and I were supposed to drive to Jersey in the morning. I was supposed to meet his family for the first time. Guess that's not happening. Not that I mind. I was planning to break up with Nick after the holidays anyway." "Who's Nick? I thought you were seeing someone named Carl." "Carl's been over for weeks. I've been seeing Nick since Thanksgiving." "I can't keep up with your love life," said Lynn, turning off everything on the stove. "Christmas Eve or not, the captain wants us in. Now," said Tina. Lynn's husband, Kevin, a tall man with curly black hair, walked into their kitchen wearing a white dress shirt with a navy sweater over gray slacks. He twirled around to show his wife he was ready for midnight mass. Still on the phone, Lynn held up one finger and gave him the look. He knew that look very well. There was going to be an abrupt change of plans. "How long has the girl been unaccounted for?" Lynn was now all business. "About 3.5 hours. "The captain is calling us in on Christmas Eve for a teenager who's gone dark for a few hours? Why do they think she's missing and not just screwing around somewhere?" said Lynn. "The girl was rehearsing for the midnight mass concert tonight. The practice broke up at 7 and she was supposed to be home 20 minutes later," said Tina. "The parents said the daughter had a lot to do before the concert and wouldn't have gone anywhere else. They called all of her friends and no one knows where she is." "Where was she last seen?" "Leaving St. Benedict's," said Tina. "Her best friend said they left the church together." "I'll meet you at the station in 20 minutes. Ending the call, Lynn took a deep breath and faced her husband. "We're not going to midnight mass, are we?" he said. "A female college student is missing in Cranford. I'm sorry, honey, I've got to go in. You and the boy should still go." Kevin Jackson hugged his wife. "Do what you need to do, Linny. We'll be fine. That girl's parents must be out of their minds. I know I would be." As her husband gave her a kiss, she was reminded of how well she had chosen when she married him. Upstairs, she broke the news to her 2 boys, who also each gave their mom a hug. 8 minutes later, changed into work clothes, she was on her way to Cranford, 10 miles east from where she lived. The interior of the police station was fully decorated in red, green, and gold. In the corner of the bullpen, a table loaded with cookies and candy had been continuously restocked since the beginning of December. Tina, who was 10 years younger than Lynn, was waiting with the captain in his office. As she walked into the room and saw Tina, Lynn did a double-take. Her normally all-business, no-nonsense-looking partner was dressed in a low-cut gold lame top, tight black velvet pants, and high spiky black heels. Heavily made up with long, false eyelashes and a touch of glitter, her thick, wavy, dark hair hung loosely down her back. Reading her partner's face, Tina rolled her eyes. "I was at a fancy dinner party when I got the call," she said. "Didn't have time to go home and change. I've got a pair of sneakers in my locker." The captain briefed the 2 detectives on what little he knew. "We've got a few officers going door to door right now, and they're about to start a group walk through Harbor Park," he said. "We've got 7 officers on this. Fitzpatrick is in charge of the search. He's over at St. Benedict's right now." The 2 women nodded. "From all the reports, everyone who knows this girl said she's a straight arrow. It would be out of character for her to wander off, especially on Christmas Eve." The captain shook his head. "In my gut, I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 5. "What's going on?" shouted Anne as she, her husband, and Max leapt out of their car and ran up to one of the police officers standing in front of St. Benedict's. "Have you heard anything about my daughter?" "We have a search team canvassing the neighborhoods between the church and your home," said the policeman, speaking calmly to the frantic parents. "If you could round up some of her friends and tell them to bring flashlights, we could use extra pairs of eyes. There's a lot of wooded land on the outskirts of town." "I'll do it." Max reached for his phone. "I can get at least 20 people, maybe more." "I'll call some of our neighbors," said Pete, pulling out his phone. Normally, the police wouldn't begin a massive search for someone missing only a few hours. Given that it was Christmas Eve and Rose was participating in the midnight mass, the captain moved more quickly. Because of the skeleton crew on duty for the holiday, the evening watch commander immediately called for help from neighboring towns. By midnight, 2 special canine handlers with police dogs arrived from New Haven to help lead the search through Cranford's large, dark waterfront park. Fanning out on the streets near St. Benedict's, the police went from house to house on the 2 or 3 possible routes Rose might have logically taken to walk home. Back at the church, late-arriving parishioners expecting a religious service were stunned to find police cars with strobe lights flashing instead of a Christmas chorale. Standing at the top of the steps in front of the church next to Anne and Pete Grandin, Father Heaney explained what was happening to the gathering crowd. "Rose Grandin, who most of you know, was here earlier this evening for our choir rehearsal. She left here but never made it home after practice," said Father Heaney in a booming voice. Pete tightened his arm around his wife as she slumped against him and started to cry. "The police have started looking for her. If anyone saw or spoke to Rose this evening, please tell the officers what you know, even if you think it's not important. Anyone who wants to help look for Rose, follow me." A little after midnight, several hundred members of the congregation scattered in pairs, combing the streets near and around the church. Knocking on doors and asking questions, they went into backyards, looked behind garages and under tarps. Carrying flashlights or using their phones as a light, the Grandins' neighbors trudged up and down every street and alley between the church and the Grandins' house. Finding nothing, they were all directed to meet up at the entrance to Harbor Park. "People, as we go through the park, I want everyone to walk in even lines," shouted Officer Fitzpatrick, using a megaphone while standing on top of a boulder. "We're going to take the park in sections so we cover every inch. I need you to move slowly and spread out 4 feet apart, arm's width. No further than that or we might miss something." A murmur of understanding echoed through the crowd. "We're lucky that the moon is bright tonight so we can see more than usual," the officer continued. "But it's still dark out and the last thing we need is for one of you to get injured or fall. So please go slowly and be very careful. Nobody, I repeat, nobody goes off alone. Find a buddy. You must stay in pairs." There were sounds of agreement from the crowd. "We're looking for anything. A piece of clothing, a personal item, something out of the ordinary," said the officer. "Something that doesn't belong in a deserted park. Is that clear?" "Yes," said several people at once as they all moved out. Forming lines as they had been instructed, they slowly walked through the dark waterside park. Flashing their lights in all directions, they shouted, "Rose? Rose, are you there? Rose, can you hear me?" Harbor Park was big. Over 350 acres of walking trails, streams, and numerous paths through the woods. During warm spring and summer afternoons, the park was both a mecca for families and a hangout place for groups of teenagers. On any given day, there might be a pickup soccer game happening, couples on long romantic walks, or families riding on the bike paths. This December, on the holiest of nights, it was only cold, dark, empty, and sad. Detectives Lynn Jackson and Tina De Silva's unmarked gray sedan pulled into the parking lot. As they got out of their car, they could see a large group of people with flashlights in the distance. "What's your take?" said Tina to her partner. "You think she's in the park, or should we concentrate on other sections of the city?" "None of the shop owners on Main Street have seen her, and apparently most of them know her. She could be anywhere," said Lynn, looking around. "Harbor Park is huge. If you wanted to hurt someone without being seen, this would be the place to do it. No lights, no people, no cameras, no witnesses." The detectives approached the police officers conducting the search and asked for an update. "We're going section by section," the officer explained, handing them a map of the park with grids showing which sections had been already cleared. "Are there any family members here?" said Tina. The officer tipped his chin in the direction of the Grandins, who were huddled by a tree with Father Heaney. "Those are the parents," said the officer. "The mother is a wreck." "My daughter's been missing for 6 hours," said Anne, fighting back tears as the two detectives introduced themselves. "What if she's hurt? Maybe she's been in an accident." "Mrs. Grandin, we are doing everything possible to find your daughter," said Detective Lynn Jackson. "Every available Cranford officer is going house to house, and we've brought in search dogs from New Haven so we can better scour the park. We're also checking all the video from every security camera along Main Street. Officers are reviewing her social media accounts and any bank card activity. We've also been in touch with all the local hospitals. We hope to get a fix on your daughter real soon. Hang in there." "What if someone took her?" said a visibly terrified Pete Grandin. "Things like that happen all the time." "I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, Mr. Grandin. Abductions are extremely rare, particularly on a main thoroughfare like this," said Lynn. "That's why we're focusing on the park right now. Did Rose ever cut through the park on her way home from town?" "During the day she used to, when she was in high school," said Anne, tears rolling down her cheeks. "But she wouldn't go through there at night. At least, I don't think she would." "We're checking the park, just to be sure," said Tina. "If she's hurt, we're very lucky it's such a warm December night," said Lynn reassuringly. "It's nearly 60 degrees. "Detectives!" shouted an out-of-breath patrolman, running towards them. "We found something." The detectives and the Grandins, along with Max and a few neighbors, ran after the officer in the dark. They followed him up a hill and looked down. Flashlights were huddled together in the woods at the bottom of the hill next to a stream. Several uniformed officers had waded into the stream and were hovering over something. "What have you got?" shouted Lynn as they got closer. An officer with a powerful flashlight stood up. "We found her," said the officer. "She's alive." Anne Grandin nearly collapsed and would have fallen had her husband and Max not caught her. "I want to see my daughter," shouted Anne, pushing her husband away. "Rosie!" An ambulance crew with a gurney ran towards the stream, while the officers lifted Rose Grandin's limp body out of the wet ditch. Her face was swollen beyond recognition. Scratches, gashes, and blood covered her bare legs, and her shoes, tights, and underpants were missing. "Oh, my God!" screamed Anne as they got closer. "Her pulse is strong," shouted an emergency technician. "That's really good news," said Lynn, turning to Rose's terrified parents. "I need some light here," shouted the EMT. As if on cue, everyone in the crowd pointed their lights onto Rose so the emergency technicians could assess her condition. Within seconds, her bruised, bloody body was placed onto the stretcher and moved in the direction of the waiting ambulance. "Is she going to be all right?" Pete Grandin shouted while racing after the stretcher. "She's holding her own," shouted the medical technician over his shoulder as they moved. "We'll start her on fluids once we get into the ambulance." Max followed Rose's parents out to the street and watched his girlfriend being placed inside the emergency vehicle. Rose's father climbed in the back to ride with his daughter, and Max and Anne followed in Max's car. Inside the ambulance, Pete looked down at his battered little girl and wept. Then he prayed. Minutes later, the ambulance pulled under the emergency room entrance portico, where 2 doctors, a nurse, and 2 orderlies waited. The medical team quickly moved Rose inside, while the emergency technicians verbally briefed them on Rose's vitals. When all the information had been transferred, the hospital staff took over. Anne, Pete, and Max waited in another room while the doctors examined Rose. 30 minutes later, the senior ER physician came to talk to them. "Is she going to be okay?" said Anne, before the doctor could speak. "She's stable. She's had several severe blows to her face, head, and lower parts of her body," said the physician. "She's unconscious. Her jaw is broken, as is her left arm and quite a few of her ribs. Her right leg and pelvis are fractured as well. Someone gave her a pretty good going over." Anne and Pete both let out a sob. Max clenched his fists and wiped his nose with his sleeve as tears welled in his eyes. "She's taken quite a beating," said the doctor. "But while there's a lot of swelling and bruising, none of it appears to be life-threatening. It will take many months, but Rose should recover. We still have more tests to do." "Thank God," said Anne, as her husband squeezed her hand. "Why would anyone want to hurt my beautiful daughter? She is the kindest person you could ever know." "There's something else I have to tell you that won't be easy to hear." The doctor's eyes cast downward. "I'm afraid your daughter was also sexually assaulted." "Oh, my God," Anne gasped while clinging to her husband, who said nothing and stared into space, his tears flowing. "Can we see her?" said Max quietly, standing behind the Grandins. "Not yet," said the doctor. "We're prepping her for surgery to repair some of her injuries. Once she's out, we have more tests to run. I want to get an MRI of her head so we can see what's going on there. We'll let you know when you can see her." "But said Anne. "She's a strong girl, Mrs. Grandin," said the doctor, trying to reassure her. "Let us take care of your daughter now. We'll let you in to see her as soon as we can." Later, at 6 a.m., Tina De Silva entered the waiting room and found the Grandins half asleep on a brown leather couch. She gently touched Anne's shoulder to wake her, and then accompanied Rose's parents to the intensive care unit, leaving Max to wait alone. Surrounded by machines, Rose's swollen face was almost completely covered by the extensive bandages on her head and neck. Dressings had been placed over lacerations, and her left arm was in a full cast from her shoulder down. Antibiotic and saline drips were connected to her by tubes, as pulse and blood pressure monitors beeped rhythmically in the background. "I'll leave you alone with your daughter for a few minutes," said Tina, as she slipped out of the room. 20 minutes later, the 2 detectives escorted the Grandins into a small conference room where the doctor who had talked to them earlier was waiting for them. A teary Anne, eyes red-rimmed, held a wad of tissues clenched in her hand. The detectives took seats at the far end of the table so the doctor could speak directly to Rose's parents. Holding hands, the Grandins braced themselves for more detailed information about their daughter's condition. "First, let me reassure you," said the doctor. "Your daughter is a very strong young woman. Her injuries are extensive, some severe, and she'll need a lot of time to mend. It's likely she'll need long-term physical therapy. However, it's my opinion that she will regain full function." The Grandins let out an audible sigh of relief and gripped each other's hands even tighter. "It's not going to be easy," continued the doctor. and I don't want you to misunderstand the severity of her injuries. She's going to require a lot of support for many months, but she's young and otherwise healthy. Her body will heal." "Thank you, Doctor," said Pete, reaching across the table to shake his hand. "The bigger problem is going to be the emotional and psychological impact of the attack on your daughter," said the doctor. "Right now, her body needs to heal. Once she's strong enough, we may want to get a psychologist involved to help her deal with the emotions that come with an assault like this. We'll keep an eye on her." Both Anne and Pete nodded. "Can we talk to her now?" Tina asked the doctor. "She's sedated. She won't be conscious for another 6 hours. Come back then. You all look like you could use some sleep." Chapter 6. Late that morning, Detectives Jackson and Da Silva briefed their captain on the search and rescue from the night before. Captain Corrigan, still wearing his silver hair in the close-cropped style he adopted during his time in the Marines, listened carefully to the details. A sober family man, the captain did things by the book and expected the same from everyone in his command. He liked order in his city. He was concerned, once the news broke, it might cause a panic throughout the town. A brutal attack like Rose Grandin's shouldn't happen in Cranford, and he wanted things contained. "I want a lid on this pronto, is that clear?" said the captain. "This is Cranford, Connecticut, for God's sake, not New York City. Things like this don't happen here. I want this guy caught." Tina and Lynn nodded. "2 FBI agents are waiting in the conference room to speak with both of you," said Corrigan, as he gestured for the 2 detectives to follow him. "A little heads up. There's a possibility of a connection between Rose Grandin and a string of other attacks." Trading a look between them, the 2 women followed their captain into a large conference room and were introduced to Special Agents Joe Falco and Napoleon Keyes. Though dressed in almost identical blue suits and drab striped ties, they couldn't have looked more different. The swarthy Falco had a Mediterranean complexion, a thick head of black hair, and a generous nose. He looked more like a stereotypical Italian mafioso than someone in law enforcement. His partner, Napoleon Keyes, was tall and dark, with hazel eyes, and handsome enough to be on the cover of a magazine. "We don't typically get visits from the FBI for an assault," said Lynn. "What's really going on?" "The captain said you think there could be a link between Rose Grandin and other attacks?" said Tina, looking directly into Special Agent Keyes's intense hazel eyes. "What kind of connection?" "There are similarities," said Napoleon Keyes, "between Miss Grandin's assault and a string of attacks that the Bureau's been following for a number of years." "Years?" said Tina. Agent Keyes held Tina's gaze. "We've been investigating a series of assaults in several states similar to this case." Lynn stepped forward. "How many?" "Quite a few. We've been calling him the Kringle Killer," said Agent Falco. "Let me be clear. For now, the Bureau wants this kept quiet. If word leaks, it will terrify every woman from Maine to New York." Lynn leaned forward. "Wait a second. You called him the Kringle Killer, but Rose Grandin is alive." "We think the person we're tracking started about 5 years ago," said Falco. "If it's the same guy, his first victim was a 35-year-old waitress in Portland, Maine. She was attacked around 10 p.m. after closing up a diner on Christmas Eve. Our best guess is that she was walking to her car when she was hit from behind. Someone pushed her down between 2 vehicles. A dark cloth of some kind was placed over her head. She was badly beaten, sexually assaulted, and left for dead." "The following day, on Christmas," said Napoleon Keyes, "about 25 miles from the first attack, a 42-year-old female dental hygienist in Bruxton, Maine, arrived home from a family Christmas party. She was grabbed by someone waiting outside in the bushes near the back door of her house. Something was put over her head, and she was pushed inside her own home, choked, beaten, and sexually assaulted. He's a serial rapist, then. Why did you call him a killer? Said Tina. He sexually assaults the women and beats them pretty badly. Many of them have also died, said Falco. Our profilers have a few theories. One is that when the victim stops moving, it's no longer fun for the perp. When that happens, he picks up his toys and goes home. We think this sicko likes it when the women put up a good fight. He gets some kind of thrill. Fighting back is a turn-on. Staying with that theory, Rose Grandin is likely still alive because she passed out. Lynn shot Tina a look before she spoke. Do you think he plans to kill, or are the fatalities collateral damage? We believe he started out as a rapist, but like a lot of these perverts, his behavior escalated over time, said Falco. Over the years, his attacks have become more violent. His more recent victims on Christmas Day have ended up dead, said Keyes. The attacks have occurred all over the Northeast in different states: New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. This is the first one in Connecticut. It took us a while to connect the dots, said Falco. You know how it is. Individual towns and cities do their own investigations. Nobody shares nothing. Eventually, the local cops called us in. It was about a year ago. Pretty soon, everything started to line up and point to a serial killer. How many attacks have there been? Lynn said. We're not 100% certain it's the same guy. The connection is only a theory at this point. But if it is the same person, Rose Grandin and another Connecticut woman found dead earlier this morning bring the total to 12, said Agent Keyes. There was another attack today, said Tina, her eyes round. Keyes nodded. Unfortunately, yes. The other victim was a 42-year-old kindergarten teacher. From the looks of the crime scene, it appears the victim was in the process of loading her car with Christmas gifts. She was supposed to arrive for breakfast and spend the day with her sister's family. We think she went back into her house to get the coffee cake she had promised to bring and left her back door open. The attacker most likely entered the home then. When the woman didn't show up at her sister's place, the sister drove over there. She found the victim on the kitchen floor. Pieces of the cake were scattered around her body. Can we get a copy of that report? Said Lynn. If there's someone stalking women here in Connecticut, we need to know all the details to prevent it from happening again. Keyes nodded. You'll have it in the morning, but I don't think you have to worry about an imminent threat. So we're clear? This perp only attacks on Christmas. Twice on Christmas, to be exact, said Falco, shaking his head. Once on Christmas Eve and once on Christmas Day. No more, no less. Ho, ho, ho. Sick fuck. Other than both crimes happening on or around Christmas, why do you think they're connected? Said Tina. There are always spikes of violence around the holidays. Isn't it possible these attacks are simply random seasonal crimes and not connected at all? Possible, but we don't think so, said Keyes. All of the survivors tell the exact same story. Which is? Said Lynn. This is highly confidential. We haven't released this information to the public, nor do we intend to. Keyes lowered his voice. While he assaults them, the Kringle killer sings. He serenades them. Oh my God, said Lynn, putting her hand on her forehead. What does he sing? Tina said, a look of disgust on her face. It's always the same song. Silent Night, said Keyes. A Christmas carol? Said Tina, grimacing. Keyes nodded. Like I said, we're dealing with one sick fuck, said Falco. An hour after their meeting with the FBI, the two Cranford detectives walked into the intensive care unit and stood in the doorway of Rose Grandin's room. Her parents were seated next to their sleeping daughter. Numerous machines, lights, and monitors beeped and blinked, working steadily in the background, while a nurse moved silently, checking Rose's vitals. "Did you find out anything?" said Pete Grandin when he saw the detectives. "We're just starting our investigation," Lynn said gently. "The last 24 hours were all about finding your daughter alive, and thankfully we did. How's she doing now?" "She woke up for a minute about 2 hours ago," said Anne, "but went right back to sleep. The doctors said all her surgeries went well, and with hard work and a lot of rehab, she'll make a full recovery." "Our daughter is a very strong person," said Pete. "Always has been." "Stronger than you think," said a weak voice coming from the bandaged woman on the bed. "Rosie, you're awake." Her mother smiled down at her. "How are you feeling, honey?" "Great," the young woman said with a half-smile. "Better than ever. What happened to me, Mom?" "You're going to be just fine, Rose," said Anne. "Rosie, there are some detectives here who want to talk to you," said her father. "You feel up to it?" "Okay," Rose replied weakly. The detectives asked the Grandins to leave while they spoke to Rose. The conversation was going to be difficult. When family members were present, the victim wasn't always fully transparent. It was imperative that Rose tell them everything if they were going to catch the person who did this. After Lynn and Tina introduced themselves, they pulled their chairs up close to Rose's bed. "You've been through a really tough time, Rose," said Lynn softly. "Your job was to hang in there until we found you, and you did. Now it's our job to find the person who did this to you. Do you think you can tell us what happened?" A tear trickled out of Rose's eye. "I know it's hard, but the sooner we get your take on what happened, the faster we can get out there and get the guy who did this," said Tina. "Time is the enemy on these types of crimes. The longer it takes, the further away they get." "Okay," said Rose softly. "What do you want to know?" "Stuff from when you left choir practice at St. Benedict's," said Tina. "It was getting late," said Rose. "I was worried about having enough time to do all the things I needed to do before the concert. I was so stupid. I knew better than to go into Harbor Park at night." "You weren't stupid," said Lynn. "That park isn't exactly a hotbed of crime. Nothing ever happens there except an occasional teenage drinking party. You were unlucky. The creep who attacked you must have seen you going into the park and followed you. We think it was most likely a crime of opportunity." "Do you remember anything about him? Did you see his face?" said Tina. Rose winced in pain and took a couple of short breaths. "I heard a snap in the brush, but I didn't see anything. And then someone grabbed me from behind and put something over my head. It was rough and scratchy. I couldn't see anything. It felt like a canvas bag of some kind. It might have had a drawstring on it. I can't be sure." Tina made a few notes in her book. "With the bag over my head, I didn't know what was happening," said Rose, swallowing. "It was like when you get caught in a wave in the ocean and your body gets tossed and thrown in 100 directions. You can't get any air in your lungs and you're sure you're going to die. I felt his hands around my neck squeezing tighter and tighter. I remember kicking and screaming, but no one could hear me. Then there was a terrible pain in my head and on my side. I think the person kicked or punched me. I don't know for sure. That's all I remember. I must have passed out." "You never saw him at all?" queried Tina, making another note. "No." "Was there anything identifiable that you remember?" said Lynn. "A smell? A sound?" "My head was covered. I don't remember anything," whispered Rose, starting to shake. "Only that I was so scared." "Did he say anything?" said Lynn.
I don't think so. Wait, there was something. I think he sang to me.
Tina leaned forward and gave her partner a look. He sang to you?
I think so.
Did you recognize the song? She asked, writing furiously in her book.
I think it was Silent Night,
whispered Rose, another tear trickling out of her left eye. The two detectives looked at each other, each taking a deep breath. Rose, I want you to promise us something, said Lynn, leaning closer. This is extremely important. What you just told us about the song, you can't tell anyone about it. The FBI thinks the person who hurt you has done it before. Only the attacker and his victims know about the singing, and we've got to keep that under wraps and out of the press. Can you keep that information between us? You can tell your parents, but no one else. Not your friends or your boyfriend. Is that clear? When we catch him, and we will, that critical piece of information may be the one thing that sinks him in court. Will you promise to tell no one about the song?
Yes,
said Rose, barely audible.
I promise. No one.
Chapter 7. 3 weeks after the Christmas Eve attack, Rose Grandin was moved out of the ICU and into a private room filled with balloons, flowers, cards, and stuffed animals. Dr. Brady, Rose's primary physician, and Rose's parents were waiting in the room when the nurses wheeled her hospital bed in. Her head was still covered in bandages, and she had casts on both arms and her right leg. "How are you feeling, honey?" her father said after the nurses left the room. "You look a lot better. There's color in your cheeks again."
"Look at all the cards and letters, Rosie," said her mother, holding up handfuls of envelopes. "There's even one here from the mayor of Cranford. Everyone in town has been praying for you and sending good wishes."
Lying in her bed, Rose looked up at the ceiling but said nothing. "Max has been here every day," said her father. "He's been so worried about you."
"Aunt Diane and Uncle Paul are coming to see you later this week, and your cousin Kelly is coming all the way from California on Wednesday."
"I don't want to see anyone," said Rose softly through the wire in her mouth that was holding her broken jaw together.
"Rosie," said her mother, "having visitors will cheer you up and take your mind off of all this. Just this morning I was talking to your Aunt Diane, and she said—"
"Mom, I'm really tired." Anne looked at her husband and then at the doctor. "Rose," said Dr. Brady, stepping closer to the bed. "I'd like to talk to you for a moment. It's important."
"I just want to go to sleep,"
said Rose, closing her eyes. "And rest you will have. In fact, I insist on it," said Dr. Brady. "But right now there are a few things I need to discuss with you. Your parents and I agreed to wait until you were stronger and out of the ICU before we had this conversation."
"I don't want to talk,"
Rose replied through clenched teeth. Anne started to cry.
"Mom, stop," said Rose. "What do you want from me? I wish everyone would leave me alone."
Dr. Brady sat down in a chair next to Rose's bed. When the young woman looked at him, she detected sadness in his eyes, despite his attempt to mask it with a half-smile. Hovering behind the physician, Rose's parents held hands. Despite her compromised physical condition, Rose sensed something was wrong. "Will I not be able to walk again, or regain the sight in my right eye? Am I going to be in a wheelchair forever?"
"What's going on? Am I going to be paralyzed?"
asked Rose, barely getting the words out. "Absolutely not. With hard work and physical therapy, you'll walk just fine," replied Dr. Brady, trying to soothe her. "Rose, I know you're scared, but we have to talk. There's no easy way to say this." Rose closed her eyes and turned her head to the side.
"Then please don't. Maybe now's not the time," said Anne, wringing her hands while looking at the doctor.
Rose opened her eyes.
"Not the time for what? Just freaking tell me, what more could there be?"
Dr. Brady took a deep breath.
"Rose, you're pregnant."
"No, I'm not,"
said Rose, barely audible.
"We did a pregnancy test a few days ago and it was positive," said the doctor. "The police were notified, but your parents wanted to wait until you were stronger before you were told."
"I don't believe you."
Rose turned her head away.
"I would know if I was."
"Rosie, we're in this together with you, honey," said her mother. "Dad and I love you so much, I promise we'll get through this." After a 10-minute one-sided conversation with no further comments from Rose, the doctor left to give the family time alone together. For the next hour, Anne and Pete talked about their options, while Rose remained silent and only stared up at the ceiling.
"When you're a little stronger, we'll arrange for an OB/GYN to do the procedure, and then it will be like nothing had ever happened," said her mother, looking over at her husband. "The church makes exceptions in situations like this."
Rose looked away.
"Unless, of course, you want to have the baby," said Anne softly. "There are so many good people who can't have children who are looking for babies to adopt. It's up to you, of course. Whatever you want to do."
"It's completely your choice, honey," said her father. "You don't have to make any decisions today. I know this is a lot for you to take in. We'll support whatever decision you make."
After a long silence, Rose cleared her throat.
"I'm going to have the baby,"
she said softly through her wired mouth.
"Maybe something good can come out of all this pain. My baby will go to a loving family who can't have children of their own."
"You don't have to decide anything right now," said Pete.
"I've decided,"
said Rose.
"I won't change my mind."
Later that night, lying in her bed, Rose was certain she felt her baby growing inside her and knew she had made the right decision. 10 days later, a senior nurse stopped in Rose's room to check her patient's blood pressure. "How are you feeling today?" asked the cheerful middle-aged woman who had been taking care of Rose since she arrived at the facility.
"I'm fantastic,"
said the bandaged and bruised Rose flatly.
"Can't you tell?"
"Listen," said the nurse as she made some notes in Rose's chart. "You've been through hell. I can't imagine how you feel, and I'm not going to pretend I do. I've been taking care of folks for a long time, and I know a lot about people. You're a survivor, Rose. You'll be all right. You hear me? It won't be easy, and it's going to take time, but you'll make it. I can promise you that." Rose looked out the window.
"Whatever."
When the nurse left the room, she called Dr. Brady and reported Rose's fragile emotional state. A psychologist was dispatched the following day, and regular counseling added to Rose's rehabilitation regimen. "It's not surprising she's depressed," said the therapist to Dr. Brady after his first session with the young woman. "Frankly, it would be more alarming if she wasn't." Frightened by their daughter's deteriorating emotional state, the Grandins organized a visitation schedule to ensure Rose had company every morning, afternoon, and night. They hoped a continuous stream of friends and family would help their daughter recover more quickly. A few days later, waving the Yukon student newspaper in the air, a deliberately cheerful Audrey sailed into Rose's room. "Look what I brought. All the gossip from Yukon at your fingertips." She placed the student paper on the bed and opened a white plastic shopping bag. "And I brought you a vanilla shake from Walter's." Rose said nothing and looked out the window. "You're not going to believe who Tara Wiley is seeing,"
said an undeterred Audrey. "Go on, Rose. Guess."
"I really don't care," said Rose.
"You will when I tell you who it is."
Rose blinked.
Undaunted, Audrey continued. "Tara Wiley is going out with Ben Armstrong." Getting no reaction, Audrey was incredulous. "Ben Armstrong, Rose, you had the biggest crush on him in high school." Rose stared blankly at her friend, while cheerful Audrey chattered on about the social climate at school, who was cheating on who, and which couples had broken up. After a 20-minute rundown, a slightly out-of-breath Audrey ran out of college news. "Are you going to say anything?" said Audrey.
"What do you want me to say? Besides, you haven't stopped talking for a second."
"Do I detect a little sarcasm? Must mean you're feeling better." Rose gave her friend a half-smile, which was all she could muster. Nothing mattered, anyway. Chapter 8 2009 By early March, after 9 weeks in the hospital, Rose's physical injuries were healing. Her doctor was more concerned at that point about her emotional well-being. The cast on her arm was off and the wires removed from her mouth. Most of the bruising and many of the bandages were now gone. Thanks to a skilled plastic surgeon, the parts of the young woman's body that required stitches, especially on her face, had healed beautifully. She was eating soft, solid food and had slowly regained the range of motion in her arms. With the support of an aide, she walked the hospital corridors several times each day. Throughout her recovery, she was visited by a steady stream of classmates, friends, and parishioners from St. Benedict's, including Father Heaney. Despite the tremendous support, Rose remained distant and disengaged. Barely able to smile when someone visited, conversations were typically one-sided, with the guests doing all the talking. Once a happy, positive young woman, with her whole life ahead of her, Rose had become a shell of her former self. Throughout it all, Max had been steadfast, stopping by the hospital every day, sometimes twice a day. Whenever he had a break between his Yukon classes, he'd drive over and sit with Rose for 30 minutes before heading back to campus. At the end of his day, he'd stop in again to spend the late afternoons with his girlfriend. "Hey, Rosie girl," he'd say with a big smile whenever he entered her hospital room. "Looking beautiful as ever."
"Yeah, right," said Rose.
"You must have a thing for girls covered in scars." "Come on, the doctor said they'll fade," said Max, mindful not to help her down the rabbit hole. "You can hardly see them now."
"Whatever you say."
"Are you kidding? Compared to how you were 9 weeks ago, you look amazing. When they lifted you out of that stream, I thought you were going to die," Max said, tears in his eyes.
"Would have been easier for everyone if I had."
Max took in a breath and let it out.
"Rosie, you've got to try and move past this.
Next week you'll be out of here and in the rehab facility. In a few weeks you'll be home, and we can all be normal again."
"I will never be normal again."
Rehab was difficult, painful, and exhausting. The physical therapists were kind but insistent, telling Rose that she needed to push herself more. "Come on, one more set," said her PT. "You can do it."
"I can't, I'm too tired. Leave me alone."
"Come on, Rose, just one more." To keep her spirits up, her parents visited her in rehab every night. Max took the early shift and arrived every afternoon by 4. As the weeks passed, while Rose grew physically stronger, her interactions with Max became more distant.
"What are those for?"
said an obviously annoyed Rose when Max surprised her with a bouquet of flowers. "For you, to celebrate. Your parents told me you're busting out of this joint," he said, grinning while taking a seat on the edge of her bed. He reached for her hand, but she pulled it away. Rose's psychologist had advised Max to follow Rose's lead, so he backed off. "Just think you'll be home in 3 days," he said,
keeping his smile intact.
Yeah, 3 days. Whoopee. Things will get back to normal then. You could start taking classes at UConn during the summer session.
Rose stared at her boyfriend.
What are you talking about? I'm not going back to school.
Of course you are, said Max. You only need 45 more credits to graduate.
I don't care about that. I'm not going back.
Max reached for her hand again, but she pulled it away.
Talk to me. What's going on, Rosie?
He pleaded, his eyes narrowing.
Do you not love me anymore? Do you not want me here? You won't want to be here when you know the truth. What truth?
Rose took a deep breath and exhaled. She turned her head and looked Max directly in the eyes.
I'm almost 3 months pregnant.
What?
What do you mean? That maniac raped me, and now I'm pregnant. It's simple biology. Lucky me. I'm going to have a baby.
Oh my God, said Max, gasping as he moved towards her.
Don't,
she said, recoiling as he got closer.
You're not going to keep it, right?
Said Max.
There are things you can... It's not up for discussion. I'm having the baby.
At the end of April, 4 months after the attack, detectives Lynn Jackson and Tina De Silva visited the Grandin home. The creamy yellow living room was filled with pictures of a happy family. Vacations, graduations, birthdays, love, and joy. From the photos, it looked like the Grandin family had led a charmed life. They had, until that last Christmas.
We came to give you an update on the case, said Lynn, taking a seat.
The furrow on Anne's brow deepened as she sat next to her daughter on the couch.
First, how are you doing, Rose?
Lynn asked the young woman. Rose let out a hollow laugh.
Couldn't be better.
You've been going through a lot. It's going to take time, said Tina. We understand you've decided to have the baby and put it up for adoption. Rose nodded. You gotta do what feels right, said Tina gently as she placed her hand on Rose's shoulder. Rose nodded again.
All I want to know is, have you caught him?
That's why we came to talk to you, said Lynn. The day after your attack, Detective De Silva and I reached out to all the police departments throughout the state of Connecticut. We were trying to find out if there had been any other crimes similar to yours.
And?
Said Rose. Unfortunately, nothing popped, said Tina. There were other assaults, but none that fit your profile. Then the FBI came to see us shortly after you were attacked with some new information.
The feds were working on a case and thought yours might fit the pattern, said Lynn.
What kind of pattern? Asked Rose. Lynn leaned forward in her chair. We know that rape and sexual assault victimization rates tend to be higher during the summer than in the fall and winter. But statistically, certain crimes go up around the Christmas holidays. For example, retail crime spikes. I guess people steal their Christmas gifts. What we do know is that a prime trigger for violent crime is when people are out of their routines. For some, Christmas is a very lonely time, possibly a reminder of past pain. Some turn inward, feeling empty and sorry for themselves. Others take their anger out on people.
What's this got to do with me? Said Rose.
We were searching for crimes that looked like yours, said Tina. At night, a young woman alone, the way you were assaulted, etc. We found several in Connecticut that were similar, but the perps were already in jail or deceased when you were attacked. The FBI had taken a different approach and searched by date. Christmas, said Lynn. Turns out there were attacks similar to yours every year for the past 5 years on Christmas. The first 2 were in Maine, the next year 2 in Vermont, followed by 2 in New Hampshire, 2 in Massachusetts, 2 in Rhode Island, and this past Christmas, 2 in Connecticut. Rose sat up straight.
What do you mean 2 in Connecticut?
You were attacked on Christmas Eve. Another Connecticut woman was attacked about 40 miles east of here in a little town called Bruxton, Connecticut, said Lynn.
Why didn't anyone tell me about this?
Said Rose, becoming visibly agitated.
We wanted to wait until you were stronger, said Anne. That's not your decision, Mom, said Rose. Did you talk to the other woman? Did she say the same things I did?
Lynn looked down the room. We didn't get to talk to her. She didn't make it. The feds had a beat on this pattern, said Tina, and gave us some of their intel. Internally, the FBI calls him the Kringle Killer, short for Kris Kringle Killer. From what we can tell, he attacks only on Christmas.
And the rest of the year he leads a normal life?
Said Rose. Possibly, said Tina. We've seen that with serial killers before. BTK was a family man, Ted Bundy a law student, son of Sam a mailman. Rose started to tremble.
But I'm not dead.
Anne leaned over and put her arm around her daughter's shoulders. Tina took a deep breath, wanting to couch what she was about to say in a way that would cause Rose the least amount of distress. We think this perp assaults women twice on Christmas. Once on Christmas Eve and once on Christmas Day. He's raped everyone he's attacked, but not everyone has died. It seems that the women who survived passed out and have very little memory of the incident, like you. We think once that happened, the attacker walked away.
How did the women die?
Rose said, tears running down her cheeks. The two detectives' eyes met.
Tell me,
Rose shouted. Lynn nodded to her partner. He beats and then strangles them until they stop breathing, said Tina.
I'm going to be sick,
said Rose, gripping her mother's hand and bending over from the waist. We're dealing with a very angry person, said Lynn. A weapon like a knife or a gun is more antiseptic. Using his bare hands the way he did, that's someone with a lot of pent-up rage. Chapter 9. Throughout her pregnancy, Rose remained detached from any conversation regarding the baby. In the first few months, several people had tried to talk her out of continuing with the pregnancy. You don't have to do this, Rose, her parents had said. Everyone would understand, given the circumstances. I've already told you, I'm having it. Once the Grandins were certain their daughter's mind was made up, they contacted a Catholic charity organization to make adoption arrangements. They were told many wonderful families were desperately waiting for a baby. The case manager at the adoption service found a wonderful couple who can't have their own children, said Anne, as they were nearing Rose's due date. She told me they're amazing people. The woman is a kindergarten teacher, and they have a huge backyard and— Stop. Rose turned away. I don't want to know anything about them. I just want this nightmare to be over. That October, just over 9 months after her attack in Harbor Park, Rose Grandin went into labor at South Coast Medical Center. It was the same hospital that had been her home during her many months of recovery.
You can do this, Rosie, said her mother in the delivery room when the doctor asked the exhausted Rose to push one more time. Breathe, honey. I can't, said Rose on the brink of tears. I'm too tired.
Give it another try, said the doctor. We don't want the baby to go into distress. Come on, Rose, one more time. Rose let out a breath, inhaled, and on the command from the doctor, shut her eyes and pushed with everything she had. That's it, Rose, said the doctor. Now just one more push. Seconds later, the baby's head crowned, and soon afterwards, the sound of crying reverberated throughout the delivery room. 14 hours after arriving at the hospital, Rose Grandin delivered a 7-pound, 8-ounce baby girl. When a nurse attempted to hand the child to Rose, the new mother froze.
"Go ahead, Rosie. Hold her for a minute," said her mother. "It will be good for you, give you some closure."
After a long moment, Rose opened her arms and the nurse gently placed the baby in them.
"She looks just like you when you were a baby," said Anne, getting teary, standing over her daughter and grandchild.
The little girl was fair, with blonde peach fuzz on her head and a little button nose set in the middle of enormously pudgy cheeks. "She's a beauty," said one of the nurses as she cleaned up Rose's bed. "What are you going to name her?"
"My daughter," said Anne, injecting herself into the conversation, "is giving her baby to a deserving family who can't have children of their own."
"That's a wonderful thing you're doing," said the nurse, her face turning red as she picked up a ball of soiled sheets and left the room. Looking down at the tiny person in her arms, Rose smiled.
"She is pretty, isn't she, Mom?"
"Very." That first night, Rose nursed her baby several times. Alone in the room with no one but her daughter, she felt a new sensation. For almost a year she had felt absolutely nothing, only numbness. But at that moment, holding her child, she finally felt something. It was joy.
"You really are cute," she said,
while the baby nursed. The next morning, Rose's parents arrived at the hospital early. "We wanted to check on you before we took care of all the adoption paperwork at the hospital administration office," said her father. "Your doctor said you'd most likely be discharged this afternoon. We'll come back then to pick you up." Rose nodded.
"We heard from the adoption agency. The baby's new family will pick her up tomorrow morning," said Anne. "There won't be any overlapping. We thought it would be easier for you that way. You won't have to see them."
Rose nodded again as a knock sounded outside the door of her room. A smiling nurse entered, holding the newborn, and handed the baby to Rose. "Time for another feeding, Rose. Do you need any help?"
"No, I did fine by myself last night,"
said Rose, arranging the baby in her arms.
"I've got the hang of it, I think. She seems to know what to do."
The nurse nodded and left the room as the baby latched onto her mother.
"We'll leave you to it then," said Anne, getting up. "Rose, I know this is incredibly difficult, but you've done the right thing."
Rose looked down at her daughter's tiny face and shook her head as tears filled her eyes. "What's wrong, Rosie?" said her father.
"I think I want to keep her,"
said Rose in barely a whisper. "What?" said her parents in unison.
"You told me no matter what my decision was, you'd support me. I didn't know what I wanted until this very second," said Rose. "I want to keep my daughter."
"But there's a family coming to pick her up tomorrow," said her father.
"I don't care."
Rose's voice broke.
"I'm sorry. I know this will be heartbreaking for them, but they'll get over it. If I give up my daughter now, I will never, ever get over it. I've been through so much this past year. There were times I didn't want to live. But right now, everything is so clear. I'm a mother. I'm her mother. I want to keep my daughter."
Tears covered Rose's face as she hugged her nursing child closer. Anne looked over at her husband. "If you're absolutely certain this is what you want, then we're 100% in your corner," said her father. "We can do this, all of us together as a family." As Anne and Pete went to inform the adoption service of the change of plans, Rose smiled her first genuine smile in almost a year. Since the night she was attacked, Max had been by Rose's side. He hoped that once the baby was born and adopted, he and Rose could put the whole terrible business behind them and move on. "I've got to give Max a lot of credit," Pete had said to his wife a month before the baby was due. That kid keeps showing up, even when Rosie isn't in a good place. The night they found Rose beaten in the park, Max had committed himself to sticking by her side. He remained supportive after Rose decided to carry the baby to term. A few minutes after the Grandins left, Max entered Rose's hospital room smiling. This was the day he had been waiting for. He and Rose could finally resume their old lives together. It had been a long road for everyone, including him. "How do you feel?" he said, giving her a kiss on the top of her head. "Happy," she said, flashing a huge smile. "It must feel good to finally start a new chapter." "Yes, here's to new beginnings," said Rose, still smiling. "When are they going to discharge you? I'll drive you home." "My parents are coming back," said Rose. "They had to pick up a few things first. Have you seen the baby?" "What?" "The baby." "Oh, yeah, I've seen her." "She's beautiful, isn't she?" said Rose. "I never expected to have such intense feelings for her." "This has got to be really hard for you. But remember, you're giving an incredible gift to that family." Max sensed something was up. "Just think, in January you'll be back at school, and we can start making plans again like nothing happened." Rose's face froze, and she pressed her lips together. "Something did happen, Max. I can't move on like nothing happened." "I'm sorry," he said, suddenly aware of his poor choice of words. "You know I didn't mean it like that. I meant you can pick up where you left off. You and I can start over." Rose looked into his eyes and let out a little sigh. "I'm keeping my baby, Max." "What do you mean?" "I'm going to keep her." "I don't understand. Why would you—" "Because she's my daughter," said Rose, her nostrils flaring. "I have every right. If you have a problem with that, then you don't have to stick around." Max stared at her, his mouth open. "I don't know what to do with this," he said, searching for words. "Last Christmas Eve I was so afraid of losing you. When they found you alive, I prayed to God 1,000 times, thanking him for not taking you away from me. Then I found out you were pregnant and vowed to stand by your side. When you told me you intended to carry the baby to term, I told myself I couldn't possibly know how you felt. I never once wavered in my support of you, despite you barely acknowledging me all these months. I told myself you'd get better in time. Once you had the baby and it was adopted, I thought you'd find yourself again, and we could go back to the way it was before." "I have found myself," said Rose. "Besides, things could never be the way they were before." "You're keeping the baby? What am I supposed to do with that?" said Max, his voice catching. "I thought we'd get married one day. I'm only 21. I'm going to law school. I can't have a baby now. And if I ever do have kids, I want my own." "I'm sorry you feel that way." "Have you forgotten who the father of this baby is?" "I only care about who the mother is. Me. I'm her mother." "That's it?" said Max. "I get no say in this?" "I'm keeping my daughter. I'm not going to change my mind." Max walked over to the window and looked out. "Do what you need to do, Rose. I can't pretend to know how you feel. I only know how I feel. And I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry." Rose hugged her baby closer as she watched Max turn and leave for the last time. Chapter 10. "I've decided on a name," said Rose on her first evening at home, setting the infant car seat holding the baby on the Grandins' dining room table. She faced her parents. "I want to call her Mary." "That's a pretty name," said her father. "All those old-fashioned names are popular now.
Anne smiled down at her sleeping granddaughter.
What made you pick Mary?
Her life began on Christmas, and I truly believe that Saint Mary, the Mother of God, was looking out for me that night in the park. She protected me, so I could be my daughter's mother. I want to name my baby after her.
Mary's a beautiful name,
said Anne, as she gently lifted the child out of the car seat and held her close. Though Rose's decision to keep the baby had taken her parents by surprise, they had turned their spare yellow bedroom into a nursery, complete with crib, mobile, and changing table. They had even bought an assortment of colorful stuffed animals, including a giant Curious George, Rose's childhood favorite.
With George looking out for you,
whispered Rose, looking down at her sleeping baby that first night.
Nothing will harm you. I promise.
Initially, after learning their daughter intended to keep her baby, Rose's parents had mixed emotions. But once the child was home, all negative feelings and worries were replaced by pure joy. In days, they turned into doting grandparents, fighting over whose turn it was to hold the baby next. They adjusted their work schedules at their real estate company to give their daughter and new granddaughter as much support as needed. Initially worried about the psychological and emotional toll keeping the baby would have on their daughter, Anne and Pete were surprised by Rose's positive transformation. During her pregnancy, Rose had been a shell of the vibrant girl they had known. Once Mary was born and the decision made to keep her, the old, sweet, happy Rosie emerged. The tiny baby had given Rose a purpose and had somehow helped her heal on the inside. That November was the Grandins' first Thanksgiving with the new baby. They kept it low-key, as opposed to the usual large crowds they usually entertained. Only Rose's best friend, Audrey, and an older couple who lived next door were invited. Despite the small gathering, Anne made a beautiful Thanksgiving dinner, and nearly 2-month-old Mary was the center of attention.
"I think she looks like you, Rose," said Audrey, holding the baby at the dining room table. "Don't you think so, Mrs. Grandin?"
"She's got Rosie's dimples, that's for sure," said Anne, smiling at her granddaughter as she set the turkey down in the center of the table. That Thanksgiving, no one said it out loud, but everyone knew that Christmas was now only 4 weeks away. Rose's parents worried that everything leading up to the holiday, the decorations, music, and surrounding festivities, might be a trigger for their daughter.
"Christmas is in 2 weeks," said Anne,
2 weeks later, right after Rose had put the baby down for the night.
"I know. How do you feel about that?"
"I don't know. Numb, I guess." Anne pursed her lips. "Your father and I are worried the holiday will upset you. Maybe we should change it up. What if we went away to someplace warm like the Caribbean or Florida, somewhere that feels totally different from here?"
"We can't run away from Christmas, Mom. Besides, I don't want to travel with the baby yet. She's still so little."
That December, the Grandins kept their Christmas celebrations small, peaceful, and calm. Rose's aunt and uncle, along with their daughter, who was a year younger than Rose, came to stay with them for the holidays. The distraction of the 3 visitors in the house lightened everyone's mood. They all had the same goal: keep Rose busy. Midnight Mass on Christmas Eve would be skipped, as would the Mass on Christmas Day.
"We'll go to church next year,"
said Anne to her husband.
"God will understand."
The Christmas holiday came and went without incident. Midday on December 26th, Rose and her cousin were lounging on the couch in the living room, watching Christmas movies and eating popcorn. Nearby, Claire de Lune softly twinkled from the mobile hanging over Mary's crib. The baby's blue eyes followed the tiny black and white animals as they twirled above her head. The Grandins' house phone rang.
"I see. Thank you for letting us know," said Anne before she hung up.
She walked over to her daughter and sat next to her, a look of worry on her face. "What's wrong? Who was on the phone?" said Rose, sitting up straight. "Rosie," said Anne, her forehead wrinkled. "I need to tell you something." That was Detective Jackson. "There have been 2 more attacks. 2 women in New York." The food in Rose's stomach traveled back up into her throat, and she threw up on the living room rug. 3 hours later, detectives Lynn Jackson and Tina De Silva rang the Grandins' doorbell. A huge evergreen wreath covered with tiny gold ornaments and little red bows hung from a permanent hook on the front door. The heavy snow from the night before made everything look clean, white, and sparkly, as the sun reflected off of the mounds of new powder. Tina shivered and stamped her feet as she and her partner waited for someone to open the door. "It's so damp out. I'm frozen to the bone," said Tina. "You don't dress right. Where are your gloves? You're wearing a spring jacket, that's why you're cold." "Yes, Mother," said Tina, rolling her eyes. "Some of us have a sense of style we need to maintain. Some of us are warm." The door to the Grandin home opened. "Come in, detectives," said Anne. Once inside the blue and cream-colored living room, the police officers took a seat. Rose was on the couch holding the baby, her father seated next to her. "How are you doing, Rose?" said Lynn, sitting directly opposite Rose. The young mother stared at the detective. "I know this whole ordeal has been very difficult for you, but we thought it was important you hear it from us, not on the news." "He's back, isn't he?" Rose held her baby close. "It's him. I know it's him. We're not 100% certain. We got a report of 2 incidents in New York State. But I'd be lying if I didn't say the pattern appears to be the same," said Tina. "There was a sexual assault on Christmas Eve and another assault that resulted in a homicide on Christmas Day. Twice on Christmas." Tears sprung from Rose's eyes. She began to shake so hard that Pete took the baby from her. Anne moved close to her daughter and put an arm around her shoulder. "When are you going to catch him?" Rose said, her voice catching. "Every time I leave my house, I'm afraid. Every single day it's like he's watching me. I can't live like this." "Where exactly did these attacks happen?" said Pete, walking around the room holding Mary, who had started to fuss. "The Christmas Eve attack was in a suburb of New York City, a town similar in size to Cranford," said Tina. "The victim is a married schoolteacher in her early 40s with 3 kids. She was doing some last-minute Christmas shopping and was knocked down in a dark parking lot behind a toy store. She was parked next to a large dumpster. When she left the store with her packages to walk to her car, he grabbed her. The dumpster blocked the security camera's view. According to the local police, no one saw or heard anything." "She's in intensive care right now," said Lynn. "I spoke to the detective working the case. He said that while the victim isn't in great shape, the doctors think she'll pull through." "And the second victim?" asked Pete. "That happened on Christmas Day. Unfortunately, that woman didn't survive," said Lynn. "It was in a small town about 30 miles west of the first attack. This time the perp followed a 58-year-old divorced office manager into her small ranch house. Local cops think the assailant must have been waiting nearby. Their best guess is that once she unlocked her front door, he surprised her and pushed her inside. A neighbor out walking his dog noticed the woman's front door was wide open. He went in to see if everything was all right and found the woman dead in the kitchen." "Why do you think this is the same person who attacked Rose?" said Pete, rocking the baby as he paced. "Because it happened on Christmas?" "That's a factor, but also because the overall MO is the same," said Tina. "The Christmas Eve victim told police that the man placed some kind of fabric sack with a drawstring over her head so she couldn't see. Exactly like what happened to you, Rose. He beat her up pretty badly and sexually assaulted her." "We'd like to have a private conversation with Rose," said Lynn,
giving her partner a look. Once Rose's parents left the room with the baby, Lynn and Tina sat on the couch on either side of the young woman. Lynn started. Sometimes it's hard to talk about these kinds of things when parents are in the room. Are you really okay, Rose? Is there anything you wanted to ask us? Rose looked into Lynn's eyes. Why are you so sure it's the same person who attacked me? Maybe there are two different attackers. Because the first victim told the police before she passed out, she heard him singing Silent Night. Sitting on his bed in a dimly lit room, a man with bright blue eyes flipped through the pages of a month-old newspaper. Nearing the last page, he noticed a story about a string of Christmas rapes and murders that had been going on for years. Towards the end of the article, something caught his eye. One of the victims in Connecticut had survived, and 9 months later had a baby. A girl. Chapter 11. 2010. The year after Mary's birth was filled with joy and firsts. Over time, the Grandin family fell into a comfortable routine, hardly remembering what it was like before Mary arrived. Pete and Anne rejigged their schedules so Rose could go back to Yukon and finish her degree. Fair-haired, round-eyed little Mary was a calm and easy baby. She had inherited her mother's good looks and became her grandparents' pride and joy. "Mom, you have to put her down once in a while," Rose said with a smile. "She'll never learn how to walk if you always pick her up and carry her everywhere." "Babies can't have too much love. I never put you down, and you somehow learned how to walk." Returning to school and resuming her old life proved more difficult than Rose and her parents had anticipated. Often fearful and anxious, Rose would break into a sweat if she found herself alone in an elevator with a strange man or passed a stranger on the street. Several times she had to leave campus because of a panic attack. "I thought I was going to die, Mom," said Rose as she burst into the house and ran over to her mother. As Anne wrapped her arms around Rose, she felt her daughter's heart pounding through her chest. "Dad and I've been talking about it. We want you to start seeing a therapist again," said Anne. "I know you think you're fine, but what you went through last year, that's a lot for anyone to handle. You've always been strong, but even strong people need support. I'm going to make an appointment for you." A week later, Rose sat across from Dr. Gary Geller, a 50-something licensed social worker and therapist who specialized in trauma and PTSD. Geller was highly recommended by local law enforcement because of his work with war veterans, helping them cope with the aftermath and atrocities of combat. "Your mother sent me copies of the police and hospital reports. I read through them last night," said Dr. Geller. "I'm sorry for what you went through. It must have been an awful time. Is there something in particular that prompted you to come see me now?" "There have been a lot of changes in my life over a short period of time. 2 years ago, I was just a college student with my whole life ahead of me. I had a boyfriend, a social life, and was involved in a bunch of clubs at Yukon. I spent weekends being silly with my friends and sang in the church choir. Then my whole life changed. I don't handle things very well now, and I've been having panic attacks." "You've had a significant trauma, and that can bring enormous amounts of stress and anxiety. What you're feeling now is normal. Nobody goes through what you did and goes right back to their old life. You've had a lot to digest." Rose nodded. "At first, when I found out I was pregnant, I was horrified and terrified. All I could think about was getting it out of my body. Then I realized I was carrying a life in my belly. Regardless of how it got there, it was still a life. That's when I decided to have the baby and give it up for adoption," said Rose. "But when I saw her, she was so real, I just couldn't.
She was my daughter. It was suddenly so clear to me. Out of all the horrible darkness and pain, I had been given an incredible gift. My beautiful little girl.
I understand. Tell me when you're most fearful and anxious.
Sometimes it's paralyzing, Rose said, wiping away a tear and taking measured, deep breaths. Last week I was walking in the parking lot at Yukon. It was late in the day and the sun was going down. I noticed someone was walking behind me. A man. And adrenaline started racing through my body. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I ran to my car as fast as I could and locked all the doors. I curled up into a ball on the front seat. I couldn't breathe. I thought I would suffocate. I stayed like that until I heard the man get into another car and drive away. It took another 30 minutes before I could move. I've episodes like that all the time. I also worry that I might freak out when I'm alone with my daughter. What if I'm driving and Mary's in the car and I lose it and have an accident? What if my fear puts my daughter in danger? That's why I'm here. After working with Dr. Geller, the following September, Rose was able to go back to school part-time with far fewer panic incidents. In October, little Mary Grandin turned 1. Her grandparents threw a big bash to celebrate her first birthday. Friends and relatives, along with some other young moms from Rose's Mommy and Me class, attended. Anne hired a clown who mainly terrified the toddlers, prompting Pete to ask him to leave early. Sitting in her high chair, wearing a pointy party hat with an elastic band under her chin, Mary had her first taste of birthday cake and wound up wearing more than she ate. Once the baby's birthday had come and gone, the new hot topic around the Grandin house was what Mary should be for Halloween. Every year there was a big parade in Cranford, with moms, dads, babies, kids, grandparents, and even dogs dressed in costume. After weeks of debate, Rose decided Mary would be a bumblebee and purchased a tiny black and yellow costume with a wiggly antenna hat. With everyone in full costumes, the Grandins, along with Auntie Audrey, marched in the parade, Rose pushing her little bumblebee in the stroller. At last, everything was falling into a normal place. That Thanksgiving, the crowd at the Grandins was a little larger than the solemn year before. Mary had her first taste of Thanksgiving turkey, and everyone agreed she was the spitting image of her mother. "She's gotten so big," said Audrey, as she and Rose followed the newly mobile Mary, who walked from room to room, looking for trouble. "Look at her go! She's so steady on her feet. She may have Olympic potential." "She hardly crawled," said Rose. "She slithered around on the floor for a while, and one day she pushed herself up. A few days later she was walking. Now she runs." "My granddaughter is clearly advanced," said Anne with a laugh. "Why waste time crawling when you can get up and walk?" After the long Thanksgiving weekend, Anne pulled out dozens of boxes of Christmas ornaments and decorations from the basement. Every year, except for the previous one, she had turned the Grandin home into a Christmas wonderland. By December 15th, the entire Grandin house was usually lit up and staged for the holiday. Determined to get things back to normal, this year Anne had pulled out all the stops. Rose looked around the decorated house. "Everything looks beautiful, Mom." Standing on a step stool, Anne let go of the string of garland she was hanging on the dining room chandelier and faced her daughter. "How are you doing?" she said. "What do you mean? I'm fine, Mom." "Talk to me, Rosie." "I'm still a little nervous," said Rose. "I never know when the feeling is going to overwhelm me. I could be doing something normal that has nothing to do with what happened. Then suddenly, I'm right back in Harbor Park. Dr. Geller says I need to put the bad stuff away in a compartment and focus on the good. He's been helping me put things into perspective. What happened to me was awful, and I can't change that. But out of all that misery and pain, I've been given the greatest gift. I have my daughter, and for that I'm so grateful." Anne gave her daughter a hug. "Remember that Dr. Seuss quote?" said Rose. "When something bad happens, you have 3 choices. You can either let it define you, let it destroy you, or you can let it strengthen you. Well, I choose strength." Rose's sage words brought tears to her mother's eyes. "I'm supposed to be the one teaching you," said Anne. "Instead, I learn something from you every day." That Christmas Eve, the Grandins kept it small and quiet. A few cousins from out of town came by for a simple dinner. No midnight mass, still too soon. When the last relative left at a little after 10:30 p.m., the house was finally quiet. Christmas lights twinkled in all corners of the house. Mounds of colorful packages wrapped with ribbons and bows were neatly stacked under the tree. After everything was cleaned up, all the Grandins went to bed because the next day was Christmas. 16 people were coming for dinner, including Father Heaney. "Might I ask you a favor?" Father Heaney had said to Anne after Mass the week before. "I'm so looking forward to joining your family for Christmas dinner. However, I got word from the bishop that there will be a new priest joining us here at St. Benedict's. His name is Father Thomas Villain. He was supposed to arrive in mid-January, but the plans changed. Now he'll be arriving on Christmas Eve. It wouldn't be right to leave him alone on Christmas. Would it be all right if I brought him along to your house?" "Father, 2 priests on Christmas is double the blessing," said Anne, beaming with pride. "Of course, Father Villain is more than welcome." Chapter 12. 45-year-old Lenny LaFan had worked as a crime reporter for some of the biggest newspapers in New York City. When his wife was pregnant with their second child, she convinced him they should move up to safe and secure Connecticut to raise their kids. Lenny put out his feelers and landed a job covering the police and crime beat for the prestigious Connecticut Advocate, a large regional newspaper with a readership of over 500,000. Working in the Advocate's Cranford office for 15 years, Lenny brought his New York street smarts to the relatively quiet New England City paper, giving their crime coverage an urban edge. Lenny was brash, dogged, and intuitive. He used his big teddy bear physique to his advantage by disarming most people. He was actually a velvet hammer. Like most New York reporters, Lenny was trained to follow a story until he found answers. If you were involved in any kind of criminal activity, you didn't want Lenny sniffing around your yard. On the night Rose Grandin was attacked, Lenny had slipped out of his family Christmas Eve party after receiving a tip that a local college student had gone missing. He wrote his first piece about the case 20 minutes after Rose was found unconscious in Harbor Park. Closely following the story over the years, he hadn't given up, and he still wanted answers. After Rose Grandin's 2008 assault, the case took a turning point. Until 2007, each crime had been handled as a one-off and investigated on a strictly local level. It was only after the Christmas attacks in Rhode Island in 2007 that a low-level FBI analyst started making some connections. She noticed a number of seemingly random attacks across the Northeast had similarities. Searching by date and time and overlaying it across multiple states, the pieces started coming together. That FBI analyst notified her superiors, and soon after, the FBI issued a nationwide request to individual municipalities. When all the data came back, the Bureau changed the case classification. They had a serial killer on their hands, and he was a moving target. Once the attack happened in his hometown of Cranford, Lenny latched onto the story, writing a series of investigative articles for his paper.
He dissected every double attack, starting with the first documented incident in the state of Maine in 2003. By creating a timeline all the way up to Rose Grandin in 2008, Lenny's articles drew parallels and similarities, building a solid and terrifying case that chilled the public. He was one of the first newsmen to cover the case and planned to stay on it until the bitter end. The Connecticut Advocate, December 31st, 2008. Lenny LaFan, staff reporter. For years, innocent women have been attacked and killed in different northeastern states on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Now, the unthinkable has happened in Connecticut, right here in our beautiful city of Cranford. Originally thought to be unconnected, law enforcement now believes that there have been 2 crimes committed every year during the Christmas holidays, going back to 2003. The victims have all been female and of various ages. Police now say it's highly likely this is the work of a single serial killer, and the perpetrator may have gone undetected for many years. Based on the emerging geographic pattern of the crimes, it appears that the killer is moving south along the eastern seaboard of the United States. Given the existing pattern, the FBI believes the assailant could strike again, possibly in New York State. According to my sources, the FBI considers this person to be highly dangerous and has dubbed him the Kringle Killer because, after Lenny's piece ran in The Advocate at the end of 2008, it was picked up by newspapers and cable news stories all over the country. Not long after, Lenny received a visit from the FBI. "Mr. LaFan, the FBI is trying to keep a lid on the Kringle story," said Special Agent Joe Falco, who presented more like a Don from a low-budget mafia movie than a member of law enforcement. "Your article has started a bit of a public panic. We can't have that. Making predictions about where killings might occur in the future is both reckless and frankly unhelpful." "Look at the map," Lenny said, with the bravado of a man convinced he's right. "You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see Kringle's going to hit New York the next holiday season. It's pretty obvious he's heading south." "We're unofficially asking you not to spread unsubstantiated theories," said Falco's partner, Napoleon Keyes. "In my mind, they're not unsubstantiated," said Lenny. "My take? The FBI has been asleep at the wheel." Recognizing LaFan was a loose cannon with a big megaphone vis-a-vis his weekly column, Falco and Keyes cut a deal with the reporter. Lenny tightened the lid on all of his conspiracy theories, and in return, the FBI would keep him in the loop. Lenny kept part of the bargain by toning his rhetoric down, but clung to his conspiracy theories. He was even invited onto CNN to discuss it. "Something tells me this isn't over," Lenny had said to the CNN anchor. "Kringle is still out there, and mark my words, unless that psycho gets hit by a bus, he'll be back on Christmas, right around the time people are dishing out the eggnog. I'm speaking out to warn women on the East Coast not to be complacent. This lunatic is on a mission. Next Christmas, every woman needs to be on her guard." Lenny's theories and his appearances in the news waned over time. When the November 2009 holiday season commenced, chatter about the murders on the internet picked up again. As Christmas approached, certain he was right, Lenny wrote another op-ed for The Advocate, sounding the alarm. Sadly, Lenny's prediction was proven correct. In December 2009, 2 women were attacked in New York State. Instead of simply informing the public about the potential danger, Lenny's articles caused the public to panic. Thousands of bogus tips and phone calls up and down the East Coast came pouring in that Christmas and the weeks after. None of them resulted in bringing the police any closer to the killer. And now, it was another year later. Chapter 13. That Christmas morning in 2010, Rose heard Mary crying in her crib a little before 6 a.m. Exhausted, she dragged herself to Mary's room. The baby was standing up in her crib and stopped crying when Rose entered her room.
"Can't you sleep until 7 once in a while?" said a sleepy Rose.
She picked up her daughter and changed her wet diaper. Then she brought the baby back into bed with her, hoping she might catch just a little more sleep. It worked for a few minutes, but soon Mary began to squirm.
"All right, miss," said Rose, looking at her daughter. "You've succeeded. I'm awake. Merry Christmas.
Let's go downstairs and see what Santa brought for you." Rose put on her bathrobe and picked up her daughter. When she got to the top of the stairs, Anne poked her head out of her bedroom.
"Is it officially Christmas? Are we up for the day?" said her mother, rubbing her eyes and yawning.
Rose looked down at her daughter's smiling face.
"Looks like it. This little girl is wide awake. When you were 6, you woke us up at 3 in the morning one Christmas," said Anne. "Put the coffee on, we'll be down in a minute. And don't open anything until we're there. I want to take pictures."
Downstairs in the kitchen, Rose placed the baby in the motorized swing while she made a pot of coffee and warmed some baby food in the microwave. Taking out a large glass plate, she filled it with some of the homemade Christmas cookies she and her mother had painstakingly baked and decorated. While Mary chattered happily in her swing, Rose brought the dish of treats into the living room and placed it on the table nearest the tree. It was a Grandin family tradition to open presents on Christmas morning while drinking coffee and eating Christmas cookies and candy canes. Each holding a mug, Pete and Anne joined Rose and Mary by the tree. Classical Christmas music recorded by the New York Philharmonic played on the radio as they passed around their gifts. Most of the packages were for Mary. Friends and relatives from all over the country had sent baby clothes and toys. Rose had bought Mary a beautiful red velvet Christmas dress with white and green accents and black tights. Pete and Anne got Mary a play kitchen complete with food and utensils, 4 dolls, a play telephone, and a dozen different outfits, each one more adorable than the next.
"You spent too much," Rose said.
"I read in the grandparents' handbook that we're allowed to spoil her," said Pete, picking up the little girl and getting down on the floor to show her how to play with the rainbow xylophone they had just opened. Putting the mallet in her hand, he helped her hit the colored metal bars to make sounds. Soon, the baby was banging away happily.
"Now you've done it," said Rose, putting her hands over her ears. "There will never be silence in this house again." Reaching under the tree, Anne fished out a tiny silver box with a big blue bow. The gift tag said, "Rosie." She handed it to her daughter.
"What's this?" said Rose, smiling suspiciously as she shook the small box. "Open it and see," said Pete, shouting over Mary's frenetic banging. Rose untied the bow and ripped off the silver wrapping paper, revealing a plain white box. She shook it again and narrowed her eyes.
"It feels too heavy for jewelry, and makes too much noise to be a necklace or a pair of earrings." She lifted the lid. It was a key. A car key.
"What?" she said, her mouth dropping open. "You got me a car?"
Anne smiled. "Follow me," she said as she got up.
Pete picked up the baby and the 4 of them went to the door in the kitchen that connected to the garage. With a fanfare, Anne pushed the door open and switched on the light. Inside the 2-car garage, parked next to her mother's green Subaru, was a brand-new royal blue Honda Civic with a big red bow tied on the hood.
"For me?" said Rose, her mouth wide open.
"My own car?" "You're going to school and working. It seemed like it made sense," said her father. "We hoped it would make Christmas a happy time for you again. You used to love the season so much." Once in the driver's seat, Rose rolled down the window and looked around the interior. "That's why you didn't pull your car into the garage last night," she said. "I have very tricky parents."
While Rose took her new car out for a Christmas morning spin, Anne did a careful inventory of her dining room table. The long wooden tavern table was topped with a gold runner placed over a cream-colored tablecloth. Under each white and gold china plate was a red metallic plate holder. Red napkins were neatly folded next to the plates, and 3 sets of tall, dark green candles nestled in brass candle holders surrounded by mistletoe lined the center of the table. With 2 priests coming for Christmas dinner, Anne had pulled out all the stops and used her very best china and crystal. This Christmas was going to be an extra special holy event. 7 hours later, shortly before the guests were due to arrive, Anne placed a green and gold Christmas cracker filled with prizes and jokes at the center of each plate. It was a tradition they started after she, Pete, and Rose had spent a Christmas in London and been charmed by the British tradition. Ever since, Christmas crackers had become a part of their annual holiday party. Finally, everything was in its proper place, and dinner was cooking in the oven. Anne took a deep breath and poured herself a congratulatory glass of white wine while waiting for the first guest to arrive. Rose brought little Mary, dressed in her new Christmas outfit, down the stairs and joined her mother. "Mary looks adorable in that dress," said Anne as the doorbell rang. "Someone's here." Within 20 minutes, the house was full of people. Hors d'oeuvres were passed around. Wine was decanted. Traditional red, white, and green ribbon candy, along with dark chocolate and peppermint Christmas bark, was laid out in bowls all around the living room. The sound of laughter, chatter, and clinking glasses filled the air as orchestral Christmas music played softly in the background. "Father Verlaine," said Pete to the young blue-eyed priest he was meeting for the first time, "I hear you arrived in Cranford just last night." "That's right," said the young priest. "I'd been working in a parish in Hanover, Massachusetts for the past 2 years. "You'll like it here in Cranford, Father," said Rose. "It's a very friendly place. Everyone loves Father Heaney." "So I hear," said the young priest, looking around at the cheerful crowd and winking at Rose. The young mother smiled back as little hands tugged around her legs. Bending over, she picked up the little girl dressed in red, green, and gold. "Father, this is my daughter Mary." "She looks very elegant in her Christmas dress," said the young priest, smiling as he gently touched the little girl's blonde hair. "What a pretty little girl she is." When everyone was seated for dinner, Anne asked the 2 priests to say grace. Father Heaney started and asked Father Verlaine to finish. "And finally, I'd like to offer special thanks to the Grandins for the warm welcome on my first Christmas here in Cranford." The conversation at the table was upbeat and lively as the guests enjoyed Anne's spectacular Christmas spread. "Rose is quite an accomplished artist," said Father Heaney to the young priest sitting next to him, causing Rose to blush. "I even have one of her paintings in my private office. It's a landscape of St. Benedict's. Remind me to show it to you. It's quite exceptional." Father Verlaine looked at Rose. "I'd very much like to see it." "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," she said. "I'm not very good." "My daughter is being modest," said Anne. "If she won't crow about it, I have no shame. I will. She's an amazing artist." "Mom," said Rose, burying her head in her hands, "you're embarrassing me." "Rose," said Father Verlaine, who had been mainly quiet throughout the dinner, "in my previous parish in Massachusetts, I started and ran an after-school art program for younger children. I thought I might try something like that here in Cranford. I'm not an artist myself, I just know how to run a good program. Would you have any interest in helping me to get it going?" Rose looked over at the young priest and smiled. "If it works with my school and work schedule, I'd be honored." At 8:30, when the last of the visitors had left, Rose carried an exhausted Mary to bed
and then helped her parents disassemble the holiday dining room. After they had cleaned up most of the mess, the three sat together in the living room to catch their collective breaths.
"You made it through the day," said Anne, looking directly at her daughter. "You okay?"
"I did make it through, didn't I?" said Rose, smiling. "With all the people around, there is no time for me to dwell on the negative stuff."
"Things will only get better from here, you'll see," said Anne.
"On another note, Father Verlaine seems nice, don't you think?
He's so young.
Can't be more than 30.
"He's 34, said Pete.
"You didn't give him the 3rd degree, did you?" said his wife, pursing her lips.
"Whenever you meet someone new, you act like an investigative reporter." "It's true, Dad, you act like you're a journalist on assignment," said Rose, giggling.
"Anyway," said Pete, "Father Verlaine grew up somewhere in Florida and went into the seminary right after high school. He told me he got his college degree in theology and psychology. Then he was posted at a few different parishes in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and now here in Connecticut."
"Sounds like a lot of moving around," said Anne. "Father Heaney's been at St. Benedict's for nearly 30 years.
"Maybe they move the younger priests around and let them stay in one place once they get to a certain age," said her husband. "I liked Father Verlaine. He's a quiet man, but thoughtful."
"I doubt he'll ever set foot in our house again after being grilled by you," said Anne, winking at her daughter. The day after Christmas was cold but sunny. At 11 that morning, there was a knock on the front door. Rose opened it. "Merry Christmas, Rose," said Lynn Jackson, standing next to her partner. "May we come in?" Rose's stomach flipped several times and sweat beaded on her upper lip as she led the 2 police officers into the living room. "Mom," she shouted. "Dad, the police are here." Anne and Pete rushed in from the kitchen.
"What's going on?"
said Rose in almost a whisper.
"We wanted you to hear this from us," said Tina. "We got a report there were 2 more Christmas attacks. This time it happened in 2 small towns in Pennsylvania."
"On Christmas Eve?"
said Rose.
"Just like before, one on the 24th and the other on the 25th, said Tina. "The first woman survived, but the second died."
"The surviving woman has been put into a medically induced coma," said Lynn. "They're not sure she's going to make it." Still standing, Rose grabbed for the back of the couch to steady herself.
"This can't be happening again,"
she said, as tears trickled out of her eyes.
"I'll never feel safe. Why can't you catch him?"
"Look, this isn't an excuse, but before the FBI got involved, each of the independent police departments was operating in a vacuum," said Lynn. "Now we've established a coordinated effort between local, state, and federal law enforcement. I promise you we'll get him. It just hasn't happened yet."
"Until recently, we thought the attacks had started only a few years ago. But the FBI just found something new," said Tina.
"It appears that there was a similar crime in Littleton, Florida, about 13 years ago."
"You're telling us now that this has been going on for 13 years?
said Pete, getting upset. "It's only a theory. The FBI isn't fully convinced of that," said Lynn. "They think it's possible the first attack in Florida in 1997 was a one-off and not connected. Of course, they haven't ruled out the possibility that it's the same person."
"Did the Florida attack happen on Christmas?"
asked Rose.
"Yes," said Lynn.
"According to the reports, a woman in her 40s was strangled and beaten to death inside of her own house. The woman was known to local police as a drug user who routinely fraternized with unsavory characters. The police have never made an arrest on her murder. It was assumed the woman's death was drug-related. Now, with the new crimes, they're thinking maybe not."
"But I thought the person who attacked me and the others always did it twice on Christmas," said Rose.
"If it is the same person," said Lynn, "his pattern may not have been established earlier on.
Some killers start out randomly and settle into a routine over time. Sometimes the violence escalates. According to the National Police Database, after that single murder in Florida, there were no other Christmas attacks that fit the profile for 6 years, said Tina. We think his current pattern started about 7 years ago, in 2003.
If it's the same person, Pete said, why was there a 6-year gap after the first murder in Florida?
We don't know. Could be anything, said Lynn. He could have been in jail. That's the most likely scenario. People who commit violent crimes don't typically lead exemplary lives. Model citizens usually don't get up one morning and suddenly go out and kill people. Maybe he got himself into therapy for a while, or was in a romantic relationship that kept his impulses in check. Hard to say. If it's the same man, something or someone stopped him for a period of time. Then something set him off again. Rose clenched her jaw, trying to hold back the tears. Rose, last year you asked us to keep you informed if anything happens, said Tina. Do you still feel that way? Or is it too upsetting? Rose nodded. It tears me up inside, but I want to know. It would be worse not knowing. Chapter 14 2011 2 months after meeting Rose at the Grandins' Christmas dinner, Father Villain stopped her in the vestibule of the church after Sunday Mass to share some news. He had received approval and funding from the Archdiocese to start the children's art program he had talked about. He wanted to launch it at the end of March. I was thinking of holding the classes on Wednesday afternoons at 4:30, said the priest. Would that day and time work for you? It would be great to have someone as talented as you teaching the kids the basics. Rose smiled and nodded. What a relief, said the priest with a big grin. I was afraid you might have had a change of heart. Then it would have been only me with the kids, and I'm not remotely artistic. Rose committed to teaching the classes, providing she could bring Mary along with her. Of course, bring Mary. We'd love to have her, said Father Villain. The more the merrier. I bet she's got a little of her mother's talent and will put us all to shame. See you in 3 weeks. And Rose, thank you very much. St. Benedict's after-school art program held its first session in the church basement with 14 students between the ages of 7 and 11. Using several apples, oranges, and a pitcher, Rose strategically backlit a fruit tableau, creating pronounced shadows. After explaining the basics of a still life, she passed out pastels and paper and walked around the room checking on each child. Some kids didn't grasp the assignment, but she noticed a few were rather good. James, said Rose to a 7-year-old boy whose picture of apples and oranges looked more like blue and purple worms. That's very creative. I haven't seen blue apples before, but I love them. The tiny boy looked up at her and sheepishly smiled. Good work, James, said Father Villain, coming up behind them, giving Rose a wink. I've always wondered what a blue apple tastes like. The blue ones are the oranges, said the little boy. Ah, of course. My mistake, said the priest with a smile. At 6 o'clock, the once quiet room turned into a beehive while the children helped clean up the workspace before their parents arrived. What do you think? Our first day looks like a success to me, said Father Villain, looking around at the room full of smiling kids. I think you're right, said Rose. This program will do so much for the community. It's going to be even better than the one I ran at my last parish or the one before that. Sounds like you've moved around a lot, said Rose. Do all priests change locations so often? A small girl across the room was having trouble opening the supply closet door. You have to lift the latch, Maria, the priest called out. Don't pull on the door, you'll break it. Thank you. Father Heaney's been at St. Benedict's for as long as I can remember, said Rose. How does the church decide where priests go? How come you moved so much when Father Heaney always stays in one place? So many questions. I didn't mean to pry, said Rose, blushing.
They're good questions, said Father Villain. It's like finding the right job, company, or partner. My last post wasn't the right fit for me. A priest has to find the right parish and community for him.
I never thought about it that way, but it makes total sense.
Father Villain didn't share the fact that it wasn't he who had decided he should leave the parishes in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Those decisions had been made for him. He had been relocated by the church after a series of issues. When 18-year-old Thomas Villain was nearing his high school graduation, he found himself at a crossroads. Though his foster family had been reasonably nice and kind, they offered no financial help with regards to college tuition or even post-high school lodging. Basically, once the government stopped paying them, Thomas was on his own. Given the cost, college appeared out of the question. Because of his strong religious beliefs, the military also was not an option. Raised Catholic, he went to his local parish priest to discuss his predicament and hopefully get some sound advice. "So that's my story, Father. I don't know what to do," said young Thomas Villain, visibly uncomfortable after baring his soul to the priest. "I don't have any money, and my foster family's made it clear that I have to leave when I graduate from high school. That's coming in a few months. Social services stop paying when I turn 18. Always on the lookout for new recruits, the old priest took a shot. "Thomas, you've been a regular member of our community here. Have you ever considered the clergy?" "What?" said the surprised young man. "The priesthood, Thomas. Have you ever given that any thought?" Thomas shook his head. "You seem like a fairly devout young man to me. You should think about it," said the old priest. "The Catholic Church can do a lot for you. We'll give you a home, a salary, food, and education, not to mention friendship and camaraderie." "I don't think that's the right direction for me, Father," said Thomas. "Life in the clergy would provide you with a purpose, Thomas. Some say it's a calling," said the old priest. "The church might be the answer to your prayers." Not wanting a life of minimum wage jobs and unwilling to put on a military uniform and carry a gun, Thomas did a little homework. He learned the barrier to entry into a religious order was pretty low. Catholic priest enrollment had radically declined in the United States and around the world for the previous 50 years. With a dwindling supply of priests globally, it looked like he would be eagerly welcomed into an order and offered a college education for free. Once Thomas had it all figured out, he came up with a plan on how to work the system to his advantage. He had to be out of his foster house in less than 60 days. He really wanted a college education, but had no money. If he joined an order, he'd get his degree paid for by the church. After he graduated, he'd give the priest thing a try for a month or two. If he didn't like it, he'd quit, but would still have his degree for free. From Thomas Villain's almost 18-year-old perspective, he had come up with a brilliant plan. The next day, he accepted the priest's offer, and the wheels were set in motion. Thomas Villain would do 4 years at a Catholic college, 2 months of priesting or brothering, and then he'd resign. Nearly 16 years later, Thomas was still a priest, and nobody was more surprised than he was. He attended a Catholic college and lived with the other priests and student priests and brothers. Eventually, he changed his mind about leaving the priesthood. The privilege of his position and access to certain things he wanted or needed took on more importance. He discovered he wasn't willing to give them up. Chapter 15. 2013. Mary's first 4 years brought many changes and adjustments to Rose and her family. Now 25, Rose had gone back to school and completed her undergraduate degree. Continuing on for her master's in social work, she took a few credits each semester while working part-time in her parents' real estate business. The flexible schedule gave her enough time for school and to take care of her daughter.
Despite the horrific events in her past, her life had become relatively quiet and organized. Mary had been an easy baby, and outside of school and work, Rose was 100% focused on being a good mother. Relieved that their daughter had moved forward with her life after such an awful tragedy, Anne and Pete finally relaxed. Everyone had settled into their new roles, and Rose appeared to be more like her old self in almost every way, except one. She wanted nothing to do with men. Any socializing was only with old girlfriends, but no one new was let into her inner circle, and no one male.
"I was talking to Beverly Olmsted the other day," said Anne nonchalantly as she washed some dishes in the kitchen sink. "You remember her son, Andrew? I think he was 2 years ahead of you in school."
"I don't remember him," said Rose, half listening while texting with Audrey.
"Beverly said that Andrew's been living in California, but he just got a new job here in Connecticut and moved home recently."
"Uh-huh."
"He doesn't know anyone here in Cranford anymore. I thought it might be nice if you showed him around a little. Maybe grab a coffee?"
Rose looked up from her phone and stared at her mother.
"Mom, are you trying to fix me up?" "No. Beverly was worried that her son had no friends here, so I suggested that you—"
"I'm really busy," said Rose, pursing her lips.
"You could carve out 30 minutes to meet him for a coffee. It would be a nice thing to do."
A week later, Rose waited impatiently for Andrew Olmsted in a Starbucks at a strip mall in Cranford. Andrew, tall and dark-haired, wearing jeans and a blue and white check shirt, opened the front door of the coffee shop. He looked around, spotted Rose sitting alone, and walked over to her. "Rose?" he said with a smile. She nodded and smiled back. "It was nice of you to meet me, considering we both know our mothers were playing Cupid," he said as he pulled up a chair. "To be clear, I had no part in it. My mother is obsessed with me meeting someone." Rose let out a breath as Andrew walked over to the counter to order a coffee. "Guess we're on the same page. Maybe he's not so bad." "I told my mother I was perfectly capable of finding my own friends and girlfriends," he said as he sat down at the table with his latte. "When my mother gets an idea in her head, she's relentless. Honestly, she wore me down, and here I am."
"Sounds exactly like my house," said Rose. "My mom badgered and guilted me for an entire week about you."
Andrew smiled as he held up his coffee cup as a toast. "You seem nice, and it was kind of you to show up. Now that we've met, I'd like to say that I'm glad my mother was so insistent," he said, grinning and looking into her eyes, which made her blush. For the next 45 minutes, their conversation flowed effortlessly. They discovered they had a few friends in common from Cranford and discussed their future career plans. Rose even did a little gushing about Mary and showed him some pictures. "I hate to say it," said Andrew after an hour, checking the time on his phone. "I've got a dentist appointment in 20 minutes.
I've got to pick up my daughter from school now anyway."
They shook hands and agreed to meet again for lunch one day. That evening, Anne was waiting by the front door when Rose got home.
"How long have you been standing there?"
said Rose, with a little smile as she walked right past her mother towards the kitchen.
"Well?"
"He was nice."
"I knew you'd like him."
"He was nice, that's all," Rose shouted from the kitchen. As Anne followed her daughter, 4-year-old Mary, her head full of blonde curls, ran past them both and out the back door to the swing set in the yard.
"Mommy! Mommy, come outside and push me!"
she yelled from the swings. Rose cracked open the back door. "Aunt Audrey's coming over soon. When she gets here, we'll both come out and give you a push." 20 minutes later, carrying a pitcher of lemonade and some plastic glasses, Audrey and Rose sat at the backyard picnic table, while Mary busied herself in the yard. "So, how was the date?" said Audrey, raising both eyebrows. Rose made a tisking sound with her tongue. "It wasn't a date." "Really? You like him? I can see it on your face," said Audrey with a devilish smile. On the far side of the large backyard, Mary was playing with something in the grass.
Aunt Audrey's here, Rose yelled to her daughter. Hi, Aunt Audrey, said Mary, without turning around.
Hey, Mary, Audrey shouted. Are you going to come over and give your favorite aunt a kiss?
Later,
said the 4-year-old, still looking at the ground. Clearly she's very excited about my visit, said Audrey with a laugh.
Don't mind her, said Rose, letting out a sigh. She's in merry world right now. Sometimes I worry, though.
She's only 4.
I know, but she...
Rose peered at her daughter and stood.
What the hell is she doing over there?
She said as she walked across the lawn towards the little girl.
Mary, come say hello to your Aunt Audrey. What's so fascinating down there in the dirt? I'm smashing their houses, said her daughter. Now they can't come out anymore.
Rose looked down. Mary was standing over an active ant colony with several dozen ant holes surrounded by little piles of dirt. Her daughter was systematically stepping on the ants and wiping away the holes with her shoes.
Don't do that, said Rose sharply. Why would you want to hurt the poor little ants? They didn't do anything to you. I don't like them. I want them gone. Mary Grandin, those ants have as much right to be here as you do, said her mother. God created all of us. Now stop that right now and come over and say hello to Audrey.
While Andrew Olmsted reacquainted himself with Connecticut, he and Rose met up several more times. He was easy to be with, and she appreciated his intelligence and occasional self-deprecating humor. As long as it stayed platonic, she was happy to get together with him. Her life was full, she told herself. She had school assignments and houses to show. Taking care of Mary was her main priority. A boyfriend didn't fit into her carefully crafted narrative. She wasn't ready for men yet, and she wasn't sure she ever would be.
Have you seen Andrew lately? Anne said one evening during dinner. Mom, I've got school, Mary, and work. My plate is really full. The art program I'm doing with Father Villain takes up the remainder of my spare time.
The St. Benedict's art program had become a hot ticket in their county.
There are 9 kids on the waiting list for our program, Rose had said to Father Villain one Wednesday before class.
I wish we could take them all, but it would be too chaotic if we allowed more kids, said the priest as he gently placed paper and paints on the long tables.
Mary loves coming here, don't you, Mary? Said Rose, loud enough for her daughter, who was coloring quietly across the room, to hear. Mary, said Rose a second time, tell Father how much you like this art class. Lost in her drawing, Mary didn't respond. Rose rolled her eyes and sighed as she placed a paintbrush next to one of the place settings.
It's our art class, said the priest. I'm only the administrator. You're the artist in residence. Without me here, the class would be the same. Without you, there would be no class. Father Villain walked over to Mary and looked down at her picture. The child had drawn a series of jagged red, yellow, and orange lines. It's very colorful, said the priest, squatting down next to the little girl. What's it a picture of?
It's a secret,
whispered the little girl, adding more lines to her picture. A secret? Won't you tell me what it is? The priest whispered, his face right next to hers. I'm a priest. Everyone tells me their secrets. I promise I won't tell a soul.
Not even Mommy?
The priest looked across the room at Rose cleaning brushes for the upcoming class and moved closer to Mary. Not even Mommy, he whispered into the little girl's ear. What's it a picture of?
My house.
What's all the red and yellow around it?
It's a secret.
Chapter 16 2013 On Christmas morning, after Mary had opened all of her presents from Santa, her grandmother took her hand and led her to the door to the garage. Mary, I think Santa might have left one of your presents in the garage, said Anne in a sing-song voice.
Another present for me?
said the little girl with a puzzled half-smile.
"Let's go and see."
Anne opened the garage door in the kitchen and flipped on the light. Anne and Pete had bought their granddaughter one of those small electric cars she could drive along the sidewalk by herself. When Mary saw the pink and purple car, she let out a squeal.
"I saw it on TV!"
shouted the little girl as she climbed in. "Looks like you have a hit, Mom," said Rose, stepping into the garage, smiling.
"I saw her watching the commercial for this one day," said Anne. "She couldn't stop talking about it. It cost a fortune, but I couldn't resist. It's nice to see her so happy."
Working on Christmas Day, Lynn and Tina were at their desks. It had been a mercifully quiet holiday season. The two women were taking advantage of the downtime and catching up on their end-of-the-year paperwork. "What's a 9-letter word for worm?" said Tina to her partner. "Centipede," said Lynn, without looking up, accustomed to Tina's random word puzzle questions. "Good one," said Tina, scribbling with her pen. "See, you're better at this than you thought. You should do crosswords, Lynn. They're very relaxing. You really need to decompress." "I'll get right on it." "Although I prefer the jumbles myself," said Tina, moving on to the jumble puzzle on the next page of the newspaper. "I know I'll be sorry I asked, but what the hell's a jumble again?" Tina rubbed her hands together. "I've told you 50 times, a jumble is a word puzzle using scrambled letters like an anagram. People say I'm a jumble savant." "Shouldn't you be finishing up your paperwork instead of doing puzzles? Don't you have a date tonight?" Tina put her newspaper to the side. "I do, but I'm really not that into him," she said as she turned her attention to her expense report. For the next 10 minutes they worked in silence until Lynn's phone rang. It was the FBI. Kringle was back. After 2 years with no attacks, everyone had hoped the nightmare was over. For Rose, not having to relive the horror again had made a huge difference in her emotional health. "Why do you think it stopped?" Rose had asked the detectives after the first Christmas passed with no incident. "The honest answer is we don't know," Lynn had said. 2 hits every Christmas for a decade and suddenly nothing. We're baffled, and so is the FBI. "Do you think it will start again?" asked Rose. "Won't know for sure until next Christmas," said Tina, "unless we catch him first." "What would make someone suddenly stop?" "I'm hoping he was hit by a bus," said Tina. "Could be a lot of things," Lynn added. "Illness, death, moved to another part of the country, or he simply changed his pattern and method for no reason at all." "I still look over my shoulder every single day. I won't feel safe until he's in jail or dead," said Rose. On December 26th, 2 years after the last attack, Rose was in her family's living room reviewing new house listings. The TV was turned low for some background noise, and Mary was upstairs taking a nap. Suddenly, an alert siren sounded on the TV, and a breaking news banner flashed across the screen. Rose looked up. New Jersey State Police have just released a statement. 2 women have been assaulted in different parts of the state, one resulting in a homicide. The first victim was attacked on Christmas Eve in Broken Ridge, New Jersey, near the New York state border. The victim was a 17-year-old female. The young woman was on her way home from a Christmas Eve party. According to reports, she had just received her first driver's license the week before. Local cops said it appears the young woman was lost and stopped at an unattended gas station to text her boyfriend. Police suspect the assailant may have followed her in there and pulled her behind the building, where the victim was found unconscious. The second victim was a 70-year-old housekeeper at a hotel near a Jersey ski area in the Poconos. The older woman, an employee of the Big Birch Lodge, was cleaning rooms early Christmas morning. It appears someone pushed her into one of the empty hotel rooms. The elderly woman had been assaulted and was not breathing when the police arrived. Police are withholding the names of—
"Mom!"
screamed Rose, ashen and nauseous.
"Mom! Dad! Mom!"
Pete and Anne came racing down the stairs. "What's wrong?"
said her father. "Is Mary okay?" Tears running down her face and unable to speak, Rose pointed at the TV. The video showed police lifting a body bag into an ambulance, a big Birch Lodge neon sign flickering in the background.
"It's starting again," said Rose, her face streaked with tears. "He's back. It's happening all over."
"Why are we finding this out from the goddamn news?" said Pete. "Rose, let's go down to the police station and find out what the hell's going on." 15 minutes later, Rose and Pete Grandin marched into the Cranford police station and asked to speak with Detectives De Silva and Jackson. They were led by a uniformed officer into a small interrogation room. Soon, Lynn and Tina arrived and sat across the table from them.
"We saw a report on the news," said Rose, a lump in her throat. "He's back, isn't he?"
"We were going to come see you," said Tina, glancing over at her partner. "It's been a little crazy here, and—"
"Is the teenager still alive?"
said Rose, tears rolling down her face. "Yes," said Tina. "Apparently she put up a good fight, but he still beat her pretty badly. We believe she passed out. This supports our theory that the perp loses interest when his victim becomes lifeless." Pete put his arm around his daughter's shoulders. "Why did we hear about this from the TV?" he said. "My daughter should have been informed." "You're absolutely right, and we were planning to tell you. We were waiting until we were sure the MO was the same," said Tina. "We still haven't received 100% corroboration, or we would have contacted you. We didn't want to upset you unnecessarily."
"It doesn't matter if I'm upset. I want to know the minute something happens," said Rose, her voice catching as she spoke. "You've got to promise me."
Lynn nodded to Tina. "You have our promise. If there's another incident, we'll let you know immediately."
"Thank you,"
said Rose in barely a whisper. "How do you know it's the same person? Could it be a copycat?" said Pete, his arm still around his daughter's shoulders. "Nothing is ever a sure thing, but these new crimes in Jersey fit the pattern," said Lynn. 2 women, same state, twice on Christmas.
"He's going through all 50 states, isn't he?"
said Rose, starting to hyperventilate.
"Are another 80 women going to be raped or murdered before he's finished?"
Tina leaned in closer to Rose. "When we looked back and examined the nuances of the earlier crimes, there was another theory floating around. One psychologist thought that the Christmas Eve attacks are only a prelude for the main event on Christmas Day. Most of the Christmas Eve victims survived. On Christmas Day, there's always a homicide."
"It's the holidays," said Rose. "That hotel must have been full. You're telling me that no one in a crowded hotel heard a woman screaming for her life?"
Lynn shook her head. She couldn't scream. Something was jammed inside the victim's mouth. This was new, different from the other attacks.
"What was it?"
said Rose, her brows knitted together, forming a solid line. "The EMTs fished out a small Santa Claus plush toy stuck down in her throat," said Tina. "Local police found a large metal paper clamp on her nose. They suspected that he cut off her air supply while assaulting her." Rose stood up and put her hands over her ears.
"I don't want to hear any more."
"We're doing everything we can," said Lynn. "The FBI has coordinated a massive multi-state manhunt and—"
"It's not enough,"
shouted Rose, her fists clenched. "You have an obligation to warn people," said Pete. "This investigation has gone nowhere. What kind of Mickey Mouse operation are you people running?" "You have every right to be angry, Mr. Grandin. There has been talk about doing a public service announcement, but it got shot down because it would be too vague. The general consensus was that it would cause a panic," said Lynn. "We don't know where he's going to strike next. All we do know is that it will most likely be next December 24th and 25th, and within the borders of a single state." "You don't know very much, do you?" said Pete. "My daughter's life and our family has been altered forever. Do you understand that? Women are dead, and those who make it face the same post-trauma that my daughter has experienced. You're no further along than you were 2 years ago."
"I understand your frustration. It may not seem like it, but we do know a lot more now than we used to," said Lynn. After Rose was attacked, the FBI started an interstate task force comprised of local detectives from each state that had been impacted. We now meet once a year to share information and theories. The communication between the municipalities and the feds has been good. If anything new happens in any of the states involved, we all know about it immediately. "Mr. Grandin, here's what we do know. There are 3 reasons people rape and kill," said Tina. "Love, money, or pleasure. When it's done for money or love, we almost always find out who did it. We can't always prove it, but we know who it is." "What about revenge?" said Pete. "Don't people kill for revenge?" "They do," said Tina. "But revenge is technically a subset of money or love. People want revenge because someone cheated them out of something, or they want revenge because the love they had for someone else wasn't returned. Maybe they had been deceived or manipulated by someone they cared about."
"And when it's done for pleasure?" said Rose.
"Pleasure's the tough one," Tina said. "When a person kills for pleasure, unless he or she is sloppy, and this perp isn't, there's not much to follow up on. With no witnesses, if there's no method to his madness, like location or a consistency of equipment like a rope, duct tape, or a bullet, there's very little to trace. Video surveillance can be helpful, but Kringle deliberately commits his crimes in places that aren't monitored." A defeated look was traded between the father and daughter. "Kringle moves from state to state in no particular order, but seems to be moving south. The randomness of the crimes makes it difficult to predict where he's going to pop up next," said Lynn. "Often when pleasure is the motivator, there are no dots to connect or paper trails to follow. This man uses his hands as his weapon of choice. He most likely wears gloves because we haven't been able to pick up prints. The DNA retrieved from the rape victims doesn't match in any database, nor does the DNA swab we got from Mary. Kringle never leaves any traces of himself or any personal items behind." "Until now, the Santa toy," said Pete. "That's right. The FBI has it and they're tracking it down," said Tina. "But it's a long shot. Millions of those dolls are sold every December and shipped all over the world."
"What's your plan, then?" said Rose. "Wait until he attacks 2 more innocent women next year and hope you get lucky?"
Tina cleared her throat. "You have every right to be angry. We learn a little more every time it happens. For reasons we don't understand, the last 2 years Kringle broke his own pattern. He virtually disappeared and now he's back. We don't know why. He could have been incarcerated or incapacitated, it's hard to say. The FBI is cross-matching prison records of men put in jail and released during that dormant 2-year period." "And what about the copycat idea?" said Pete. "The FBI has ruled that out. Every survivor reported that the assailant sang Silent Night to them," said Tina. "No one knows that other than the police, the FBI, and the surviving victims. That's the reason we've kept that fact under wraps. It's like a fingerprint." As Lynn and Tina walked the Grandins to the front door of the station, they promised again to notify them if anything else happened. "You won't have to find out on the news again," said Tina, putting her hand on Rose's shoulder. "I promise." The next week, Andrew Olmsted called Rose to invite her out to lunch. She declined, saying she was too busy with work, school, and her daughter for social engagements. The truth was, she didn't want to be around men. Not then. Not ever. Chapter 17. 2016. At the beginning of every Christmas season, Rose braced herself for what seemed like inevitable news. No matter how strong she felt, reports of new attacks always left her shattered and took her weeks to recover from. In December 2014, there were no new attacks. The police were relieved, but cautious. Their optimism was shattered when in 2015, Kringle hit Maryland and then Delaware in 2016. His dormant period was over. Since the beginning of their investigation, FBI agents Falco and Keyes frequently checked in with the surviving victims. After each new attack, they provided the official update and questioned the victims again, hoping a valuable, forgotten piece of information might be remembered. "We know the Perp is male, and we've recently been able to retrieve solid, consistent DNA samples from the victims for future ID," said Falco, sitting next to Keyes in the Grandin's dining room several weeks after the most recent attack. Detectives Jackson and De Silva were seated at the table, as were Rose and her parents. The mood was somber. "We've yet to find any link between the Perp and his victims. We're convinced the women are selected randomly and on the spur of the moment," said Agent Keyes. "We think these are crimes of opportunity."
"What does that mean?" said Rose, shaken to her core.
"He clearly enjoys hurting and degrading people. He derives some kind of sick pleasure from it," said Keyes. "Our analysts think he identifies a particular geographic area within a specific U.S. state in advance. He scopes it out and chooses the ideal locations. Most likely, he also checks for any closed-circuit video. That would explain why we never catch him on camera. He may monitor announcements of holiday festivities in that area. Then he waits. We believe he knows ahead of time exactly where he'll commit the act, but may not know who the victim will be. It's possible he identifies several locations within a small geographic area and rides around in his car waiting and watching for the opportunity. When he sees a woman walking or driving into one of his predetermined spots, he goes for it." Rose pulled the red shawl on her shoulders protectively around her neck. "In your case, Rose," said Lynn, "you made a last-minute decision to walk through the park. He may have been waiting there for someone like you to walk into one of his designated spots." "The only thing about Kringle that makes him different from other random pleasure killers," said Keyes, "is that he's committed to a calendar pattern involving Christmas. There's got to be some significance to that." "Married, single, young, old, any woman appears to be fair game," said Falco. "The youngest victim so far was 17, and the oldest was a 79-year-old retired bookkeeper from Massachusetts. Some of the women were educated and attractive, some were not. This guy is an equal opportunity predator." Keyes shot his partner "that was inappropriate" look that Lynn and Tina caught. Falco rolled his eyes and kept going. "The one thing all the women had in common was that they were alone." "But there is a pattern," said Tina. "It's demented, but it's a pattern of sorts. My gut says Kringle has mommy issues stemming from childhood. Maybe Santa Claus didn't give him the toy dump truck he put on his Christmas list," said Falco. Keyes shot his partner another warning look, which was again ignored. "When is this going to end?" said Rose, bringing her hands to her head. "You don't know what it's like to live with this hanging over you year after year." Agent Keyes pulled out his pocket notebook and looked at Rose. "I don't pretend to know how you feel, but I'm sure it's pretty awful. That's why we're here today. We want to review all the information you gave us back at the time of the attack. Maybe we missed something. Maybe you'll remember something new. The mind is a funny thing. Sometimes years go by and suddenly a new sliver of critical information is recalled." Rose shook her head. "I've told you everything I know, the little I remember." "We also want to ask you about things that may have transpired since you were attacked," said Falco. "Like what?" said Rose. "It's possible this person looks for trophies," said Falco. "Sometimes predators befriend their victims afterwards so they can be near them. They watch them while circulating within their victim's orbit, like a voyeur or a peeping Tom."
"You think the man who attacked me is here in Cranford?" said Rose, her voice breaking. "You think he's watching me?"
"You're scaring my daughter," said Pete. "And quite frankly, you're scaring me." "We don't mean to upset you," said Keyes, giving his partner another look. "We have no reason to believe the attacker is here in Cranford or in Connecticut.
Remember, his victims have been in many different states, so the likelihood of him being here is remote. But, said Falco, he could have passed through here or contacted you on one or more occasions over the years. He might have stood behind you in a grocery line or sat next to you on a bus.
Oh, my God, said Anne, closing her eyes.
Let's dial it down, Joe, said Keyes, before turning his attention to Rose. One of our analysts has a theory that the man might be a traveling salesman, said Keyes, or a truck driver. It could be someone who relocated here for a while, giving him just enough time to catch a glimpse of you or have a quick conversation. If we can link someone with that kind of behavior to one of the other victims, we might have something to go on.
Rose let out a long sigh. Ask me whatever you need. I want him caught so he can't do this to anyone else ever again. I want to be able to sleep at night.
Let's talk about the years following your attack, said Keyes. Please understand, I'm only asking personal questions with the hope that it might lead to finding the man who hurt you and get him off the streets.
Rose blew her nose and nodded.
Have you had any relationships with men since 2008? Said Keyes.
The first year and a half Rose was in rehab and had a baby, said Pete. She hardly had time for relationships.
Mr. Grandin, said Keyes. Like I said, we're looking for any common denominator between the victims after they were attacked.
It's okay, Dad, said Rose softly, before turning her attention back to Agent Keyes. I haven't been involved with any men. I've been in therapy trying to work through my feelings. Just when I start to feel normal, it's Christmas again, and I'm right back where I started.
Keyes nodded. Have there been any men in the past 5 or 6 years who you spent time with or were new to you?
Rose thought for a minute. Only Andrew Olmsted.
He's the son of one of her mother's friends, said Pete. It couldn't be him. His parents are very nice people who live here in Cranford. They belong to our club. It's not him. Besides, I believe he was living in California when my daughter was attacked. What was the nature of your relationship with Mr. Olmsted? Said Falco, writing something down in a small notebook.
I met him a few years ago, said Rose. He had just moved back to the East Coast because of a new job. He was staying with his parents in Cranford. My mother and his tried to play matchmaker.
Where did you meet him? Said Keyes.
At the Starbucks in Cranford. He was nice. It was the first time I'd been out with anyone since, It wasn't a date, it was just coffee.
What happened? Said Keyes.
We met for coffee again and had lunch once or twice, and that was it.
Was this a romantic relationship?
No, definitely not. I ended it before it got anywhere near romantic.
Ever hear from him after that?
No. Wait, I did run into him at the supermarket last year around Thanksgiving. He was picking up a fresh turkey for his mother, I think. He mentioned he was living with someone in New York City. That was it. I never saw him again.
The agents grilled Rose on her typical weekly activities, stores she frequented, and her job selling real estate. You meet a lot of people while selling houses, said Keyes. Can you think of anyone who seemed odd or off? Someone you felt uncomfortable being around?
You mean like a man shopping for a house by himself? Said Rose, a confused look on her face.
Not necessarily, said Keyes. Our perp could be married.
Rose went into the living room and retrieved her account book. It listed all the clients she had worked with over the previous 5 years. Slowly, she walked the 2 agents through every client, giving them as many details as she could recall. Her input helped them develop a short list of new people to investigate.
That was very helpful, Rose, said Keyes when the young woman finished. We'll start with this short list of people you worked with who didn't buy a house in Cranford.
You really think the attacker came back to stalk me?
It's one theory out of many. We're having the same conversation with all the other victims. We're hoping a name pops up somewhere.
Later, as the Grandins walked the officers to the front door, Pete stopped them.
"There's a priest at St. Benedict's, a Father Verlaine," said Pete. "He showed up suddenly one Christmas a few years ago and took a keen interest in my daughter. She helps him run an after-school art program at the church."
"Dad," said Rose, a horrified look on her face. "Why would you say that? Father Verlaine is so nice, and he's a priest." The agents looked at each other with raised eyebrows.
"Tell us a little bit more about Father Verlaine," said Keyes. Chapter 18. After learning about Father Verlaine and his connection to Rose, Lynn and Tina drove over to St. Benedict's to have a chat with the young priest. Both women had been raised Catholic. Lynn had gone to public schools, but Tina had gone all through the Catholic school system. She was not a fan of the church. "I can't explain it," said Tina, as she and her partner climbed up the church steps. "Ever since high school, I don't trust men wearing priest collars."
"All priests?"
"Pretty much."
"My parish priest is a really good man," said Lynn, as she opened the heavy wooden church door.
"He was there for my dad when my mom died. I'm not going to say anything bad about priests."
"You're way too cynical." "What about all the child molesting that's gone on in the church?" said Tina in a semi-whisper as they walked down the center aisle of the empty house of worship. "There are thousands of cases all over the world, and it's still happening." "Can I help you?" demanded a short, older woman with a German accent who was dusting the altar.
"Is it that obvious we're not here for a confession?" whispered Tina to her partner.
After explaining they were looking for Father Verlaine, the cleaning woman pointed them to a dark corridor. They found the priest in his office at the rear of the building, doing an inventory of mass supplies.
"What brings you to St. Benedict's, detectives?" the priest said, as he quickly closed his laptop.
"We're working with the FBI to track down information connected to an interstate crime spree," said Lynn.
"A crime spree?" said Father Verlaine. "Robberies?"
"I'm afraid it's more serious than that, Father," said Lynn. "The crimes involve sexual assault and murder."
"Oh, my goodness," said the priest. "How can I help?" "You run the art program here at St. Benedict's, is that correct?" said Tina. The priest nodded. "And Rose Grandin instructs the students?" Father Verlaine described how the art program began. "It's been Rose's dedication and her love for the kids that's made the program take off. I supervise it, but Rose makes the magic happen. Some of our kids have gotten so good we've entered their work in local art exhibitions. A few have won awards. We're very proud of them."
"That's impressive. How long have you been at St. Benedict's, Father?" said Lynn, already knowing the answer.
"I just had my 6-year anniversary. But you knew that, didn't you?"
The detectives ignored his innuendo and asked the priest another question. They wanted an overview of his previous postings. When he finished describing his work history and numerous locations, Lynn cleared her throat. "You've moved around the Northeast quite a bit over the last 10 or 12 years, she said. "Why is that? Don't most priests find a position and stay for a longer period of time so they get to know their congregation?" "One has to find the right fit, detective," said the priest. "We contacted 2 of your previous dioceses," said Tina, jumping into the conversation. "From the sound of it, you were moved by the church, not the other way around. They wouldn't give us any specifics, but maybe you can shed some light on it for us? Why do you think the church moved you so often?" The young priest paced for a moment before he answered. "I suppose they needed young blood in new places. I'm sure you've noticed that a large percentage of the clergy these days tends to be on the older side. It's getting harder to recruit young men." "You know something, Father? I went to Catholic school. I even graduated from a Catholic university," said Tina. "I remember hearing that when a priest or a brother was moved for cause, some of the other clergy had an expression. You know what they used to call it?" "No, I'm afraid I don't."
they'd say that priest went to naughty camp. Now what do you think they meant by that? Said Tina. I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with that expression, said Verlaine, his face becoming slightly shiny. You know what most of my friends thought it meant? Said Tina, like a cat gnawing on a canary. That some priest or brother was messing around with students. I wouldn't know anything about that, Detective. Is St. Benedict's your naughty camp, Father? Asked Tina. Lynn looked at her partner, her mouth open. Father Verlaine stood abruptly and walked over to his office door. I think it's time for both of you to leave. You have no right to come in here and make those kinds of accusations. As the detectives walked towards the door, their eyes stayed fixed on the priest. Stepping into the hallway, they turned around and faced him. You didn't answer my partner's question, Father, said Lynn. I'm not going to dignify her question with an answer, said the priest, as he closed the door on them. He's up to something, said Tina as they walked through the front doors of the church to the outside. I smell it on him. He may not be Kringle, but trust me, he's dirty. Naughty camp? Said Lynn as they walked down the church steps. Never heard that one before. No, said Tina with a satisfied smile. You made that up. No comment. Chapter 19 2017 Grandma's in the kitchen. I'll bet she has a snack all ready for you, said Rose, as she and 8-year-old Mary got out of the car and walked into their house. When you're finished, bring me your backpack so we can have a look at your homework for tonight. I have to bring my Cranford project in tomorrow, said Mary over her shoulder as she disappeared through a doorway. Rose stopped in her tracks. What project? She said, following her daughter into the kitchen. I don't know anything about that. When did you get that assignment? I don't remember, said Mary, taking a bite of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich her grandmother had made. Rose dug through her daughter's backpack and found a note from Mary's teacher, Ms. Fletcher. Dear Ms. Grandin, nearly 2 weeks ago, the class was assigned to make a 3-dimensional project illustrating things that make the town of Cranford special. That project was due today. All of the children handed them in, except for Mary. She assured me she had forgotten to bring it to school. I wanted to remind you to make sure she has it with her tomorrow. The entire class will have their projects on display at City Hall this month. Wouldn't want Mary to miss out. Diana Fletcher. Mary, why didn't you tell me about this? Said Rose, still hunting through her daughter's backpack for the original assignment and anything else she'd missed. I don't like doing projects, said Mary, without looking up from her snack. Too bad, said Rose. You don't get to pick and choose which homework you will and won't do. Why not? Said the little girl. Projects are stupid. You have to do all your school assignments, said her grandmother gently, while washing dishes at the sink. Why? Said the girl. Because you have to, said Anne. That's how you learn, honey. I hate Miss Fletcher, shouted Mary, scrunching up her face and turning bright red. She's a mean old bitch. Both Rose and Anne's mouths dropped at the exact same time. Mary, where did you learn that word? Said Rose, suddenly pale. Don't ever talk about your teacher like that. We don't use that word. Is that clear? And she's not old. She's probably my age. Now go upstairs and change. Then you come back here and we'll get started on your project. Scowling, the little girl pushed back from the table, ran out of the kitchen and stomped up the stairs. I don't know what to do about her behavior, said Rose. There were glimmers of obstinance when she was younger, but now that she's 8, she can be so willful. I've met Miss Fletcher, and she is the nicest person. I can't imagine why Mary doesn't like her. Anne smiled and reminded her daughter that Mary was forming her own personality. As I recall, said Anne, we had a few moments with you, too.
I never called my teacher a bitch, whispered Rose. Where did she hear that word? Kids in the playground. Not every family is as careful as we are about exposing their children to certain vocabulary words. Some of the videos parents allow their children to watch are so inappropriate. From what I hear, they do and say things in those games that are much worse than bitch. A few minutes later, a contrite Mary entered the kitchen. I'm sorry, Mommy. Sorry for what? Said Rose, hoping to have a teaching moment. For not telling you about my project. I shouldn't have done that. And are you also sorry for calling Miss Fletcher a bad name? Said Rose. No. What? She is a bitch. That night, after Mary finished her 3D project, she was sent directly to her room as a punishment for the rude language. Rose wondered if sending her daughter to her room would have the effect she hoped. The truth was, Mary enjoyed being alone. In fact, Rose had a sneaking suspicion she preferred it. A few days later, Rose was sitting at the kitchen table catching up on paperwork when she received an email from the school psychologist at Mary's school. Dr. Shiner wanted Rose to come in for a meeting. The email said Mary's second-grade teacher, Ms. Fletcher, would join them. Alarmed, Rose closed her computer and went to Mary's room. Hey, sweetie, said Rose, sitting gently on Mary's bed. I got a note from your school. They want me to come in for a meeting. Is something going on that I should know about? I don't think so, said Mary, playing earnestly with her Barbie dolls. Has there been some kind of trouble? Said Rose, one eyebrow arching. No, said Mary, as she pulled the head off one of her dolls. Why did you do that? Said her mother, then noticing all of Mary's dolls' heads had been removed. It's fun. Don't you think they look prettier with their heads on? Said Rose, reaching for one of the headless plastic torsos. Leave her, said Mary, pulling the doll's body back from her mother's hand. I was just going to put her head back on. I like it better with her head off. Rose let out a sigh and rolled her eyes as she walked out of the room. Fine, they're your dolls. The following Tuesday morning, Rose pulled her blue Honda Civic into a parking spot at Wilson Elementary, a single-story brick school building. She signed in at the front desk and was escorted to Dr. Susan Shiner's office. While she waited for the psychologist to appear, she looked around the room and noticed several toys on the desk. A dozen squeezy stress balls in multiple colors were piled up in a wicker basket. The walls were covered with blown-up photographs of jungle animals, cheetahs and giraffes. Diplomas hung on the wall behind the desk. One was for Dr. Shiner's Ph.D. in clinical psychology from Yale. While checking some work emails on her phone, Rose heard voices coming down the hallway. A moment later, a perky red-headed woman in her 40s entered the room. Miss Grandin, said Dr. Shiner, extending her hand. I'm so glad you were able to come in today. Keeping open lines of communication with parents is so important to a successful education experience. Dr. Shiner shuffled through some folders on her desk until she found the one she was hunting for. Here it is, said the psychologist, plucking a single folder from the pile. What's this all about? Said Rose, leaning forward in her seat. I was surprised to get your note. Let me get right to the point. I don't want to alarm you. So far, nothing too serious has happened. That's why I wanted to speak with you now. There have been a number of small incidents over the past year that have concerned us. Who is us? Said Rose, already on the defensive. Mary's first-grade teacher, her second-grade teacher, and me. What kind of incidents? My daughter is a very sweet child. There was a knock on the door. Sorry I'm late, said Miss Fletcher, a pretty woman in her late 20s, as she took a seat. Had to get a student teacher to cover for me while I'm out of the classroom. The staff has noticed Mary doesn't interact well with the other kids, said Dr. Shiner. She tends to go off alone. A few of the children have tried to make friends with her, but she doesn't respond. Sometimes she physically pushes them away. My daughter tends to be more of an introvert. I'm the same way. I don't see why that's a problem. Everyone in the world can't be an extrovert." The other two women passed a concerned look between them. Rose noticed. "It's not only that she doesn't socialize," said Ms. Fletcher nervously. "We've also observed some aggression." "Aggression? What kind of aggression?" said Rose, her eyes open wide. "My daughter is a very gentle soul." Ms. Fletcher explained that Mary was often single-focused. "She'll knock other children out of the way to get to the art supplies, a toy, or even her coat at recess." "I'm not saying it's always her fault. Honestly, it almost feels like she doesn't see the other children," said Ms. Fletcher. "She focuses on an object. If another child stands between her and the thing she wants, she plows right through them to get to it." "When that happens, the other children get angry," said Dr. Shiner. "We don't want that to continue. It's not good for Mary. She needs friends." "Okay, so we need to brush up on a few social graces," said Rose. "I'll talk to her. Mary doesn't have any siblings. Maybe being an only child, she forgets about things like that. I was an only child. When you don't have to share at home with brothers and sisters, you might not remember to do it when you're at school." "We have quite a few only children here at Wilson Elementary, and none of them exhibit those issues," said Dr. Shiner. "What are you trying to say?" said Rose, stiffening. The psychologist explained that the school wanted to have Mary tested to see if there were any areas of function that were delayed. They wanted to pull Mary out of class for several hours over a few weeks and needed Rose's permission. "Once we get a clearer picture and see if there are any underlying issues, it will give us some guideposts to help Mary thrive," said Dr. Shiner. "We want Mary to be happy and succeed." Noticing the worried look on Rose's face, the psychologist tried to assuage her fears. "The tests may turn up nothing significant, but at least we'll be able to rule out certain things. In the end, we may simply need to make Mary more aware of how she interacts with others and redirect her when necessary." Over the next few weeks, Dr. Shiner conducted the standardized psych evaluations on Mary. When everything was tabulated, she called Rose. "It appears from all the tests that your daughter tracks in the average range," said Dr. Shiner. "The only time where Mary hovered slightly lower was in executive function, but she's still within the normal range. That might account for her impulsivity." "That's a relief," said Rose. "It's like I told you," said the psychologist. "We needed to get a baseline read to rule things out. Going forward, we'll try a bit more redirection with Mary. I'll keep in regular contact with you until we can get her sorted out." "Then," said a relieved Rose, "there's nothing wrong with my child?" "Not that we can see from the tests." Chapter 20 2017 "Kids fight," said a defensive Rose weeks later after receiving another phone call from the school psychologist. There had been a new incident at school. "Children get frustrated when they can't find their words." "That does happen," said Dr. Shiner. "But we're concerned because it happens too frequently with Mary. Please talk to her about her behavior. Some of the other parents have complained. We don't want this to escalate further. That wouldn't be good for your daughter's self-esteem." Sitting at her desk at Grandin Properties, Rose hung up the phone and threw her head back. She'd have to take more serious steps to curb her daughter's temper. She'd work with her on the correct way to respond to other students. As she left the office to pick up Mary from school, she told her mother she'd swing by the supermarket to get something for dinner. "Pick up 2 pounds of chopped meat," said Anne. "I'll make a meatloaf when I get home." After dropping Mary at gymnastics, Rose had exactly 60 minutes to get to the Cranford Market, pick up her dry cleaning, and get back to the athletic center to pick up her daughter. At the store, she passed a shelf loaded with the Cranford Market's homemade chocolate chip and oatmeal cookies, a favorite of her father's. She smiled, thinking how happy her dad would be, and put 2 boxes into her basket. "Those are the best cookies," said a deep baritone voice from behind her.
Rose spun around. A smiling man with short, dark brown hair and a warm smile held a shopping basket containing 2 boxes of the same cookies. "My dad loves them," said Rose, smiling back. "He'll finish both boxes tonight if my mother doesn't hide one of them." "I've been known to kill a box in an afternoon," said the man as they each went their separate way. Later, on the checkout line, the same man stood on the line behind her. "We meet again," he said, with the same warm smile. "I'm Ben."
"Rose," she said, with a half-smile, while she loaded her groceries onto the belt. Out in the parking lot, their cars were parked next to one another. "We meet a third time," said Rose, opening her trunk and loading in the bags.
"Fate,"
Ben said with a laugh as he placed his groceries in the back seat of his car.
"I just moved to Cranford. I'm a dentist. I'll be joining Dr. Rubin's practice here in town."
"Dr. Rubin is my dentist. I love him."
"That's good to hear," said Ben. "Most people don't love their dentist. Rubin seems like a great guy."
They chatted amiably for a few minutes until Rose noticed the time. "Oh, my God," she said, putting her hand on her forehead. "I was supposed to pick up my daughter 5 minutes ago. I've got to go."
"Wait," said the man. "I've really enjoyed talking to you. I don't know many people in town. Would you want to meet up for a coffee or something?"
"How do you know I'm not married or have a boyfriend?"
"Do you?"
"No," she said with a smile.
"Coffee, then?"
"Let me think about it," said Rose.
Ben wrote his number on a piece of paper and handed it to her. She got in her car, smiled and waved, and sped towards the gym. When she pulled up in front, Mary was the only child left. She was standing next to the gymnastics instructor with an angry look on her face.
"Sorry I'm late," said Rose to the instructor. "Traffic."
When the instructor went back inside, Rose reached for Mary's hand, but the little girl pulled it away.
"Don't want to hold your hand," shouted Mary. "I was the only one left. My teacher had to wait with me. I told him he didn't have to stay, but he wouldn't go."
"Your teacher did the right thing," said Rose. "He wouldn't leave you alone." "You're overreacting. I was only a few minutes late."
"Don't do that again,"
shouted Mary as she opened her car door.
"It gets me so mad."
Rose turned on the engine. "You know what? You need to calm yourself down, and don't talk to me like that."
"Like what, Mommy?"
said Mary quietly. Rose took a deep breath and put the car in drive. "Let's go home." After dinner, when Rose presented the boxes of cookies to her father, she told her parents about the dentist she had met at the market. Quietly, sitting at the end of the table, Mary colored on a piece of paper. "He gave me his number and asked me to meet him for coffee," said Rose, smiling sheepishly. "I don't know if I will. I'm so busy as it is."
"You lied to me,"
said Mary, her face in a snarl. "I didn't lie to you," said Rose. "There was traffic, and you need to get over this. I think it's time we have a serious talk about your outbursts." After dinner, when the dishes were put away, Rose had a heart-to-heart talk with her daughter. She established clear ground rules and created a rewards program for Mary. Her daughter would now be able to earn little rewards for good behavior. The conversation went well enough, and Rose hoped it would put Mary on a better path. Several days later, Rose texted Ben. "Still want to meet for coffee?" Rose, from the market. Instead of coffee, they decided to meet for brunch the following Sunday. "So you have a date," said Anne after agreeing to watch Mary while Rose went to brunch. "Tell me about him." "He seemed nice enough. Just moved here from Boston," said Rose. "Not much else to tell. Don't blow this out of proportion." "Well," said her mother, smiling, "I'm sure Dr. Rubin would only hire an extremely lovely person for his patients." "It's just brunch, Mom," said Rose, rolling her eyes. "You act like I'm getting married." "Everything has to start somewhere." Chapter 21. That Sunday morning, Rose woke with butterflies in her stomach. When she tried to get dressed, she stressed out over her outfit more than she normally did. After selecting jeans, a black t-shirt, and matching black cashmere cardigan, she checked her makeup in the mirror twice, applied a final coat of lip gloss, and smiled at herself in the mirror. She was nervous, but excited. At 10:30, she pulled into the Old Mill, a popular brunch and lunch place housed inside of a real antique grist mill. Walking towards the entrance, her heart beat faster. "It's just brunch. Get over it," she told herself, surprised by her own anxiety. Ben had been waiting inside the front door and pushed it open when he spotted her through the window. "Right on time," he said with a grin. "I've already got a table for us." From the start, their conversation flowed effortlessly. "Thanks for working around my crazy schedule," said Rose. "I know 10:30 is kind of early for brunch, but Sundays are prime time in the real estate business. I've got several showings this afternoon." "No problem," said Ben. "I'm really glad you made the time for me." Rose smiled. "He's really nice. This isn't so bad after all." For the next 90 minutes, she told him about her daughter, her job, and her passions, like fine art, and her dream of one day becoming a social worker. "I finished my master's degree in social work, but right now my priority is my daughter," said Rose. "I can make a lot more money selling real estate. Kids are so freaking expensive. Social work will have to wait a few years." "You've got plenty of time," said Ben. As they talked, Rose learned that Ben had grown up outside of Boston, in a big Irish family. He loved going to the movies and concerts, and was passionate about his job. "What most people don't realize," said Ben, suddenly serious, "is that almost all negative health conditions in the body can be traced back to poor oral hygiene." Rose giggled when Ben got so animated about teeth. "I guess I'm a little obsessive about my work," he said, blushing slightly. "You have nice teeth, by the way." Rose smiled. "Coming from you, I consider that the highest compliment." "I'm very discerning when it comes to teeth," he said with a laugh. Their time together passed quickly, and when they parted at noon, they made plans to meet again the following Friday night. For the next 5 weeks, Rose and Ben went out one night every weekend. Previously, Rose had kept relationships with men off the table. She had the odd coffee or glass of wine here and there, but for the most part she was still distrustful of men. The thought of being intimate with a man made her break out into a cold sweat. "I think Rosie's finally turning a corner," said Anne to her husband after Rose returned from one of her nights out with Ben. 2 months after their first date, Rose invited Ben to have dinner at the Grandins' house and meet her family. While Anne was in the kitchen cooking her famous chicken à l'orange, Rose sat on the couch next to Mary in the family room, watching cartoons. "Sweetie, we're having a guest for dinner tonight." "Okay," said Mary, not taking her eyes off of the TV. "Do you want to know who's coming?" "I don't care." "It's a friend of mine." The little girl remained glued to the cartoons. "Can you pay attention to me for a minute?" said Rose, reaching for the remote and turning off the TV. "Turn it on!" shouted Mary. "Excuse me? I just want to talk to you. Listen to me for a second, and then you can watch your show." Mary made a face and put her hands over her ears. "Why do you always have to be so difficult? I have a friend named Ben, and he's coming for dinner tonight. He's a dentist. Isn't that cool?" "I hate dentists. Dr. Bradbury smells and makes weird faces when he looks in my mouth." Rose pinched the spot between her eyes with her thumb and index finger. "Can you try and be pleasant while he's here for me? I've told him so much about you. He's very nice, and he's looking forward to meeting you." "Can I watch TV now?" Rose let out a sigh, handed the remote to her daughter, and left the room. After Ben arrived and was introduced to Rose's parents, he sat on the couch next to Mary. "I'm Ben," he said, as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a plastic necklace with a dangling plastic tooth charm. "You know what this is?"
It looks like a tooth necklace. It's kind of ugly.
Ben laughed. It is kind of ugly, but it's more than just a necklace. This little tooth charm holds your baby tooth when it falls out. He reached for the charm and opened the top, revealing a hollow inside. When you lose a tooth, you can put it in here and save it for the tooth fairy.
Can I keep my tooth in there forever?
Ben looked over at Rose, who rolled her eyes and nodded her head. Sure, said the young dentist. But I'd rather get a little present from the tooth fairy, wouldn't you? Mary gingerly took the necklace from Ben's hand and started to walk up the stairs. I didn't hear you say thank you, Rose called out.
Thank you,
said Mary, without turning around as she continued up the stairs. For the next few months, Ben and Rose saw each other frequently. Much to her surprise, she really liked him. Her anxiety about men seemed to dissipate when she was with him. Knowing Rose's commitment to her daughter, Ben had suggested they bring Mary along on some of their outings. That way he could get to know her better. I have an idea, said Ben one night when he and Rose went out for burgers. I read in the paper that Rye Playland opens this weekend. What if we go and take Mary? Rye Playland, a nearly 100-year-old amusement park on the Long Island Sound, had been one of Rose's childhood favorites. It had a special place in her heart, and she was excited to share it with her daughter. Entering Rye Playland was like stepping back in time. Fun houses, classic roller coasters, and haunted castles. Booths lined the outdoor corridors where one could throw balls at bottles or darts at balloons and win stuffed animals and useless prizes. At every turn there was another cotton candy, ice cream, or kettle corn kiosk. It was a kid's paradise. While Rose and Mary went on a few of the fast rides together, Ben watched from afar, laughing at Rose's terrified expressions. Later, the three of them went into the funhouse together. Rose noticed that Mary was transfixed by the mirrors that distorted her reflection.
Look at me, Mom. My legs are so long,
she squealed and giggled. My arms are so short, shouted Rose, waving at her in the mirror. They left the funhouse, and Rose took Mary to the ladies' room. Ben's nice, don't you think? Said Rose while they washed their hands.
I don't like him.
What? How can you say that? He's been nothing but nice to you. Mary stared blankly at her mother.
He smells like poop.
Why would you say that? He does not smell like poop, said her mother, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Mary, sometimes you can be so difficult, and other times you're the sweetest little girl in the world. Can you please try a little harder? Give Ben a chance. For me? Mary looked up at her mother but said nothing. Realizing they had reached an impasse, Rose took her daughter's hand and headed out of the bathroom. If you can't be pleasant, at least be polite. Outside, a smiling Ben held a cardboard tray containing 3 giant chocolate ice cream cones smothered with chocolate sprinkles. Ice cream, said Rose. Look, sweetie, Ben got us cones with sprinkles. How did you know chocolate is Mary's favorite? Ben smiled as he handed a cone to Mary and one to Rose, taking the last one out of the tray for himself. This is delish, said Rose, taking her first taste and looking up into Ben's eyes. Mary, say thank you to Ben for the ice cream. Hearing nothing, she looked around. Standing behind Ben, her eyes on her mother, Mary took a big mouthful of ice cream off the top of her cone and then smashed the rest of it into the seat of Ben's khaki pants, covering him in chocolate. Ben's eyes grew wide, and his mouth opened as he turned around to see what had hit him. Mary held the stare with her mother. See? Told you. He has poopy pants. Sputtering, Rose apologized over and over for her daughter's behavior. Always a gentleman, Ben remained calm and excused himself to clean off in the men's room. Minutes later, the three were back in Ben's car. He turned the music up high and drove out of the amusement park towards home. During their hour-long drive, Rose apologized to Ben numerous times and attempted to get Mary to do the same. Sitting in the back seat, the little girl remained silent,
When they pulled into the Grandins' driveway, Mary jumped out of the car and ran into the house without saying a word.
"I'm so sorry," said Rose again.
"She takes a long time to warm up to people. Maybe it's because she doesn't have a father. Let me pay to have your pants cleaned." "Don't worry about it."
"I don't know what got into her head."
Ben took a deep breath. "Look, I really like you, Rose, but this is way too much for me. I'm a young guy. What happened today? Life's too short. If it was just you and me, who knows where this could have gone. For some reason, your daughter hates me."
"She doesn't," said Rose. "She's just a little—"
"I'm sorry. I can't do this," said Ben, with firm resolve.
"I understand,"
said Rose softly, as she opened her car door, choking back tears.
"I'm sorry, too."
Anne heard the front door close and came out from the kitchen. "How was Playland?" she said with a big smile. "Did Mary have fun? I heard her run up the stairs. Does Ben want to stay for dinner?" Tears pooled in Rose's eyes.
"What on earth is wrong?"
said her mother, walking towards her. Rose shook her head as a single tear trickled down her cheek.
"Ben just broke up with me."
A week after the ice cream cone debacle, a distraught Rose sought the advice of a child psychologist. She briefed the therapist on a number of incidents involving Mary over the years. She also told her about her own Christmas Eve attack in Harbor Park years before.
"I'm very sorry you went through such an awful experience," said the therapist.
"I can't even imagine. How are you doing now?"
"I'm okay. I have moments here and there, but I have wonderful parents and friends who helped me through it."
Family and friends' support after something like that makes all the difference.
"I told you about the attack because the police believe the person who did it is a serial killer," said Rose softly.
"I see."
"I guess my question is, if my daughter's father is a rapist and a serial killer, how is that affecting her? Could she be like him? She has his genes. Is that why she acts the way she sometimes does?"
The therapist let out a breath. "I can see this weighs heavily on you. I'm not an expert in criminal behavior, but from what I know, most serial killers suffer significant and continuous trauma as children. It can range from physical and/or sexual abuse to neglect and abandonment. Those are the factors that typically have the most impact on a child's development. From what I can tell, Mary has known nothing but love and affection. She's been raised in a caring and supportive family. Your daughter may have her quirks, but I believe nurture far outweighs nature. Even if Mary's biological father had emotional and psychological problems, it doesn't mean it was passed on to her." Rose left the therapist's office feeling lighter. When she arrived at her parents' house that night, her mother and father were sitting at the kitchen table.
"How did it go?"
said Anne. Rose looked over her shoulder towards the stairs.
"Is Mary in bed?"
she whispered. "Fast asleep. Put her in at 8 and she was out in 10 minutes, said Pete. Rose sat at the table with her parents as she repeated a portion of her therapy session.
"The therapist thinks Mary's okay. She said nurture is the key to a happy and healthy child."
"That's good news, honey," said Pete, patting his daughter's forearm.
"I knew it all along," said Anne, a relieved look on her face. "See, we were all worrying for nothing."
Chapter 22. For the rest of the school year, Mary's teacher worked hard to integrate her more fully within the classroom setting. Even with the special accommodations, Mary still had difficulty interacting appropriately with the other kids. Awkward and single-focused, she frequently became aggressive, causing the other kids to lose patience with her and keep their distance. Before school ended in mid-June, the teachers in the Cranford public schools met with their counterparts in the grade above to do a thoughtful handover of students. This was done at every grade level to evenly distribute children who were gifted, as well as those who had special needs. The goal was to create balanced classrooms. That spring, a third-grade teacher had taken early retirement because of an auto accident. A new teacher had recently completed his student teaching in the district and had been hired to replace her. Ms. Abbott, a 20-year teaching veteran, was running the meeting. "Is this your first year teaching, Dave?" The young man nodded. "Buckle your seatbelt," Ms. Abbott said with a grin. "Third graders can be terrorists." "I think I'll be okay. After live combat, teaching a bunch of 8- and 9-year-olds will be more like heaven," said Dave Zelina, the eager new hire. "When I got out of the Army, I went back to school for my degree in education. I loved student teaching, and honestly, I can't wait to have my own classroom."
"I had heard you were a veteran. Thank you for your service, Dave. Doing what you did takes a lot of guts. Where were you posted?"
"I did tours in Afghanistan and Iraq."
"I think it's great the school district hired a veteran. You're very brave.
Still, 8- and 9-year-olds can be evil. Trust me," said another teacher, Ms. Norman, with a laugh. "I'm only kidding. This is a great school district. You'll love it here." Dave smiled. "Eventually, I plan to go back to school for my master's in special ed."
"Good for you,"
said Ms. Norman. From there, the second-grade teachers, including Ms. Fletcher, went over the roster of students from their class, putting each child into one of 4 buckets: gifted, easy, middle of the road, and behavior challenged. Timmy Nash doesn't sit still for a minute. He distracts all the other kids and will derail a lesson in 10 seconds if you're not careful to reel him in, warned Ms. Fletcher. "I had his older brother in my class," Ms. Norman said. "I know his parents. They're nice people. I'll take him." "You sure?" said Dave, running his hand through his sandy brown hair. "You haven't given me any of the challenging students. I'm up for it. Remember, I'm planning to move into special ed." Ms. Fletcher examined her class list again. "Be careful what you wish for, Dave. I've got 3 contenders. None of them are too tough, but they each require extra attention." She walked Dave through the profiles of Jeremy Kubiak, Mary Grandin, and Olivia Marchioli. "Give me all 3, said Dave with bravado. "I like a challenge."
"Said from the mouth of the newbie," said Ms. Abbott.
"Dave, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Your willingness to take on the challenging kids is noted, but there's a reason we have this meeting every year. If one teacher has too many kids that require extra attention, it impacts their ability to teach to all of the students." "I'll defer to your experience." Dave held up his open palms. "What if I take the 2 girls?" Ms. Abbott looked around at the other teachers, and everyone nodded. She handed Dave the files on both students and added Olivia Marchioli and Mary Grandin to David F. Zelina's class list. "Beginner's luck. Jeremy Kubiak is a massive pain in the ass. You chose well, Dave, taking the 2 girls," said Ms. Norman. After the meeting, Ms. Fletcher walked with Dave to the teacher's parking lot. "I normally wouldn't say anything about a student or a student's family. I don't like to gossip," said Ms. Fletcher. "But if you're going to teach Mary Grandin, there's something you should know. The more info I have, the better." Ms. Fletcher lowered her voice. 9 years ago, Mary's mother was attacked in Harbor Park. She almost died." "Oh my God, that's terrible," said Dave, grimacing. "Is she okay now? Did they catch the person who did it?" Ms. Fletcher shook her head. "Mary's mother recovered, but as far as I know, it's still an unsolved cold case. Everyone in town was freaked out after it happened. It was an awful business, and on Christmas Eve, no less. Things like that don't happen here in Cranford." "I hadn't heard anything about it," said Dave. "It was a long time ago, but I grew up here and I remember it well. It shook our community to the core." Ms. Fletcher took her voice down to a whisper. "Rose Grandin was supposed to do a solo at the St. Benedict's Midnight Mass. Instead, she was raped and left for dead in a stream that night. Dave stared at her, his mouth open. That's a terrible story. It must have been awful. There's more. Rose Grandin became pregnant from that assault. Little Mary was the result of that attack. Wow, said Dave, his eyes still wide as he let out a long, slow breath. Thank you for telling me. If I'm working with Mary and her mother, it's good for me to know that. Don't worry, I'll never repeat any of it. The two teachers said goodbye, and Dave climbed into his car with a huge folder of student files. With teacher assignments for the next school year going out to students in a matter of days, Dave planned to spend the next several weeks preparing for his first week as a third-grade teacher. Smiling, he pulled out of the parking lot. He was going to make a difference for the two little girls no one else wanted in their class. It was a whole new beginning. Chapter 23. Guess who got an accepted offer on the Basking Ridge house? Said Rose, smiling as she walked through the front door of Grandin Properties. You've been killing it lately, Rosie, said her father, smiling as he got up to give her a hug. When the seller balked at my buyer's lowball offer, I thought the whole thing was going to blow up. You know what you have to do now, said her father, looking over at the big brass bell mounted on the wall. Years before, Pete Grandin had installed the bell to ring in a new sale. Every time someone had an accepted offer, they were supposed to ring it. Rose giggled as she walked over and rang the bell 3 times as her parents and 2 other brokers applauded. That's your second sale this month, said one of the other agents. You're making the rest of us look bad. As Rose walked to her desk, her mother stopped her. I got a call from Bev Olmsted today. You remember her son, Andrew? He's moving back to Cranford again. You and he had coffee or lunch a few times, didn't you? Rose nodded. You know what they say. Timing is everything. According to his mother, Andrew and his girlfriend broke up, and he's moving back here from New York. Maybe you two can reconnect. Maybe, said Rose as she walked to her desk. After checking her voicemail and reviewing the newest MLS listings, she noticed a particular house she'd been tracking had just reduced their price. The house was a small, 60-year-old gray colonial on Meadow Lane. It had white trim and a bright red front door. Rose fell in love with it the first time she saw it. She'd been watching it because it was the perfect size for her and Mary. At 1,200 square feet, with 2 bedrooms and 1.5 baths, it would be perfect for the two of them. The compact living and dining room were small, and the old kitchen only big enough for a table for 2, but Rose thought they could make it work. Until then, the price had been a little too high. It's a steal, said the listing agent as she and Rose descended the stairs to the basement the next morning. You could easily turn this basement into a great playroom or exercise room because it's got such high ceilings. Rose walked the perimeter of the underground room. There's a fair amount of natural light coming from the cellar windows, she said, looking around. I think this could work. The little house ticked all of Rose's boxes. In addition to the semi-finished basement, it was located in a great neighborhood and surrounded by much larger, more expensive homes. The backyard was more than big enough for a swing set and picnic table. While walking the length of the yard, Rose noticed lots of kids playing in the neighborhood. Her daughter still struggled with friendships and was rarely invited on playdates or to birthday parties. Mary didn't seem to care. Rose was certain the new location would be a positive turning point for her daughter. Maybe she'll finally make some friends here. After 30 minutes of close inspection, Rose drove to the Grandin Properties office to talk to her parents. Sitting on the chair between her parents' desks, Rose handed them each a copy of the Meadow Lane listing. What's this? Said her mother, looking at the paper. You have an interested buyer already? I noticed they reduced their price yesterday. Somebody's going to get a good deal. I want to be that person, said Rose, raising her eyebrows and smiling. Her father raised his eyebrows.
You want to buy this house as an investment?
No, for Mary and I to live in. Our own home.
But you have a home, said her father. Why would you want to leave? Everything is perfect the way it is.
Besides, her mother chimed in, we help out with Mary all the time. If you're living in another house, how would we do that? Mom, Dad, you've both been amazing. But I'm almost 30, and it's time I make my own life with my daughter, said Rose. I'll still see you all the time. I still want Mary to spend a lot of time with you, but I'd like to have my own place. I've been doing very well selling houses, and I've saved money. I've got over $100,000 in the bank. This little house has everything I need. It's in a great neighborhood, and it's less than a 10-minute drive from your house. With the price cut, I might be able to get it for around $240,000. I can put $100,000 down and mortgage the rest. But I do homework with Mary every day after school, said Anne in distress. It's our routine.
I don't see why you need to live somewhere else, said Pete. There's plenty of room at our house. Don't we give you enough space?
More than enough, Dad. But I'm a grown woman with a child. You've been taking care of me for nearly 30 years. I want to take care of myself. It's time. Pete and Anne exchanged a look and reluctantly nodded.
All right, said Pete, picking up his phone. Let's call the listing agent and have a look at it. At that price, it will go fast.
45 minutes later, while Mary was in school, the three Grandins walked through the empty little house on Meadow Lane, examining it with critical, professional eyes. Bathrooms and kitchen are old, said Anne, shaking her head. But the floors are hardwood and the appliances fairly new. It's cute, but small. The backyard is nice.
You'll have to update the bathrooms and paint, said Pete. But the basement is big and has potential. For not too much money, you could turn it into a playroom for Mary. I could put up some drywall for you, lay down some inexpensive carpeting, and you've got another room. That would add another 800 square feet.
After opening every closet and cabinet, Rose's parents climbed on board. Standing in the empty living room, they saw the potential and offered to give Rose $40,000 to help with the costs. Pete called the listing agent on their way back to the office and made an offer. After 2 days of negotiating, the two parties agreed on a price and picked a date for the closing. The idea of moving out of her family's home was bittersweet, but Rose was determined to stand on her own 2 feet and make a life for herself and daughter. The day she closed on the house, she picked up Mary from school and brought her to the new place so her daughter could see it before they moved in. As soon as Rose pulled into the driveway, Mary jumped out of the car and ran straight up the front steps. "Look, Mom, the door's red," shouted Mary, turning around and waving to her mother. "That's so cool." "Wait for me, Mary," said Rose, running after her daughter as the little girl ran down the steps and around to the back of the house. "Can we get swings, Mommy?" shouted Mary as her mother rounded the corner into the backyard. "I don't see why not," said Rose, catching her breath. "Grandpa said he was going to order some swings for you as a housewarming present." "Can I see my bedroom?" Walking around to the front of the house, Rose unlocked the red door of her very own home for the first time. Dashing in ahead of her mother, Mary ran through the empty first floor. The clatter of her shoes on the hardwood echoed off of the bare walls. "Let's go upstairs and have a look at your room," said Rose. Racing up the steps, smiling and laughing, Rose pointed her daughter to a pale pink room. "I thought this one would be yours. It's right next to mine and has a nice view of the backyard. What do you think?" "Can I get pink curtains and bring my dolls?" "You can bring everything." "We won't be with Grandma and Grandpa anymore," said the little girl with a slight frown. "You'll still go over to their house every day after school," said Rose. "Everything else will stay exactly the same, except you and I will have our own house." Mary continued exploring, running from room to room until her mother finally stopped her. "I have another surprise for you. Follow me."
Leading her daughter down to the basement, she told Mary about the plans she had to turn it into a great big playroom.
"My own playroom?"
said Mary, jumping up and down. "Just for you." A week later, the house on Meadow Lane was a beehive of activity. Painters, carpenters, plumbers, and electricians moved from one room to the next. 10 days later, movers loaded up all of Rose's and Mary's furniture and bric-a-brac and headed to the new house. A new sofa, love seat, and coffee table had been ordered and were delivered the same day. Rose and Mary finally had their own home and a new beginning. "I know things are going to be great for us from now on. This is exactly what Mary and I need." Chapter 24. The first week in their new house, a few of the neighbors had stopped by to introduce themselves and welcome the mother and daughter to the neighborhood. Rose soon learned there were several kids around Mary's age who also lived on their street. She hoped the new location would be a social game-changer for her daughter. On a Friday afternoon, not long after they moved in, there was a knock on Rose's red front door. "Sorry it's taken me so long to get over here," said a woman in her late 30s with short, dark brown hair and freckles, wearing a raggedy t-shirt and cut-off shorts. A little boy about Mary's age stood behind her. "I'm Louisa Farley. I live 4 houses down on the other side of the street. I saw you move in, and I've been meaning to come over." "Nice to meet you," said Rose, smiling and extending her hand. "I'm Rose. I had grand plans to make you some cookies or bake a cake, and then I thought, who am I kidding? I don't even cook. So, in lieu of baked goods, I decided to march myself over here and say welcome. I probably should have brought a bottle of wine." Rose giggled at the apologetic expression on Louisa's face. "You don't need to bring anything," she said through the screen door. "This is my son, Cole," said Louisa, looking around for her kid. "He's a little shy. Say hello, Cole." The little boy looked up. "Hi," he said softly. "You look like you're about the same age as my daughter, Mary. What grade are you going into, Cole?" "Third," said the little boy. "My daughter's going into third, too. You must know her. Mary Grandin?" "She was in Miss Fletcher's class," said Cole. "She pushed me down once in the playground." "Cole, that's not nice," said Louisa, rolling her eyes and then looking at Rose. "Sorry about that. No filter. Why don't you come over to my house tomorrow afternoon? We can have a glass of wine while the kids play." As a divorced single mother, Louisa and Rose soon discovered they had a lot in common. During the last few weeks of summer, visits between the 4 of them became a routine, and Rose was happy to have made a new friend. She was also thrilled that Louisa's son and Mary seemed to enjoy playing together. A week before school started, letters from the school went out notifying the students which teacher they had for the upcoming school year. Mary had been anxiously waiting for the news for weeks. When the envelope came in the mail, Rose called her daughter in from the backyard, and the 2 of them opened the letter together. "Hurry, Mom," said the little girl as Rose tore open the envelope. "What does it say? Who's my new teacher?" "Your new teacher is Mr. David F. Zelina. Do you know who he is?" said Rose. "I don't know that name. He must be new." "There's no Mr. Zelina at my school," said a disappointed Mary. "I wanted Ms. Torrey. She tells jokes and lets the kids have extra time at recess. Sometimes she brings in snacks. I don't want a man teacher." "Cole got Zelina too," said Louisa, when Rose called her to inquire about the new teacher. "They're in the same class. Isn't that great? I think one of the 3rd-grade teachers retired last year. Zelina must be the replacement. Cole is thrilled to finally have a male teacher. I'm so glad Cole and Mary are in the same class. We can go to parent night together. I'll bring the wine." On the first morning of school, Rose got up early to make Mary an extra special breakfast. Now that her daughter was a 3rd grader, Mary dressed herself in the new pink outfit her mother had bought her for her first day of the new school year. When Mary came down into the kitchen, Rose combed her daughter's hair,
put a clip in it, and stepped back to look at her. "You look adorable," said the proud mother. "Mr. Zelina is going to love you." "I don't care." "Why do you always say things like that? You've complained about all of your teachers." "I won't like him." Rose let out an exasperated sigh, shook her head, and hustled Mary into the car. She pulled onto the school's car line for the drop-off. Several teachers were by the curb collecting children and sending them safely into the building. While they waited, Rose turned around and looked at her daughter in the back seat. "You're a big third grader now," said Rose, smiling. "I hope you have a great first day. Give your teacher a chance, Mary. I bet he's really nice." "I won't like him." Rose rolled her eyes and pulled up to the drop-off spot. Without another word, Mary got out of the car as her mother waved to the back of her head. That first school day flew. Rose attended a closing at noon, made some client phone calls, sent some listings to prospective buyers, and it was time to pick up her daughter. Waiting in the pickup line again, Rose spotted Mary near the school's entrance, standing next to a tall man with brown hair. From a distance, it looked like the man and Mary were in deep conversation. Rose pulled up to the pickup spot. "Mary Grandin," the teacher shouted into the crowd of children. Mary looked over, waved goodbye to the tall man, and got into the back seat of her mother's car. "I had a great day, Mom. I met my new teacher. This was his first day, too. He said we can call him Mr. Z. He's really cool." Chapter 25. Fall 2017. Until she entered the third grade, all of Mary's teachers had reported that the child tended to be withdrawn and rarely interacted with her classmates. When Mary did mix with the other kids, they noted she was often aggressive and demanding. Her first grade teacher had used the word sullen, and her second grade teacher said Mary was often disruptive. But in third grade, things changed. For the first time, Rose's daughter actually liked her teacher. Mary didn't scowl at the mention of her class, homework, or even her teacher's name like she had in the past. Instead, she came home brimming with happy stories about her day at school. "Mr. Z said if everyone finished reading 5 chapter books by the end of next month, he'd treat the whole class to an ice cream party," said a smiling Mary when Rose picked her up after school. "Can we go to the library so I can get some more books?" Parent-teacher night was scheduled a month after the school term started. For the first time, Rose was looking forward to going and to finally meeting the fabulous Mr. Z. "It's always so weird coming to this thing and sitting in the kids' tiny desks," said her neighbor Louisa, as she and Rose walked into the school together. "I feel like I'm back in third grade." After the two women found the right classroom, they took their tiny seats alongside the other parents. When Dave Zelina entered the room, though not classically handsome, Rose noticed how fit and attractive he was. She immediately found him appealing and watched him move effortlessly through the room, making warm remarks to each parent. "I'm not sure who was more scared on the first day of school this year," said Mr. Zelina, standing in front of the room. "Your kids or me? As some of you already know, I did several tours of duty in Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't think I was ever as terrified over there as I was on the first day of school." A chuckle erupted from the room, and Mr. Z took questions from the parents. When the session was over, a number of the parents hung back to have a quick word with their child's new teacher. Rose waited at Mary's desk until she was the only parent left. "Since you're sitting at that particular desk, I presume you must be Mary's mother?" said Dave Zelina with a warm smile. "I had been told by my daughter that you had magical powers. I didn't know you were a psychic, too," said Rose, grinning as she got up out of the tiny desk and chair and walked towards the teacher. Dave extended his hand. "I'm Rose," she said, shaking his hand. "I wanted you to know you've already made quite an impression on my daughter." "That's good to hear," said Dave. "Mary's quiet, but there's a lot going on behind her eyes. I sense it. Some of the other kids put it all out there, but your daughter is more thoughtful and introspective.
She tends to keep to herself, but I think it's because she has deeper thoughts than most of the other kids."
"You do?"
said Rose, more accustomed to teachers' thinly veiled complaints than compliments. "Absolutely," said Dave. "Mary's extremely bright. When she focuses on something, there's nothing she can't do. She just needs the right guidance. I have very high expectations for Mary's third-grade year."
Rose's eyes widened. "I don't know what to say. All of my daughter's other teachers found her aloof and complained she didn't mix with the other kids."
"I may be new to teaching, but I know people. I've also read all of Mary's files," said Dave. "She's a little different from most of the other kids, but in my opinion, good different. She's unique in a positive way. My mission is to make third grade the year that Mary comes into her own."
Rose blinked several times to hold back the tears. Finally, a teacher who believed in her daughter and didn't focus on her inadequacies. "Mr. Zelina, I don't know what to say. It means so much to me that you feel the way you do. I'm so grateful you're her teacher. Thank you very much for your kindness."
When Rose got home that night, she told her mother, who had been babysitting, all about Mr. Z.
"Mom, he was incredible. He had nothing but positive things to say about Mary," said Rose, tears in her eyes. "He gets her. He really does. This is a whole new beginning for her. I'm so relieved."
"Try it this way," said Dave Zelina, leaning over Mary's desk. Holding a green marker in his hand, he made several corrections on her paper. "You need to subtract here, not add in this section, see?" Mary crinkled up her face into a pout. She didn't like math, and didn't understand why she had to do it. Despite her angst, she followed her teacher's instructions. Soon she came up with the correct answer and looked up at her teacher with a grateful smile.
"I got it, Mr. Z. I got the right answer."
"I knew you would. You like to do things your own way, Mary, but sometimes it's okay to take a little help from your friends or your teacher. You're on a roll, kiddo. Try the next one." On a chilly November afternoon, Rose picked Mary up after school.
"I got a 91 on my math quiz,"
said a smiling Mary as she got into the car.
"Mr. Z said he thinks I'm really good at math. He said I might have a talent for numbers."
91, said Rose. "That's the highest you've ever gotten in math. That's awesome, sweetie."
"And Mr. Z said I'm going to be the class monitor next week."
"What does a class monitor do?"
"I get to be the boss of the class for the whole week," said Mary with a grin. "I take attendance and lead the class out for recess and back to class after. I also get to hand out all the papers for the whole week. And guess what? I get to wear a special badge."
"That's quite an honor," said Rose as she pulled into her parents' driveway. "I'm so proud of you. Let's go tell Grandma and Grandpa." Mary scampered out of the car and raced across the lawn.
"Grandma! Grandpa! I'm going to be class monitor!"
she shouted as she opened the front door and ran into the house. Watching her daughter disappear inside, Rose was unable to recall when she had seen Mary so positive and happy. She made a mental note to send Mr. Zelina a thank-you email when she got home. Her daughter's third-grade teacher was nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 26. For the first time, Rose and Mary were hosting Thanksgiving in their new house that November. It would be a small group by Grandin standards, since Rose's dining room could only accommodate a maximum of 8 people. Thanksgiving attendees would include Rose's parents, Louisa and her son Cole, and one of Rose's cousins who was visiting from out of town. Anne promised to make all the pies and bring an appetizer. Louisa was in charge of the wine, candied sweet potatoes, and cranberry sauce. Rose's cousin was making mashed potatoes and green beans almondine. All Rose had to do was bake the turkey and make stuffing and gravy and set the table. On the Monday before Thanksgiving, Mary came home from school elated. She had received an A on her book report.
"And Mr. Z said I did an excellent job,"
said the 9-year-old, pointing to the teacher's written comment next to the red A. "I'm so proud of you," said Rose, as she went over her final checklist for Thanksgiving.
Mom, I feel sad.
What? Said Rose, half listening.
I feel sad about something.
Rose looked up.
What do you feel sad about? I asked Mr. Z what he was doing for Thanksgiving, and he told me he's staying home to watch some games.
That's nothing to be sad about. He's probably celebrating with his family, said Rose. Lots of families watch games on Thanksgiving.
He told me he's going to be by himself. I don't think his family lives around here. Can we invite him to have Thanksgiving with us?
That might be invading Mr. Zelina's privacy too much.
Please, Mommy, Mr. Z will be all alone on Thanksgiving. You always say people should never be alone on a holiday.
That night, Rose wrote a handwritten note to Dave Zelina and sent it in with Mary the next day. That same afternoon, Dave called Rose. It's very nice of you to invite me. Are you sure you have room? Said the teacher. Absolutely. We'd love to have you, and Mary would be beyond thrilled. What can I bring then? On Thanksgiving Day, Anne brought 4 pies and 5 different appetizers. When Rose questioned the amount of food her mother carried into her kitchen, Anne only laughed. Thanksgiving demands a wide selection of pies, said Anne. Those are the official tea-day rules. Besides, we've got to put on a good show since the famous Mr. Z is joining us. Looking out of the front window for nearly an hour, Mary jumped up and down when she saw her teacher pull up in a black VW Jetta. "He's here!" she shouted as she ran to open the front door. Before he could ring the bell, a smiling Mary flung the door open. He was holding 2 bottles of champagne and a small, glittery gift bag. Rose greeted him at the front door. "I hope champagne is okay," said the teacher sheepishly, as he handed the bottles to Rose. Once in the living room, Dave handed Mary the pink gift bag. "This is for you. Happy Thanksgiving, Mary." Gingerly taking the package, Mary sat down on a nearby chair. Placing the present on her lap, she stared at it, savoring the moment. "Go ahead. Open it," said Dave, winking at Rose. The little girl carefully folded back the tissue paper, thrust her hand inside the bag, and pulled out a small white box. She looked up at her teacher. "Open it. I picked it out especially for you," said Dave. Mary slowly removed the top of the box, revealing a silver chain necklace with a tiny charm of an archer's bow and arrow. In Greek mythology, Artemis was the daughter of Zeus and Leto, and the twin sister of Apollo. She was a huntress, brave and fearless, and an important goddess in the lives of women, said Dave. "Mary, I've seen you grow so much in the last few months. You are brave and fearless. I thought this necklace would help remind you of your talents. Sometimes I think you underestimate yourself." Mary smiled as Rose, with tears in her eyes, moved to help her daughter put on the necklace. "There," said Rose, standing back. "That looks beautiful on you, sweetie. Go look in the mirror." Mary ran to the hall mirror and smiled. "That was extremely kind of you," whispered Rose to Dave. "I doubt she'll ever take it off. Thank you." The holiday dinner was a success, and Dave mixed easily with Rose's friends and family. "I can't thank you enough for inviting me here today," he said. "Had it not been for you, I'd probably be eating a turkey sandwich and watching reruns of Law and Order." "We were happy to have you," said Rose. "It was all Mary's idea." "Then, thank you, Mary," said Dave, raising his glass and nodding his head to the little girl sitting next to him. "My folks live on the West Coast, in Oregon, about 50 miles from Portland. I only get home once or twice a year. With only 4 days off for Thanksgiving, it wasn't enough time to make the long trip. We get 2 weeks off at Christmas. I'll see them then. I need to get out there. My dad isn't doing well." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Rose. "At least you'll see them in a few weeks." "That's the plan," said Dave. "Your mother told me you worked together in your family's real estate business. Now that I'm going to be in Cranford for a while, I'm considering buying a condo or a small house. Do you think after the holidays you could show me a few properties?" Chapter 27.
Largely because of Rose's dedication, the St. Benedict's art program had developed a stellar reputation. What started out as a basic, free painting and drawing after-school class had turned into one of the most sought-after children's programs in the county. "I don't know how you do it, Rose," said one mother while picking up her 8-year-old. "My son spends most of his time playing in the dirt with imaginary guns and making fart noises. When he comes here, he turns into Van Gogh. You're amazing." After art class the week after Thanksgiving, Father Villain stayed around to help Rose clean up after the session. "The lesson you did with the kids today was amazing. Watching them work with clay, I could see how it taps into a whole different part of their brains," said the priest, grimacing as he picked up one kid's sculpture that looked like a ball of clay. "Although some of them have a way to go." Rose stifled a laugh. "That's Kenny's. He's going to require a little more hands-on help. He's easily distracted by the other kids and then becomes a bit disruptive. I think he'd rather be riding his bike, but his mother has her heart set on Kenny exploring his artistic side." "Why don't I bring him into my office and work with him one-on-one next week to give you a break?" said the priest. "We can do some exercises on staying focused, too." As they straightened up the room, a man's voice rang out. "Hello? Anybody here? Rose?" "We're in the basement, Dave. Come on down," shouted Rose through the open doorway to the stairs. She introduced Dave to Father Villain while digging through her black leather tote for the manila folder with Dave's name on it. It contained listings of houses and condos she was going to show him that Saturday. "You look familiar," said Father Villain. "Have we met?" "I did 6 weeks of my student teaching here before I transferred over to the public school," said Dave. "We met once." "Yeah," said the priest, peering at him. "I think I remember. St. Benedict's is a very pretty church, as churches go." "Not a fan of churches?" said the priest, standing up taller and looking Dave directly in the eye. "My parents are Mormons. Let's just say I had enough religion when I was growing up to last a lifetime," said Dave, his eyes locked on the priest's. "I prefer to keep my own counsel on that type of thing." "Sometimes keeping your own counsel can be a lonely road. Our parish isn't only here for prayers, mass, or confessions," said the priest, maintaining Dave's gaze. "St. Benedict's is the glue that connects our congregation and brings the community together." Vaguely aware the conversation between Dave and Father Villain had somehow become weird, Rose jumped in. "I pulled every listing in Cranford in your price range," she said, handing Dave the folder. "Let me know which ones you want to see and I'll set up the appointments." Dave gave her a thumbs up and turned his attention back to the priest. "Nice seeing you again, Father." "I've got to pick up Mary from my mother's in a few minutes," Rose said, taking Dave's arm and leading him over to the staircase. "See you Saturday." "Interesting guy," said Father Villain, as the sound of Dave's footsteps faded on the stairs. "He's different?" "Because he doesn't go to church?" "If I reacted negatively to non-churchgoers, I wouldn't have many friends," said Father Villain with a half-smile. He picked up a box of art supplies and walked towards the supply closet in the back room. "See you next week, Rose. Don't forget, I'll work one-on-one with Kenny." Early that Saturday morning, Rose sat alone at her kitchen table sipping her coffee. She was meeting Dave Zelina at 2:00 to look at 8 properties in Cranford. Until then, she had things to do around the house and wanted to spend a little time with Mary before dropping her off with her grandparents. There was a creak on the floorboards upstairs, followed by the soft sound of her daughter's bare feet padding down the stairs. "You look like you're still asleep," her mother said, as a groggy Mary climbed onto the kitchen chair next to her. "Want some breakfast?" Mary nodded. "I had a dream and it scared me," said the 8-year-old. "What kind of dream?" said Rose. "Remember what we talked about? Dreams aren't real, sweetie." "I was walking in a forest carrying a shovel and it was dark. I saw our house with the red door.
It was all lit up through the trees. You were standing on the front steps calling my name. Mary, Mary. I walked faster so I could get to you. Then a big black cat jumped out of a tree right at me and I screamed.
You're not afraid of a tiny kitty, are you?
It was big with sharp pointy teeth and it scared me. I hit it over the head with my shovel until it stopped moving. Then I ran to you and you hugged me and I felt safe again.
Rose looked at her daughter's troubled face and took a deep breath. It was only a dream, sweetie. Let's talk about something happy. Remember what today is? Mary looked at her mother blankly. You forgot already? This afternoon I'm taking your teacher to look for houses. Grandma is taking you to the movies and then Christmas shopping.
Oh, yeah, said Mary with a big smile. Tell Mr. Z I said hi.
After Rose dropped Mary off with her grandparents, she drove across town to meet Dave. They started with the condos. The third property was a new, modern, 2-bedroom unit in a high-rise building overlooking the water. Look at that view, said Rose, gazing out through the large picture window in the living room. You could sit here all day watching the boats go by. I could, but then I wouldn't get much accomplished, said Dave, chuckling. This place is nice, but it's only good for one person, maybe two. You couldn't raise kids here. You have kids? Not yet. One day I hope to get married and have a family. I think a small house might be the better way to go. I like to putter around the yard and barbecue. After seeing these apartments, I'd like to stick with only houses. With a few phone calls, Rose added a few more houses to their itinerary. The last one of the day struck a chord with the teacher. Hands down, this one's my favorite, said Dave as he walked around the first floor. Mine too. It's bigger inside than I thought it would be. The attic is spacious, and the basement has plenty of storage. It needs a little TLC, but a family of 4 could be very comfortable here. You've given me a good sense of what I can get for my money, said Dave. I've got a lot to think about. The Christmas holidays were approaching, and Dave was going home to Oregon for a couple of weeks to see his family. They agreed to resume house hunting in mid-January. I really liked the last house, said Dave, standing next to his car in front of Grandin Properties. It was at the end of the street, so it would be quiet, and it had a nice large yard. If it's still on the market in January, I may take another look at it. Rose nodded as Dave got into his car and rolled down the window. Before I forget, remind Mary her book report is due on Monday, and tell her I said hello. A personal message from Mr. Z? Said Rose, smiling. She'll be on cloud 9. I think my daughter has a little crush on you. Chapter 28. It was December 2017, 9 years since Rose had been attacked in Harbor Park. Despite the passage of time, each Christmas dredged up gut-wrenching feelings and awful memories. Her once favorite holiday had been permanently tarnished. She went through the motions every December for Mary's sake, but was secretly relieved when January rolled around. This Christmas, Rose's parents were having a large crowd on Christmas Day. Anne made sure everything was ready before they left for the morning mass. The hors d'oeuvres had been prepared, the wine chilled, and the turkey was roasting in the oven and starting to turn a golden brown. The usual assortment of friends and relatives, including Anne's cousins from New Jersey, as well as Fathers Heaney and Villain, would soon be arriving at the house. Having priests join us for Christmas dinner makes it so much more special, don't you think? Said Anne proudly, as she surveyed each place setting for the last time. We're very blessed. Satisfied everything was in its proper place, she announced it was time to leave for church. As the Grandins entered St. Benedict's, the mournful sound of the church organ filled every inch of the cavernous space. From the back, they stopped for a moment to admire the interior, lined with green garland ropes and hundreds of poinsettias. The church was nearly full, but the Grandins found seats together in one pew. Soon, the glorious sounds of the choir filled the room, and Father Heaney began the Mass.
Midway through the service, Rose leaned over to her mother and whispered, "Where's Father Verlaine? I thought he was going to do the Mass with Father Heaney." Anne shrugged and whispered back, "He's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he didn't feel well. I hope he'll still be coming for dinner." After Mass, the Grandins raced out of the church to get home before their guests arrived. Father Heaney's sermon had run long, and Anne was afraid her turkey was going to be overcooked. As soon as Pete pulled into their garage, Anne jumped out of the car and went straight to the kitchen. "Mom's a little frantic today," said Rose. "She likes everything to be perfect," said her father, getting out of the car. "Grandma says there's no point in doing anything unless you do it right," Mary stated as she followed them into the house. "Grandma's right, Mary. Grandma's always right," said Pete with a smile. Soon the Christmas music was turned on and the lights strung throughout the house inside and out twinkled merrily. The smell of roasting turkey and baking pies made everyone's mouth water while they waited for their 12 guests. "Someone's here," yelled Pete as he peeked through the front window. By 3 o'clock all the guests had arrived. "Anne, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here with you and your family again on Christmas. You are, hands down, the best hostess in Cranford," whispered Father Heaney with a smile. "Don't tell anyone I said that, or I won't get invited anywhere else." "Maybe I should. That way I'd have you and Father Verlaine all to myself," said Anne, a look of pride and satisfaction on her face. "Father Verlaine," said Rose, "I didn't see you at Mass today. I thought you and Father Heaney were doing it together." "It's a long story," said the priest, shaking his head. "We ordered brand-new hymnals for Christmas. Something went wrong, and our shipment went to a church in southeast Pennsylvania. Father Heaney was so disappointed. I offered to drive the church van down to pick up the books so we'd have them for midnight Mass. My trip down was fine. I picked up the books and was on my way home, and the van died in the middle of nowhere. You know what it's like finding a mechanic or a tow truck on Christmas Eve?" "What did you do?" "I had to get it towed," said the young priest. "But AAA said the earliest they could get someone out to me was first thing this morning. I stayed in a Ramada Inn about a mile from where the van died. This morning no one showed up until nearly 10:30. "I can't believe you made it back here in time for dinner given all the holiday traffic." "Guess I had a Christmas angel on my shoulder," said Father Verlaine with a wink. "What was wrong with the van?" said Rose. "It was the craziest thing. A cable had come loose. Took the technician 2 minutes to figure it out. He reconnected it, and I was on my way. After all that, I missed Christmas Eve and today's service, and the congregation didn't get to use any of the new hymnals." "You're here now," said Rose, giving the priest's arm a pat. "That's all that matters." The next afternoon, exhausted from the late night on Christmas Day, Rose dropped Mary off at her parents' house and drove to their real estate office to take care of some time-sensitive paperwork. It was going to be a quiet day. All the parking spaces in the lot outside of Grandin Properties were empty. The office was technically closed until after the New Year, but she had a house closing that day. Locking the front door behind her, she sat at her desk in the back corner of the large, open room to complete some necessary paperwork. As she was getting ready to leave for the closing, she heard a knock and looked up. Detective Tina Da Silva was outside the front door, looking directly at her through the glass. "Your parents told us you were here. We needed to talk to you," shouted Tina through the glass. "It's important." "I don't want to talk," Rose yelled, putting her hands over her ears and turning her back to the detective. Tina moved over, and Lynn stepped in front of the door. "Rose, we need a minute," said Lynn, speaking loudly through the glass. "Will you let us in? It's really cold out here." Slowly, Rose walked to the front door, her legs like lead. Before opening it, she looked into Lynn Jackson's eyes and saw pity. Taking a deep breath, she unlocked the latch. "I know why you're here," said Rose in a hoarse whisper. "This is the last thing we wanted to do today," said Tina as she and Lynn entered. "It happened again, didn't it?"
said Rose with resolve. The detectives explained that there had been 2 new attacks with all the earmarks of the Kringle killer, 2 crimes in the same state, a sexual assault on Christmas Eve, followed by a murder early Christmas morning.
"Where?"
said Rose. "Northern Virginia," said Lynn. The Christmas Eve attack happened after a holiday party in Alexandria. The incident on Christmas morning occurred further north in a small town near the Delaware border.
"Virginia,"
said Rose.
"He keeps moving steadily south down the East Coast."
"That appears to be his path," said Tina. "If we don't catch him between now and next Christmas, the North Carolina police plan to do community outreach ahead of the holidays to warn people." Rose paced the room. "The Christmas Eve victim," said Lynn, "has had significant head trauma."
"Where did it happen?"
said Rose in barely a whisper. "I can't discuss the particulars at this time, but it happened in her home after a Christmas Eve party."
"Was she conscious when they found her?"
"No," said Lynn, "but she regained consciousness for a brief time in the ambulance, long enough for the police to get some preliminary information."
"And?"
said Rose. "He sang to her," said Lynn softly.
"What did he sing?"
said Rose, as the 2 detectives gave each other a sideways glance.
"Tell me."
"Silent Night," said Lynn. Tears splashed down Rose's cheeks as memories of her own attack broke through. She felt sick.
"What about the second woman?"
Tina shook her head. "She wasn't as lucky."
"I wouldn't call being beaten and raped lucky," Rose said bitterly. "You want to know who's lucky? That freaking psycho is lucky. He's been at this for more than 15 years and is still out there living his best life. And what have the police done to stop him? Nothing. Now another woman has paid for it with her life."
"We understand your frustration," said Lynn.
"The FBI is—" "What happened to the other woman?" said Rose. "The one who died."
"We can't share that information at this time," said Tina.
"Give me a break," said Rose, her nostrils flaring. "We're way past that."
Tina nodded. "This one happened very early on Christmas morning, which is slightly different from the previously established pattern," she said. "Until now, the perp always made his move later on Christmas Day. This time he struck only about 6 hours after the Christmas Eve attack. That's a change in established behavior, but we don't know what it means." "The second woman was in her early 50s, said Lynn. "She was a nurse on her way home after a night shift at a hospital. Her car was found in the hospital parking lot loaded with Christmas gifts. She never made it to her car. Local police think she may have been grabbed and put into another car, because her body was found on a bench in a public park on the other side of town."
"It's never going to stop,"
said Rose, crying softly.
"Year after year, it's always the same."
"This time, there was something new," said Lynn. "This time, he cut off all her hair." Chapter 29 2018 In the days following the Virginia Christmas attacks, the FBI's Kringle Task Force re-interviewed all the living victims. Special Agents Falco and Keyes, on the case since it began, were clearly frustrated. Going over all the old testimony with a fine-toothed comb, they hoped a new nugget of information might emerge. None did. Shattered once again, as she was every year, Rose spent the weeks after Christmas trying to put the Kringle killer out of her mind and resume her life. To distract herself, she focused on the new initiatives for St. Benedict's art program and prepped for the early spring real estate market. In mid-January, after showing a house to a young couple from Manhattan, Rose checked her messages. There was a voicemail from Dave Zelina. "Hi, Rose. Hope you had a nice holiday. Mary told me about the crowd at your parents' house on Christmas. Unfortunately, I spent my week on connecting flights, only to end up in Oregon for one of the rainiest Christmases on record. My parents were happy to see me, so I'm glad I went. Anyway, I'm back and was hoping we could resume the house hunt. I'm available this weekend if you have some time.
Things will be much easier when Mary is 12 or 13. Then I could leave her alone for a couple of hours, said Rose to her mother after asking Anne to babysit. Again. You and Dad have been so great about helping out with Mary. She's our granddaughter, said Anne, incredulous. We love having her with us. I know, but she can be difficult sometimes, especially when she gets locked into something that she wants. She's always great with me. Besides, all kids can be difficult at times. Mary's no different than any other, said Anne, patting her daughter on the arm. With her child care secure, Rose texted Dave. It was a go. They were going to take another look at the house he had seen before Christmas, as well as several other homes new to the market. That Saturday afternoon, Rose and Dave wandered through a bunch of houses in Cranford and stopped at a local coffee shop to talk things over when they finished. Here you go, said Dave, handing Rose a cup. Latte with 2 shots of espresso, right? Rose smiled as Dave took a seat. I liked the new houses you showed me today, but that house on Montgomery Circle that we saw before the holidays, that one speaks to me. The whole time I was in Oregon, I kept seeing myself living there. I told my parents all about it. It is well priced, said Rose, pulling out the listing sheet. Doesn't need much work, on a dead-end street next to that wooded area, so it's quiet and private. And the taxes are fairly low. The attic could easily be converted into another bedroom, and the basement with that extra sub-basement wine cellar is huge. The only negatives are that the kitchen and bathrooms are on the older side, said Rose. You could update them over time, but they're usable. You wouldn't have to do it right away. Dave sat silently for a minute. All right, let's do it. I want to make an offer on Montgomery Circle. Really? You're sure? Said Rose, her eyebrows raised. You haven't been looking very long. I know what I like when I see it, he said, looking into her eyes and smiling. After they discussed an offer strategy, Dave leaned back, put his hands behind his head, and smiled. Looks like I'm going to be a homeowner. It's a good feeling, said Rose, smiling back at him. I bought my house so Mary and I could move out of my parents' place. I remember how good I felt the day we moved in. It was like being reborn. Chapter 30. After days of negotiating the price of the house, Rose texted Dave. The owners of 147 Montgomery Circle had accepted his offer. Montgomery is a go. I know you can't call during school hours. Text me when you have a break, and we can discuss next steps. Congratulations. While his 3rd grade class was at music, Dave peeked at his phone, smiled, and ducked out to call Rose. Montgomery Circle's really mine? Providing you can get your mortgage, said Rose. I'll get my mortgage, said Dave. I'm putting 50% down, and I'll get a veteran's loan, no problem. You don't get turned down for those unless you're a total deadbeat. I'll file all the paperwork tonight. Thank you for everything, Rose. Over the next 6 weeks, Dave submitted every financial document the loan officer asked for, hired a house inspector, had documents notarized, and held his breath. Sitting next to Rose at his March closing, Dave signed the last page of the contract, and the lawyer handed over the keys. I'm a homeowner, said a smiling Dave as he and Rose left the attorney's offices. I've got the movers coming tomorrow, although I don't have much stuff. A bed, dresser, and a bookcase along with some personal items. I'll need to buy some new furniture to fill my new house. Sounds like you will, said Rose, happy she had helped to make his dream come true. Would you let me take you to dinner one night so I could properly thank you? Her breath caught. That's not necessary, she said, looking away. I was just doing my job. I'm new in town, as you know, and you've been so helpful, said Dave. I've got an idea. How about you, Mary, and I go for lunch at the arcade after I move? My treat. How can I say no to that? Said Rose, throwing up her arms. Mary will be ecstatic. 2 weeks later, on a Saturday,
Dave, Rose, and Mary went to a large game arcade in a neighboring town. The place was crawling with kids. Mary was soon obsessed with several video games, which gave Dave and Rose time to talk.
"Look at my kid,"
said Rose, her eyes following Mary playing with some of the other kids.
"She's on cloud 9 right now. When I told her you were taking us to the arcade, she nearly passed out. I'm so grateful you're her teacher. I worry about her."
"I have a lot of kids in my class. Some are easy, do their homework on time, and raise their hands. I also have my share of disruptors who constantly need attention and redirection. It's true, Mary is a little different, but in my opinion, in a good way. She thinks differently than the other kids. She sees things they miss. She looks at life through a different lens. With the right guidance, I believe Mary's capable of so many things."
"Mr. Z, will you play the Spider-Man game with me?" said Mary, as she came running across the room towards them.
"Duty calls," he said with a look of surrender, as Mary pulled him into the crowd. After the arcade, the three stopped at Jan's ice cream parlor. Standing at the counter, unpleasant memories of the ice cream cone disaster with Ben at Rye Playland flashed through Rose's mind, and she shuddered. "What flavor do you want?" Dave asked the little girl.
"What are you getting?"
said Mary. "I always get coffee with chocolate chips."
"Me too,"
said Mary, smiling up at her teacher.
"Mary,"
said Rose, shaking her head, "you've never had that flavor."
"If Mr. Z likes it, then I'll like it."
On the drive home, Dave had an idea. "Would you like to see my new house, Mary? Your mom helped me find it."
"It's late," said Rose. "I think we should go." "Please, Mommy? Please, can we go see Mr. Z's new house?"
Outnumbered, Rose agreed. When Dave unlocked his front door, Mary ran in first, straight into the living room, and then up the stairs all the way to the third-floor attic.
"Wow, this is so nice, Mr. Z,"
she said, out of breath when she came down the steps.
"Isn't it nice, Mom? It's huge."
"It's very nice," said Rose, looking around, noticing there was hardly any furniture. "You weren't kidding when you said you need to buy a few things." "I was renting a furnished apartment before I moved here. I'm terrible with decorating. I don't have an eye for it. Not like you. I want this house to be cozy, but I don't know how to do it."
"You could help him, couldn't you, Mommy?"
said Mary, looking at her mother with pleading eyes.
If you wanted, I guess I could go furniture shopping with you sometime."
"You mean it?" said a surprised Dave.
"I'd have to bring Mary."
"Of course, I'd love Mary's opinion," said Dave, as Mary gazed up at her teacher adoringly. The following week, Rose drove to Dave's house to take some measurements before they went to the stores. "What's the look you want?" she said as she measured his living room walls. "I don't know," said Dave, shrugging. "I like the way your house looked. I noticed how nice it was on Thanksgiving. It was homey, but also kind of cool. Something like that would be great. My place is sort of a mid-century modern. If you like that, I can definitely help. What's your favorite color?" "Blue." "Me too." Walking through Dave's nearly empty home with a tape measure and a book of graph paper, Rose sketched out each room, working out how many pieces of furniture he'd need. After they made a list and decided on a budget, Dave, Rose, and Mary went shopping. Wandering through Sutton Furniture at the mall, Dave and Rose were honing in on a few pieces for Dave's living room. "What do you think of that one?" said Rose, pointing to a cream-colored upholstered chair with an ottoman. "It's nice," said Dave. "What do you think, Mary?"
"I like it,"
said the little girl, as she raced off to run through the aisles of tables and chairs. "Then there's also that one," said Rose, pointing to a different chair with blue fabric. A man walking past them suddenly spun around. "Rose? Is that you? It's Andrew, Olmsted. Your mother and my mother were playing matchmaker, and we met, and—" "Andrew? My mother told me you moved back to Cranford," said Rose. "This is my client, Dave. He just bought a new house. I'm helping him pick out some furniture." "Furniture, too? You're a full-service real estate broker," said Andrew. "Congrats on the house, man." "Thanks," said Dave. "Sorry about your girlfriend," said Rose. "Mom told me."
"It's fine," said Andrew. "She was very independent. Too independent. Now that I'm back, maybe you and I can get together for a coffee sometime," said Andrew, handing her his card before walking off.
"That was a surprise," said Rose, shaking her head.
"Old boyfriend?"
said Dave.
"Just an acquaintance," said Rose, as she watched Andrew fade into the crowd. Many weeks later, when the furniture was delivered, Rose was at Dave's house to make sure everything was in good condition and put in the right place. A round, white formica table with chrome legs and white chairs were set up in the kitchen. A brass and glass coffee table was placed in front of the modern blue sofa in the white living room. 2 tan mid-century modern chairs were positioned across from the couch. Rose placed the 3 plants she had brought for Dave as a housewarming gift next to the painted black brick fireplace. 2 gold sconces were installed on either side of the mantel, with a rectangular mirror between them. Blue and gold pillows were scattered throughout the living room. "All you need are a few things for the walls, and this room is all set," said Rose, looking around proudly. "It looks like a showroom," said Dave. "How can I thank you?" "It was fun for me, and Mary enjoyed our shopping trips more than I can tell you." "Let me at least cook dinner for you as a thank you." "You can cook?" said Rose, somewhat surprised. "I have a small culinary repertoire," said Dave. "I learned how to make a few dishes while I was in the army. I promise I won't poison you. It will give me a chance to christen my new kitchen. What do you say?" At work the next day, Rose asked her mother if she could drop Mary off on Saturday night. "Why?" said her mother, an eyebrow raised. "Do you have a date?" "It's not a date, Mom. Dave Zelina wanted to thank me for helping him find a house and going furniture shopping." "Sounds like a date to me," said Anne with a smile. That Saturday afternoon, Rose was a little nervous about having dinner with her daughter's teacher. "It's just dinner. Don't be such an idiot." After wrapping some citrus-scented candles to bring as a gift, Rose drove across town to Montgomery Circle. Pulling her car into Dave's driveway, she sat there for a moment, looking at the house. When she rang the bell, Dave opened the door, wearing a red apron and a grin. "Something smells really good," said Rose as she followed him into the house. "We are having roasted chicken, potatoes, and squash. I make it all in one pan." He poured her a glass of white wine, and they sat in the living room Rose had designed. "I have the weirdest feeling being in this room," she said. "Because I picked out everything in here, it feels like I'm in my own house." "I want you to feel at home here. I want Mary to feel at home, too." A flash of confusion crossed Rose's face. "Let me explain," said Dave. "I'm originally from the West Coast. I don't know a lot of people here. When I got out of the Army, I worked part-time jobs while I got my degree in education. My schedule didn't give me much time for socializing. Also, I was so much older than most of the other people in my program, so I didn't make many friends. Being over 30, I wasn't about to go to a frat party. I doubt they would have wanted the old guy there anyway." Rose took a sip of her wine as she listened. "I did half of my student teaching at St. Benedict's and the other half in the Cranford public school system. When the public school offered me a full-time position, I jumped at it. But I knew no one when I came here." "That must have been hard." "I was so excited about the new job and busy looking for an apartment that I barely noticed I had no social life." "That will change now that you have a house," said Rose. "I'm sure you've made friends at the school. You're so good at what you do. Mary's grown up so much since she's been in your class. Her previous teachers did nothing but raise red flags. But not you." "Look, I read her charts. I'm not a psychologist, but I spend an awful lot of time with your daughter. And in my opinion, she's fine," said Dave. "You really think so?" "Absolutely. Give her time." He stood up. "Some people are late bloomers. I was. Now I think dinner should be ready. Let's go sit at that new kitchen table you picked out." Rose followed him and watched as he removed the dinner from the oven and plated the food. "It's delicious," she said, taking her first bite. "What was it like being in the Army? You were in Iraq, right?"
And Afghanistan.
I can't imagine how scary that must have been.
I had some good buddies in my unit. When you're in places like those, the other soldiers are your family. The guy sleeping in the bunk next to you may be the only thing that stands between you and an IED.
The stress must have been incredible. How did you handle it?
Dave shook his head. You just do it, I guess. What's the alternative?
I get it more than you know. I've had some difficult times myself.
Dave looked at Rose and nodded with understanding.
Everyone here in Cranford knows, so you might as well hear it from me, said Rose.
Dave put his fork down, sensing she was about to reveal something important.
10 years ago on Christmas Eve, I was attacked and assaulted in Harbor Park.
There was a long pause before Dave responded.
I'm so sorry, Rose, he said, leaning forward.
It must have been awful.
It was,
said Rose, her eyes filling with tears as she looked away.
I also became pregnant as a result of that attack.
There was another long pause. I see, said Dave. That must have been a lot for a young woman to deal with.
It was. Now you know the whole story. Mary doesn't know anything about it. I told her that her father and I split up and we lost touch.
Does she accept that story?
It's getting harder to spin it as she gets older. I'll tell her the truth one day.
Chapter 31 2018 By the end of April, Dave's first year as a schoolteacher was nearly over. By all accounts, it had been a success. He got a great review from the principal. The kids liked him, and he enjoyed working with that age group. Helping students like Mary navigate the social morass of third grade proved highly gratifying. Having been awkward and a bit of an outlier himself when he was a kid, Dave had a soft spot for the socially challenged. He made it his mission to ease Mary into class conversations and facilitate peer relationships. Typically quiet at school, he noticed Mary never raised her hand to answer a question, even when he was certain she knew the answer. She scored high on standardized tests, her intelligence evident. Still, when it came to participating in class discussions, she remained silent. When Dave called on Mary for answers, she almost always got it right, much to the surprise of the other kids. On the playground, most of the other children stayed out of Mary's way, partly because she had a history of pushing or shoving kids when she wanted something like a swing or a ball, and they thought she was weird. More than once, Dave or another teacher had to intervene when a playground squabble broke out between Mary and another child. "Break it up," Dave had shouted as he ran across the blacktop. Mary had her hands around a little boy's neck, and he had his around hers. Dave pulled the two children apart and asked an aide to take the boy to the other side of the yard, while he took Mary off in another direction. "What was that all about?" said Dave sternly. "You can't be fighting on the playground."
"I wanted to go on the swings and Nick wouldn't let me," said the angry little girl, her fists clenched. "He said I was ugly, and that's why my father didn't love me and left us when I was born."
Dave paused and shook his head. "That was a very unkind thing for Nick to say. I'll have a talk with him after school." The little girl's fists remained balled up, and she clenched her teeth. "Nick doesn't know anything. I'm sure your father loves you."
"If my daddy loves me, why doesn't he ever come see me?"
Dave paused again, wanting to come up with the right words. "Maybe he can't. Maybe he's sick or has no money to get here," he said at last. "Come on, time to go in. And no more fighting, okay?" Mary nodded and walked alongside her teacher back into the building. Back when he was student teaching at St. Benedict's Elementary, Dave had bumped into Father Heaney and Father Villain once or twice in the halls. He liked the older priest. Heaney was laid back and thoughtful, but something about Villain had bothered him. "Do you always bring Mary with you to the art program at the church?"
he said as he and Rose walked down the aisle of a paint store. Rose was helping Dave pick out colors for his bedroom and dining room. Not always, only if she wants to go. Otherwise, I leave her with my mom. You know how Mary can be if she doesn't want to do something, said Rose, picking up a color swatch and comparing it to another shade. Why? Are you trying to tell me she has artistic talent? Dave let out a laugh. You know I think the world of your daughter, and she has many talents, but artistic she's not. Have you seen her drawings? She's not interested in colors, and all of her artwork tends to be relegated to stick figures. I know. I can't believe she's my daughter, said Rose with a smile as she reached for another paint swatch and held up a pale icy blue. What do you think of this one for the dining room? That room is a little dark, and this color would lighten it up. If you like it. You're the one who has to like it, said Rose. You live there. I love it. Rose smiled again and tucked the blue swatch into her bag. Let's look for a color for your bedroom, she said as she reached for a few pale yellow swatches. Why did you ask me about Mary going to art class? Dave started to speak, but stopped. What? Said Rose, turning to face him. There's something about Father Verlaine that bugs me, said Dave. Every time I've seen him he smiles, but it's only with his mouth, not his eyes. It's like he knows the mechanics of how to make a smile, but it's not coming from a genuine place of joy. Wow, that was intense. I don't see Father Verlaine that way at all. He's quiet, but really nice and helpful. He's the one who got the money to start and run the art program. Most parochial schools don't have budgets for the arts. Father thought it was important that St. Benedict's provided something for those students who had an interest. I think you're wrong about him. Does he ever work one-on-one with any of the students? Sometimes. If a kid gets a little unruly or is upset about something, he'll take them to his office and finish their art projects with them there. There's something I can't put my finger on. I don't like where this conversation is going. Every time I see him, the hair on the back of my neck goes up. I heard he was moved to several different towns before landing here. I think you're jumping to conclusions, said Rose, walking faster. Forget I said anything. It was just a weird gut thing. I'm probably wrong. For weeks, Rose helped Dave with his decorating, and Mary was often included on their outings. Usually after they finished a decorating errand, they would do something fun with Mary. Once they went roller skating, and a few times they stopped at the mall for snacks at the food court. So, Mary, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. When the three of us have a play date outside of school, said Dave as he drove Rose and Mary home after a movie. I think it's best if we keep it our secret. Why? Said Mary, sitting in the back seat playing with two headless Barbies. We've already talked about this, said Rose, turning around in the front seat. If the other kids in the class knew Mr. Z was spending time with you outside of school, they might be jealous. Wouldn't you be jealous if you heard Mr. Zelina was hanging out with one of your classmates? Mary nodded. It would be easier, said Dave. You've both been such a huge help in decorating my house. I have no eye for that. I don't know what I would have done without you both. I didn't do anything. Mommy picked out everything, said Mary. Are you kidding? Said Dave, looking at the little girl in his rearview mirror. You picked out that silver platter that's now sitting on my coffee table. That platter makes the room look like it's in a magazine. Mary looked into her teacher's eyes in the mirror and smiled. I did pick that one out. Okay, Mr. Z, I won't tell the other kids. Near the end of the school year, Dave secured a summer job at St. Benedict's, running their summer fun program for 1st through 6th graders. When the form came home from school in Mary's backpack for the summer fun camp, Mary brought the piece of paper directly to her mother. You want to go to camp? Said a surprised Rose. Last year you refused to go, which, by the way, created all sorts of childcare coverage issues for me, and I couldn't get my deposit back. It's going to be really great. All the kids at school are signing up, said Mary, sitting down at the kitchen table to eat her after-school snack. "Does this have anything to do with the fact that Mr. Z is running that camp?"
"I want to go," said Mary. "Please?"
Rose looked at her daughter. While she knew that Mary's about-face on camp had everything to do with her crush on Mr. Z, if Mary went to camp, Rose could work more and enroll in that summer graduate class she had wanted to take. She wouldn't have to rely on a sitter or her parents for a change. Seizing the moment, Rose signed her daughter up. At the end of June, Dave and all the 3rd and 4th grade teachers had a meeting with the principal. This was the annual session where teachers would create balanced classroom rosters for the following year. "I'm afraid there will be some big changes in the coming school year," said the principal. "Enrollment is down, which means we'll have to consolidate some of the classrooms. Class sizes will be larger." There was some grumbling and raised eyebrows within the ranks, but the principal continued. "I have complete confidence you can all handle it. You may have noticed Ms. Moore, one of our 4th grade teachers, is not here today. Some of you may know she got engaged last year. Apparently her fiancé was recently transferred to California. Last week she let me know that she's moving this summer and will not be back. Her departure leaves a hole in our 4th grade lineup. Because of the lower enrollment for 3rd grade, I need to move one of the 3rd grade teachers into the 4th grade. Any volunteers?" No one spoke. Nobody wanted to learn a whole new curriculum. After a few moments of silence, Dave raised his hand. "I'll do it," he said. "I like 3rd grade, but I'm still so new at teaching. It might be good for me to try another age group." "Wonderful," said the principal as he got up to leave the room. "Then it's all settled. Thank you, Dave." Minutes later, the 3rd and 4th grade teachers set up rosters for the new classes. Like horse traders, they passed index cards with each kid's name back and forth until they were satisfied they had balanced classrooms. Because of Dave moving to 4th grade, a few of the 3rd graders would also have him for 4th grade. Mary Grandin was one of them. Dave decided to keep it a secret so Rose and Mary would be surprised when they got the letter over the summer. At the end of August, Dave got a call from Rose. "I'm at my parents' house. The weirdest thing just happened," said Rose. "Mary just received her 4th grade class assignment. It says you're Mary's teacher again for 4th grade. It's a mistake, right? She's so excited. I figure I'd better call you before she got too married to the idea." "Nope, not a mistake. The principal moved me," said Dave. 3 lucky kids from my 3rd grade class will also have me for 4th. I hope that's okay with you. And Mary." "Are you kidding? My kid went into the backyard and literally did cartwheels when she read the letter," said Rose. "You know she adores you. You think you can move to 5th grade for the following year?" Dave chuckled. "You never know." When Rose hung up, she saw her mother standing within earshot, eyeing her suspiciously. "What?" said Rose. Anne narrowed her eyes. "What's going on between you and Dave Zelina?" "Nothing. He's just a client and Mary's teacher." "He's also single and fairly attractive." "You know Mary loves him, Mom. He's so good with her. The 3 of us have gotten together a few times to help him pick things out for his house. It's no big deal." "Why don't you invite him over for dinner at your house? I'll take Mary for the night so you two can have a grown-up evening." "It's not like that. He's a client. Besides, Mary would lose her mind if I had Dave over at our house and she wasn't there." "Then invite him over, and the 3 of you have dinner together." Chapter 32. That September, a beautiful, divorced Cranford mother of 4 went missing while her 4 children, ages 6 through 12, were at school. That morning, Sissy Ortega dropped her kids at the Weston Academy, an elite private school in a neighboring town, and she went to a spin class. That was the last time anyone had seen her. When she didn't pick up her children after school, the school administrators were alarmed. Sissy was always on time. The school called the children's father, Miguel Ortega. He left work immediately, picked up his kids, and drove them back to his ex-wife's house. Sissy's car was still in the garage, and there was no sign of a struggle. When they didn't find Sissy inside, Miguel called his ex-wife's parents and all of her close friends. No one had heard from the missing woman. At 8 p.m. that night, Miguel Ortega called the police. The two most senior detectives, Lynn Jackson and Tina De Silva, were assigned to the case and went to the Ortega house that night. Lynn took the two older children into the family living room to have a private chat. "Did your mom mention that she was going to meet anyone today?" Lynn asked the older kids, who both shook their heads. In the dining room, Tina questioned Miguel. Ridiculously handsome, most people figured it was his looks that had enabled the local plumber to maneuver a marriage to Sissy Talbot. She was the heiress to the Henkaiser Aeronautics Corporation. "Have you been in touch with your ex-wife this week, Mr. Ortega?" said Tina, trying to hide her misplaced attraction. "Only to confirm pickup times. As long as I sent my child support and showed up on time to get the kids, everything was copacetic." He appeared to wipe away a tear that wasn't there, and continued. "My ex-wife and I texted 2 days ago about the times for the kids this week." Miguel handed Tina his phone, showing recent text exchanges between him and Sissy. "Did Sissy have any problems with drugs or alcohol?" said Lynn, entering the room. "Did she have any romantic relationships that you're aware of?" Miguel snorted. "She didn't share details about her social life with me. And drugs? Not a chance. Sissy didn't even take aspirin. She was a yoga girl. Everything had to be au naturel." Later, walking to their car at nearly midnight, Tina and Lynn compared notes. "What did you make of the ex-husband?" asked Lynn. "Aside from the fact that he's incredibly hot and knows it?" "Yeah, aside from that," said Lynn, rolling her eyes. "My bullshit meter went full tilt. You?" "Same." "A while back I read an article about their divorce," said Tina. Apparently, Sissy accused Miguel of being a control freak. There were also rumors that Miguel may have been physically abusive. 3 days after Sissy Ortega went missing, the case began to receive enormous media coverage. On day 4, Lynn and Tina were in their car eating lunch. After taking a bite of her sandwich, Tina pulled out a crossword puzzle from the newspaper. Lynn peeled back the foil top of a yogurt container, stuck a plastic spoon in, and stirred. "That's all you having?" said Tina, her mouth full of food. "I gotta lose a few," said Lynn, checking her phone messages. "Bras are getting tight and not in a good way." "What's an 8-letter word for ruler?" "President," said Lynn, not looking up from her phone. "That's 9 letters. Wait, I got it. Dictator," said Tina, smiling as she wrote the answer down in pen. "Now on to my jumble." After finishing her puzzle, Tina looked at her watch, folded up the newspaper, and sat back. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. "What?" said Lynn, looking up from her phone. "I finished all 4 word jumbles in 3 minutes and 46 seconds. My record is 2 minutes and 55 seconds. I'm off my game today." "Are jumbles where all the letters of a word are mixed up? Those things give me a headache." Tina sighed. "They keep me sharp. Ready to go see the husband again?" she said. "Apparently Ortega refused to give up his DNA or take a lie detector test," said Lynn. "Those poor kids. I keep thinking of my own 2 boys and how they'd feel if I disappeared." "Do you realize the first time I met you kids they were 11 and 12? said Tina. "Now they're 23 and 24, going on 30, said Lynn. "You and me, we've been together a long time. Longer than the Ortegas." Chapter 33. Like everyone else in Cranford and the rest of the country, Rose followed the extensive media coverage of the Sissy Ortega case. Anything to do with the Talbot family was big news. By sheer coincidence, Rose and Sissy had taken the same spinning class on the day the woman went missing. To learn if Rose had anything to add to their investigation, Lynn and Tina stopped by her house. "I figured you'd call," said Rose, as she led the 2 detectives into the living room. "We're talking to everyone who took that spin class. But before we start,
How you doing, Rose? Asked Tina.
Okay, she said with a rueful smile. Work is busy, Mary's getting bigger every day. In the scheme of things, I'm okay. Once seated, Rose shared what little she knew about the missing woman. I used to see Sissy around the gym sometimes. I only knew her name because she was so beautiful. I never spoke to her directly. But she was in my class the day she disappeared. After 15 minutes of questioning and learning nothing significant, the detectives got up to leave. Before you go, said Rose as she walked them to the front door. Anything new on my case?
You're always on our minds, said Tina. But there's been nothing since the attack last December. You're never forgotten, and it's always discussed in our weekly meetings. We maintain regular contact with the FBI. I promise we'll catch him. Later that afternoon, Rose and Mary went to St. Benedict's for the weekly art class. How are my two favorite artists? Said Father Villain, waving, as he distributed art supplies around the room. Have a look, Rose. Did I forget anything for the collages? Rose circled the room, looking at each seat, checking the materials. How are you doing, Mary? Father Villain asked Mary. I thought the pastel drawing you did last week was very creative.
Thank you, Father, said Mary. My mom put it up on our refrigerator.
Refrigerator art is a place of the highest honor, said the priest with a wink and a smile. Better than a museum, I think. The little girl smiled. She liked the young priest. I have an idea, he said. Come back to my office and help me pick out some special stickers for the class today. I'll let you choose. The little girl nodded. Rose, Mary and I are going back to my office to look for a few things for class, said the priest. Mary's going to pick out some stickers. Can you handle getting the kids settled when they come in? We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Rose waved as her daughter and the priest walked up the metal stairs. By the time Mary and Father Villain returned nearly 20 minutes later, the room was full of students already working on their projects. I thought the two of you had been swallowed up, said Rose, paintbrushes in both hands. I'm afraid your daughter couldn't decide which stickers to pick. I gave her a little helpful persuasion, and she finally made a decision. What kind of persuasion? Said Rose, wanting to be let in on their joke. The priest looked at Mary, who looked back at him and smiled. That's our little secret, right, Mary?
It's our secret, Mommy, just for me and Father.
A secret, said Rose with a smile. That sounds mysterious. That afternoon, the children created spectacular collages using all sorts of different colors and textures to create their final piece, except for Mary. Hers was comprised solely of stickers. I see you made full use of my stickers, said Father Villain, leaning over her shoulder to see her work. If you like them so much, maybe you can come up to my office every week and pick some out. At Mary's insistence, Rose invited her daughter's teacher to the Grandins' house for Thanksgiving again.
I want Mr. Z to sit next to me, said Mary, as she helped her mother set the table.
Like I didn't know that, said Rose. Of course he can sit next to him. He'd be disappointed if you didn't.
I love you, Mom,
said Mary, giving her mother a hug. I love you too, sweetie. As usual, Anne Grandin's Thanksgiving dinner provided more food than anyone could eat. Dave mingled easily with all of the family's friends and relatives. The entire day, Mary was glued to his side. You have a devout fan, said Anne Grandin to Dave when Mary went to the bathroom. She doesn't take to most people. She's a good kid, said Dave with a smile. A lot of people don't give her a chance because she's a little different. In my opinion, it's the different people who achieve the most amazing things in this world. I couldn't agree with you more, said Anne, as she and Dave clinked wine glasses. I tell Rose that all the time, but she still worries. Towards the end of the day, Mary helped her grandmother wrap up the leftovers, leaving Rose a few minutes to chat with Dave alone. You're welcome to join us for Christmas, said Rose, as they sat together on the couch. It already feels like you're part of the family, and I know Mary would be thrilled. Thank you. I'd like to, but...
But?
I can only take time off when school's out. I called my parents this morning to wish them a happy Thanksgiving and got some bad news. Remember I told you my mom has MS?
Rose nodded.
I talked to my dad today, and she's not doing well. She could barely speak on the phone and sounded so weak. I don't think she's going to last much longer.
I'm so sorry, said Rose. Is there anything I can do?
Being here today with you and your family was the best medicine. I'm going to fly to Oregon for a couple of weeks over the holidays. My dad's not in the greatest health either. He had a stroke a few years ago, and taking care of Mom has been difficult for him. While I'm there, I'm going to hire a home health aide and spend some time with my mother.
I'm here if you need anything, said Rose, placing her hand on Dave's arm.
3 weeks after Thanksgiving, on a Sunday night at nearly 11:30, Rose's phone rang.
Rose,
sorry to call so late, said Lynn Jackson.
Did something happen? It's only December 15th, said Rose, her voice catching.
I wanted you to hear this from me before you heard it on the news, said Lynn. A woman's body has been found in Harbor Park. She was in the same exact spot where you were found.
Oh, my God.
Rose, there's something else I need to tell you. The victim is Sissy Ortega. Rose, are you still there? Said Lynn. Chapter 34. The minute Sissy's body was discovered, the police and press noted the similarity to the Kringle killer. It was a full week before Christmas, but other than the day being off, everything else matched. Like many of the Kringle victims, Sissy had been beaten and her windpipe crushed. She was found in the exact same position and location as Rose Grandin 10 years earlier. Sissy's death raised all sorts of questions, spilling over into 2 investigations. Because of Ortega, all the Kringle cases for the past 15 years were re-examined with a fine-toothed comb. Police departments in every East Coast state where there'd previously been an attack re-interviewed all the survivors. The clout of the Talbot family name drew national media coverage. Within hours, Sissy's face was splashed all across TV and plastered on every website, newspaper, and magazine. While a massive manhunt was underway in Connecticut, a furious Miguel Ortega demanded answers and used the press as his pulpit. "It's plain and simple. The Cranford police are incompetent," he shouted out to reporters the day after Sissy was found. "There's obviously a massive connection to the Kringle killer. You've all read about this in the paper or watched stories about it on cable news. You'd have to be blind not to see it. This psycho has been murdering women all over the country. After 15 years, the police and the FBI have nothing. Now, my sweet children have no mother. I want answers, and I want them now." "Me think he protests too much," said Tina, as she and Lynn stood in the police bullpen, watching Miguel's press conference on the nightly news. 48 hours later, the evidence started pointing heavily towards Miguel. The next day, he too went missing. "I knew he was going to take off," said Lynn, pushing her chair back after Captain Corrigan announced Miguel Ortega couldn't be found. "What's our next move?" said Tina as her phone dinged. "Holy shit. CNN's reporting that New York State Police found Miguel's car on the Dunn Memorial Bridge in Rensselaer this morning. Where the hell is Rensselaer?" "Near Albany," said Lynn, standing up. "It's the bridge that goes across the Jackson River. Did they find Ortega?" Tina shook her head. "It only says his car was abandoned." "Shit. You think that asshole offed himself and jumped?" said Lynn, grabbing her bag. "Or he wants everyone to think he did." "It's going to take us at least 2 hours to get up there. I was supposed to go to my husband's company Christmas party this afternoon at 3:30. Guess I'm not going to make it." The 2 women briefed their captain on the new developments and walked briskly out to the CPD parking lot. "I'll drive," said Tina. "You drive like a maniac," said Lynn. You want to get home before midnight?"
Lynn threw her partner the keys. "Try not to kill us. I've got 12 people coming for dinner on Christmas Eve." Though still a week before Christmas, the holiday traffic heading upstate was brutal. Despite Tina's questionable driving maneuvers, it took them almost 3 hours to get there. When they arrived, the slow lane on the bridge was cordoned off, and a red vehicle sat midway across in the westbound lane, high above the Jackson River. The driver's side door of Miguel's red Audi was ajar. Pulling up behind several Rensselaer and Albany police vehicles, Lynn and Tina flashed their badges and approached the small group of officers at the scene.
"What took you so long?" said an Albany detective. "Guess you do things a little slower out there in the Connecticut countryside."
"We hit traffic," said Tina. "What have we got?"
"An empty car on a bridge," said the detective. "Someone saw the vacant car on their way to work this morning and phoned it in. My guys checked it out from top to bottom. Nothing in the trunk, no blood or anything unusual. After we got an ID on the vehicle and realized the owner was involved in an open murder investigation, we dusted for prints."
"No witnesses, nobody saw anything?" said Lynn. "No reports of a jumper?"
"We've got boats in the water," said the Albany detective, tipping his head towards the river. With traffic continuously breezing by them, Lynn and Tina peered over the bridge's railing. There were small piles of old snow along the banks of the river. 2 police boats circled underneath the bridge, while 2 others moved slowly along either side of the riverbank.
"Can a person survive a jump from this bridge?" said Lynn.
"Depends," said the Albany detective, "on how they fall. If you don't break your neck, but you can't swim, you drown. Also, that water, she's cold. If someone's in there too long, they'd freeze to death."
"Anyone ever tried suicide from this bridge before?" said Tina.
"Sure," said the Albany detective. "But I don't think anyone's ever succeeded. There's always a first time."
Soon a tow truck arrived. After Tina and Lynn took a good look around, they followed the Albany police back to their headquarters. Snippets of information, tips, and leads had started to trickle into the Albany PD hotline. Using divers, the police water patrol combed the section of the river around and under the bridge, but found nothing. Expanding the search zone further, they moved downstream, but still there was no evidence of Miguel. Forensics on the car uncovered nothing material other than Miguel's prints. His prints were in the police database stemming from an old assault and battery charge in 2002. On Christmas Eve, Miguel Ortega was stopped at the U.S.-Mexican border, trying to cross into Mexico. Police had suspected if Miguel was alive, Mexico would be his logical choice of destination, because he had family in Guadalajara and dual citizenship. They had notified Border Patrol. Counting on New York and Connecticut police presuming him dead, Miguel assumed no one would be looking for him, and that crossing the border would be a snap. Once in, he'd simply disappear. Things didn't go the way he planned. The minute he showed his passport, Miguel was detained. A day later, the Cranford police determined that Miguel had killed his wife in a fit of rage over money. Because it was the holiday season, Miguel tried to make it look like the work of the Kringle killer to get himself off the hook. By placing Sissy's body in Harbor Park in the same place Rose Grandin had been found, he assumed the cops would think Kringle was responsible for his ex-wife's murder. Neither the police nor the FBI bought it for a second. They'd all been working the Kringle case for too long to be fooled by an imposter. It might have been the same location, but none of the other details matched. Sitting at her desk a week later, Tina got a call from the FBI.
"Detective De Silva, it's Agent Keyes," said the deep male voice.
"Agent Keyes," she replied, closing her eyes. "I really hope you call in to wish me a Happy New Year."
"Kringle's back. He hit twice."
"Shit," said Tina so loudly that Lynn, talking to someone on the other side of the room, spun around. Waving her partner over, Tina put the call on speaker.
"Where did it happen?"
"North Carolina, Christmas Eve. Victim was a teenage runaway. Still alive.
but barely," said Keyes. "She was found down on the shore near the Outer Banks."
"Oh, my God," said Tina.
"Victim 2, an older woman, was found dead right outside of Greensboro," said Keyes. "We're contacting every police department in every state involved. We'll probably do a group conference call tomorrow or the next day."
"Have you interviewed the survivor?" said Lynn.
"Negative. She's still unconscious. Been in surgery for the last 12 hours.
When the call ended, Tina looked at Lynn. "We were so caught up in the Ortega case these past few weeks," said Lynn, picking up the phone. "We promised Rose Grandin we'd let her know if anything happened, before she heard it on the news." Chapter 35. Later that same night, Dave called Rose. "I just got home from the airport," he said. "I thought about you a lot while I was in Oregon. I was thinking, if you don't have any plans for New Year's Eve, maybe we could do something together. Come over for dinner. I'll cook." Rose was silent.
"What's wrong?" said Dave. "If you're busy, no worries."
"You probably didn't hear because you were away. There have been new Kringle attacks."
"Oh my God, where?"
"North Carolina. 2 women. One died, but one's still alive. She's on life support," said Rose, breaking into tears. "I'm never going to feel safe. Never. It's going to be like this for the rest of my life. I just know it."
"I'm coming over."
"You don't have to. You just got home."
"I'm walking out the door right now."
Despite her protests, she was glad when Dave rang her doorbell. Just seeing him made her feel better. Mary was beyond excited when her mother told her Mr. Z was coming for a visit. After Dave told them all about his time with his parents, Mary asked if they could play cards.
"Only if you promise that when the game's over and I beat you, you'll go to bed and give your mother and I some grown-up time," Dave said with a wink.
"I'm going to beat you," said Mary, smiling. When the game was over, Mary was the victor and happily went off to take a bath. "Thank you for letting her win," said Rose, sitting back on the couch. "She's not a good loser."
"You forget I've had Mary in my class for 2 years," said Dave with a laugh. "She's a terrible loser, but that's not totally a bad thing. Wanting to be a winner isn't wrong."
"True," said Rose. "Still, she gets so angry when things don't go her way." With Mary upstairs, Rose shared the details of what she knew about the latest attacks. "The Cranford police want me to go down to the station tomorrow. I literally get sick to my stomach and have a panic attack whenever I go there."
"Do you want me to go with you? I'm not working."
"Thank you, but no. My father's going with me. I don't think the police want to involve any new people because of confidentiality issues."
"I understand. I'm here if you need me." When Rose and her father sat with the police the following day, they learned the Christmas Eve victim had woken up. Her details of the attack were consistent with the others attributed to the Kringle killer. She was jumped from behind and something made of rough cloth placed over her head. She never saw her attacker, but she heard him. Like the others, he sang Silent Night in a rich tenor while assaulting her. The teenage girl said he sounded like someone who sings in a church choir. "Why can't you catch this psycho?" said Pete Grandin. "All these years, what's the problem? Why does my daughter have to relive this year after year?" The detectives reiterated what they already told him. Kringle moved around over large geographic areas with seemingly no connection to his victims. DNA evidence left at the crime scenes didn't match anything in their databases. Genealogy sites still came up with nothing. And none of the surviving victims had actually seen him, so they had no physical description to go on. 2019. The real estate market began with a bang that January, and in no time, Rose was swamped showing houses and condos. That winter, Dave came around to her house more often, and the 3 of them would do things together.
In early March, Dave called Rose and asked her out to dinner. "Sounds great," said Rose. "Mary will love that." "I was thinking, maybe it could be just you and me this time."
"Oh, okay."
"I'm going to be very direct with you. I think your daughter is terrific," said Dave. "But I've also grown to care a lot about her mother. I like spending time with you, Rose. So this Saturday, how about it's just the two of us?" Rose smiled.
"That sounds nice."
For 2 hours that Saturday afternoon, Rose tried on everything in her closet. She finally decided on a short black skirt, tights, a green sweater, and a pair of low-cut black boots. After she showered, she blew out her hair and spent extra time applying her makeup under the watchful eye of Mary.
"Are you going on a date with Mr. Zelina?"
said her daughter, a peculiar look on her face.
"Not a date, exactly.
We're just having a grown-up night out," said her mother, as she applied another coat of mascara.
"Are you going to kiss him?"
"Mary," said Rose, making a face at her daughter. "We're just having dinner together, that's all." Dave took Rose to Moran's, one of the best restaurants in Cranford. Their conversation was easy, and Rose found herself laughing at almost everything he said. She had forgotten how nice it was to be out with a man. "That steak was so tender, it was like butter," she said, imitating some comedian, but not knowing who.
"And this cheesecake is incredible."
When the waiter brought the check and laid it on the table, Dave grabbed for it, but Rose also reached out her hand. "Let's split it," she said. Dave tilted his head back with a confused look on his face. "I believe I asked you to dinner, so this is my treat."
"Okay,"
said Rose, blushing, as she watched Dave put his Visa card down on the bill. She glanced at it on the table. "David F. Zelina. So your middle name begins with an F. Let me guess. Francis? Fred?" "Way off." "Forrest? Ferdinand?" Dave laughed and shook his head. "Do I look like a Ferdinand?" "Franklin? Fabio? Fausto?" Dave started to laugh. "All wrong, trust me, you won't guess it." "Francisco," she said with a very bad Spanish accent that made Dave laugh harder. "I'll put you out of your misery. The truth is, I don't have a middle name. It's just the letter F. It's the same as the 33rd President of the United States, Harry S. Truman. His middle name was just S. My parents apparently didn't like middle names, so they simply gave me a letter."
"It suits you. David F. Zelina,"
said Rose. The weather was nice that night, so they strolled through town for a while. When he dropped her off at her mother's house, he walked her to the front door and stopped in to say hello to her parents.
"Did you two have a nice time?"
said Anne, beaming at Dave as she opened the door. "We did," said Dave.
"We definitely did,"
said Rose, spotting Mary on the stairs behind her mother.
"Are you still up?"
Anne turned around.
"Back to bed, miss." "Hi, Mr. Z,"
said Mary, waving through the spindles. "Hi, Mary," said Dave, waving back again. "I'd better go. Thanks for a great night, Rose. Hope we can do it again."
"I'd like that,"
she said as she let him out the front door. Rose shut the door and turned around, smiling.
"From that smile on your face, I'd say you had a good time,"
said Anne. After that, Rose and Dave started seeing each other more often. 2 dates later, when they pulled up in front of her house at the end of the night, Dave leaned over and kissed her for the first time. Startled because she hadn't been kissed in a very long time, she instinctively pulled back. "I'm sorry," said Dave. "Should I not have done that?" Rose let out a breath.
"No. I mean, yes. I totally wanted you to do that. I haven't had many relationships because of, well, you know. I'm a little rusty. Can we try it again?"
"We'll go at your pace," he said, leaning over and gently kissing her again. This time, she didn't pull away. Chapter 36. 2019. Though the FBI and local law enforcement had been working together for a decade, Kringle still confounded police up and down the East Coast. At the end of January, the detectives from each of those communities involved assembled at FBI headquarters in Virginia to share information. That meeting, always held in a nondescript conference room with a coffee and bagel buffet, had sadly become an annual event. "No one is sorrier than me to be here again," said a somber Joe Falco. "The fact that you're here means our killer is still out there. It also means he will, in all probability, strike again next Christmas, unless we stop him." A murmur sounded through the room. "Agent Keyes and I have been working with the Bureau profilers to better understand who the Kringle killer is and what the hell makes him tick. Our team believes that if we can get a better handle on his psyche," said Agent Keyes, "it might help us break the case." "Can you update us on anything new you've uncovered?" said Tina, her hand raised. "I was just about to do that, Detective," said Keyes, bowing his head and looking directly into Tina's eyes, causing her to blush ever so slightly. "Listen up, people," said Falco. "We're going to give you a little background and then get into some of the theories we've come up with. When we're through, we welcome any input or analysis you'd like to add. We're dumbing this down so that the detectives who are new to the case can get up to speed. We know you know your stuff. We're simply covering all the bases. One more thing. We're the FBI, but we don't know everything. You are our eyes, ears, and feet on the ground. We need your help. This case has been open for way too long." A murmur of agreement spread through the room as Napoleon Keyes stepped forward. "Here's a little bureau history for you. The FBI started seriously profiling about 50 years ago. The first team of profilers interviewed 36 serial murderers and created 2 categories of offenders: organized and disorganized personality types, although sometimes a crime scene has characteristics of both." Keyes wrote the 2 headings on a whiteboard. "Only 2 personality types, Agent Keyes?" shouted a detective on the right side of the room. "I'll get to that in a minute," said Keyes. "Organized murders or rapes are premeditated and planned, which explains why there's usually little evidence, if any, found at a crime scene. Organized criminals are often antisocial, but make no mistake about it, they know right from wrong. They're likely to be above average intelligence, attractive, married, or living with a partner. They often have normal jobs, are educated, skilled, and seemingly in total control of their own orderly life. They can also be quite charming. To others, these people seem normal, but the difference is they have zero remorse for anything." "Like the BTK killer," shouted a female detective in the back of the room. "Exactly," said Keyes, nodding. "BTK was at it for 17 years before they caught him. He also had big gaps or pauses in his crime spree, just like Kringle. Remember, they're monsters, but they have their own lives, and sometimes their personal life gets in the way of their criminal ambitions. Organized killers are difficult to catch. They go to great lengths to cover their tracks by familiarizing themselves with police investigation methods and the tools we use. Some religiously follow the news reports about their crimes and have been known to correspond with the media, like in the case of the Son of Sam or Ted Bundy." "Both whack jobs," said Tina under her breath, but loud enough for half the room to hear. Lynn nudged her with her elbow. "Thank you for your keen analysis, Detective," said Keyes. "Now, disorganized criminals, on the other hand, are spontaneous and tend to leave sloppy evidence, like fingerprints, hair, or blood. They often don't move or try to conceal the corpse after the murder. They may have below-average intelligence and poor social skills. Studies suggest that a lot can be learned about serial murderers based on the way they interact with their victims. Was it an execution? Was there a sexual control element? Was there any mutilation? Did the victim have something the killer wanted, and was that item taken from them? Like the killer in Silence of the Lambs, right? He wanted the victim's skin to make a coat, said a male detective sitting in the front of the room. Exactly, said Keyes, aware that in a room full of seasoned detectives there would be gallows humor. Sometimes when there's a live victim who can provide information, we find this type of disorganized predator will have taken something from them. Sometimes they even apologize to their victim. In the case of Kringle, our perp is both a murderer and a rapist. Our job is to figure out why he assaults some and kills others. It's almost like Christmas Eve is the appetizer and Christmas Day the main course. Agent Keyes looked around the room, watching the detectives break into small conversations. Now for some important housekeeping, Keyes continued. As everyone in this room is aware, there is one consistent piece of information that has been kept confidential from the press and public. Only the victims and their families are privy to this, and we want to keep it that way. As you know, all of the surviving women have reported the perp sang while sexually assaulting them. Sick bastard, shouted out one of the detectives, starting the room talking again. Disorganized crimes are typically committed by younger people. They may be more likely to abuse alcohol and drugs, have some form of mental illness, or all of the above. I get the mental illness and drugs, but why would they necessarily be young? Asked a female detective standing in the corner. Profiling is about making educated assumptions, detective, said Falco, jumping in. Younger people tend to be more reactive than older people. It's logical to assume a disorganized criminal would have a greater chance of being younger. Anyone here have teenagers? Half the room raised their hands. I rest my case, said Falco with a smirk, as soft laughter filled the room. The disorganized offender most likely comes from an unstable home and has often been physically or sexually abused, sometimes by family members. Because of the disorganized offender's compromised socio-economic situation, meaning he may not have available transportation, i.e. a car, the person tends to commit their crimes close to where they live. Falco crossed the front of the room, stopped and faced the audience as he prepared to make his last statement. Lastly, they often use sudden force, leaving the victim's body wherever the assault took place. They make no attempt to conceal it. A classic example of this is Jack the Ripper. Here's the big but, said Agent Keyes, looking around the room. Some serial murderers can be both organized and disorganized. When that happens, it may signify they're undergoing some kind of psychological metamorphosis. It's possible that's what's happening with Kringle. Chapter 37. After the task force took a 15-minute break, Keyes stepped up to the whiteboard and began to write. There are 4 main components the FBI looks at when creating a profile, he said as he wrote. 1. Triggers. What incites them to act at certain times but not at others? Why weekends and not weekdays? Why mornings and not nights? Do they have a job or family responsibilities that dictate the time of day they can freely commit their acts? Also, was there any fantasy or delusion that the predator fostered before the crime? Like the Reagan assassination attempt, shouted an older detective. Didn't John Hinckley shoot Reagan to impress some actress? What was her name? You know her, the one who was in Silence of the Lambs. How's that for poetic irony? Jodie Foster, murmured several people. That's correct, said Keyes, as he continued to write on the board. 2. Victim profile and methods. What are the profiles of the victims? Were they consistent in type, or are they different? Are some young or old, some short, some overweight?
Are they the same sex? Are they gay, straight, or trans? Are they disabled in any way? If they're all the same, that means something. If they're different, that means something. Everything has to be evaluated and could be a potential clue.
Falco stepped forward holding a green pen.
Let's talk about the method of the murder, said the older FBI agent. Did they use a gun, knife, or their bare hands? Did they overkill, meaning did they stab someone repeatedly after the victim was clearly dead, indicating a high level of rage? Did they kill a family pet who was unfortunately present at the time of the crime? That too indicates a heightened level of anger.
Agent Falco scribbled on the board in green. 3. Body disposal.
Did the murder and subsequent disposal of the body happen at one place or at multiple scenes? And lastly, said Falco as he wrote on the board, what happened after the fact?
4. Post-crime behavior.
Look, the feds are using red and green pens. Is that on purpose? Whispered Tina to Lynn as she rolled her eyes. Has the murderer, continued Falco, insinuated himself inside the investigation? Has he contacted police or given quotes to the media?
Falco nodded to Keyes to take the next section, a deep dive into everything they had on the Kringle killer's profile.
Let's see if they know more than we do, whispered Tina to her partner. They're talking down to us like it's our first day on the job.
Tell me about it, whispered Lynn.
Everyone listen up, said Keyes. Let's go over what we actually know about Kringle.
The FBI had come up with 2 starting points. Years before the string of attacks, in 1997, a petite blonde woman in her 40s was strangled and beaten to death on Christmas Day in her house in Laurelton, Florida. The string of annual Christmas assaults didn't start until years later. Some on the task force believed they were connected. Others didn't. Tina raised her hand.
It sounds like the M.O. on the Florida woman is the same. So why is there a question mark on that? She said.
Great observation, said Keyes.
There are a few reasons why there is debate on this point. That 1997 murder in Florida happened 6 years before all the others that we now attribute to Kringle. Also, if that is the first murder, it was in the southeast, while the rest of the attacks were in the northeast. Kringle started in Maine and has worked his way down the east coast. Florida would be outside his geographic pattern. But you said there can be gaps in killing sprees, shouted a balding detective holding a bagel, standing in the back by the buffet table. True, said Keyes, but the Florida woman, whose name was Raylene Hitchens, was only a single murder on Christmas Day. There were no attacks the night before. We combed the Florida state records, and there were no other similar assaults on Christmas Day or Eve that year or the following year. Maybe the perp added Christmas Eve as he went along, said the balding detective as he stuffed the last of his bagel into his mouth. Maybe, said Keyes. But all the other victims, whether they lived or died, were raped. Raylene Hitchens was not raped. Ms. Hitchens had a teenage son, Dwight, who was 18 at the time, and moved in with some neighbors to finish high school. Kid took off right after he graduated. After that, we've got no trail on him.
Is Hitchens' murder part of this investigation or not? Questioned Tina.
For now, Hitchens is out, said Falco. Something tells me she's connected, but for our discussion today, we'll leave the Florida murder off the table and concentrate on the string of double attacks that started in Maine in 2003.
Napoleon Keyes erased the whiteboard and drew a timeline with 15 years on it. He then plotted each year on the rudimentary graph with his red marker.
The year after Maine, we had 2 attacks in Vermont, said Keyes, as he wrote down the last names of the victims and put an asterisk next to those women who were killed. The following Christmas, 2005, he hit New Hampshire. In 2006, it was Massachusetts, and 2007, Rhode Island. The next year, he was in Connecticut, said Tina, obviously working his way south. "That is our assumption, Detective, and a pattern," said Keyes. "He strikes in New York in 2009 and Pennsylvania in 2010. Then his pattern changes. Perp goes dark. Christmas 2011 and 2012, not a peep. Donut holes." The officers in the room grumbled and took notes as the two FBI agents continued. "The question is, where was Kringle on the years when there were no attacks?" said Falco. "Was it by choice? Did he have remorse or regret? Did he try to quit? Did he seek redemption from God? Unlikely. Our leading theory is he may have been incarcerated for another less serious crime." "It would have been something minor because he was out within 2 years," said Lynn. "Maybe he was injured, like in a car accident?" "Possibly," said Falco. "But our perp has gone dark twice. Unlikely he'd have 2 accidents. Another theory is that he may have some kind of chronic illness like MS or Parkinson's, putting him out of commission for long periods of time, and making him very angry." "Or," said Keyes, "maybe he met a girl or a guy, got married and won the lottery. These psychos sometimes start families and get sidetracked by normal everyday life like a job, childcare, or cutting the grass. One thing's for sure, their urge to kill stays with them and eventually resurfaces." After several more questions, Keyes resumed his timeline. "After 2 years of total quiet, in 2013, 2 more women were attacked on Christmas in New Jersey, which meant our killer was back. If he stayed with his southern moving pattern, his next hit should have been Christmas in Maryland or Delaware. But he fooled us and went dark a second time. Nothing happened in 2014. "He'd gone quiet before," said Falco, stepping forward, "so we fully expected he wasn't gone for good. Sure enough, Christmas 2015 he hits in Maryland. The following year, in 2016, 2 women are attacked in Delaware. Then Christmas 2017 he strikes in Virginia, and this past Christmas 2018, 2 women are assaulted in North Carolina." "He's moving down the coast like a freaking freight train," said a detective in the second-to-last row. "Exactly," said Keyes. "Remember, we're dealing with a very unstable person, so there are no hard and fast rules. He could stop again this year, or not. If he does hit next December, our educated guess is that he'll strike in South Carolina." "Then shouldn't there be someone from South Carolina in this group?" said one of the detectives seated against the wall. "That would be me," said a dark-haired man with a southern drawl, raising his hand on the other side of the room. "I'm with the South Carolina State Police." Keyes nodded to the new member and continued. "In terms of our victims' physical attributes, all the female victims tend to be on the petite side, which may point to our perp being of small or average height. A few of the surviving women said the man was strong, agile, and quick, but not heavy, which might mean he's younger, possibly between 25 and 45. The brutality of the attacks and the fact that he uses his hands indicates a high level of rage." Keyes underlined rage several times with his red marker. "The FBI psychological profilers think this rage could have been triggered by something that happened in childhood. We're dealing with a very angry person. His methods are not antiseptic or quick. He's taking out his deep-seated anger on his victims." "What about the singing?" said Tina. "What's the significance of that? My assault victim was supposed to sing a solo in the Christmas midnight mass that same night. Is it possible there's a connection?" "We're aware of your victim's situation, and it may be why he selected her, or not. We just don't know. Nothing is ruled out. Here's the confounding thing. Despite what was happening to them," said Falco, "each survivor noticed that Kringle had a beautiful tenor voice. They all said he sang like an angel." Chapter 38.
2019. As weeks passed, Rose and Dave continued seeing each other, while also carving out more time for just the two of them. Occasionally, Mary was jealous when her mother went out alone with Mr. Z. Sometimes she'd cry and get angry, and even break her own toys. When Rose told Dave about her daughter's temper tantrums, his response was always calm and thoughtful. "We can include Mary more often," he had said. "I don't mind. If you think about it, she's had your undivided attention for her entire life. I'm an interloper. Why don't we take her to the Norwalk Aquarium on Saturday?"
"That would be great," said a relieved Rose. "I promise it won't be this way forever."
By May, after dating for a few months, Rose and Dave started doing family dinners for the three of them several times a week. Dave engaged Mary in projects, and the two of them built Rose a small wooden bookcase for her living room. As the weather grew warmer, Dave taught Mary how to swim, hit a softball, and shoot a basketball.
"Swing me around again, Mr. Z,"
Mary had begged one Saturday afternoon, landing in a heap on the grass after he twirled her. "You're killing me," said her teacher, rubbing his shoulder.
"Please, Mr. Z,"
said the little girl.
"One more time?"
"How can I say no to those sad blue eyes?" Dave said as he looked over at Rose sitting at the picnic table.
"You've created a monster,"
Rose shouted to Dave. "One more, Mary, then Mr. Z needs a break." Mary nodded, though she would have agreed to anything for another twirl. Dave took a deep breath, leaned over, grabbed her hands, and began to spin, swinging Mary in a circle. Within seconds, the little girl's feet left the ground, and she was flying. Over time, Rose relied on Dave more. When her car was being repaired, he drove her wherever she needed to go, including picking her up from the art class at St. Benedict's. Arriving 20 minutes early one week, he went inside to observe Rose in action. Some of the students had already left, but a few stragglers were still working on their art. That week they were doing landscapes. Dave watched Rose patiently praise each painting, even the ones that looked like a hot mess. He waved to her and looked around for Mary.
"Everyone, it's time to pack up,"
Rose said loudly to the 6 remaining students. "Put your things in the cubbies, close up your paints, and place your brushes in the bucket in the sink." "Looks like you have a few Da Vincis in your class," said Dave, scanning the room. "Where's Mary?"
"I don't know. I think she went to Father Verlaine's office to do something for him. They should be back in a minute."
As if on cue, Mary and the priest appeared in the doorway on the far side of the room and walked down a short set of steps. "Hello, Father," said Dave, looking the priest over. "Dave, right?" said the priest, his eyes darting around the room. "See, this time I remembered. Please excuse me, I need to help with the cleanup or we'll never get out of here." Later, when Dave pulled into Rose's driveway, Mary bolted out of the car because her favorite TV show was about to start. "What's wrong?" said Rose as they opened their car doors. "Something about that priest bothers me," said Dave. "Call it intuition. I don't know what it is, but whenever I see him, I get a weird vibe." "You keep bringing this up about Father Verlaine. I've been working with him for years," said Rose. "He's a little odd and kind of quiet, but his heart is in the right place and he loves the kids." "That's what I'm afraid of." "What's that supposed to mean? He's just awkward, that's all." "I don't think you should let Mary go off alone with him." "Mary's known him since she was little." "And what if I'm right?" "Right about what?" "I don't know," said Dave. "Just promise me you won't let Mary be alone with him anymore." Dave's plea was so intense that Rose finally agreed. That night, after Mary went to bed, Rose and Dave sat together on the couch in her living room, each with a glass of wine. Dave moved closer and put his arm around her. She snuggled into him, feeling safe and happy. "These last few months with you have been incredible," she said, squeezing his hand. "I got so used to being alone. I told myself I didn't need anyone in my life and that being a mother was enough. Now I see how much I was missing. Thank you."
I went through something similar when I got out of the service."
"You never talk about that time," said Rose. "Was it awful?"
"Most of the guys enlisted to protect America and save democracy. I joined the army because I didn't know what else to do. Sure, I wanted to protect our country, but honestly, I think I ended up in Afghanistan to escape facing my life."
Dave's phone dinged, and he checked his messages.
"That's strange. I've got 9 voicemails," he said. "I didn't hear it ring. Who's calling me on a Wednesday night?" While Rose cleaned up their dinner plates, Dave went outside and listened to his messages. 10 minutes later, he stood in the doorway of the kitchen, his face bright red, tears running down his cheeks.
"What's wrong?"
Rose said, rushing over to him. "The messages. It was my parents' next-door neighbor. My mom died."
"I'm so sorry. What happened?"
The neighbor hadn't seen my dad outside for a week and went to check on them. He rang the bell, and when no one answered, he tried the back door, and it was open. He called out, but there was no response, so he went upstairs. He found my mother in bed, dead, and my father slumped over her, unconscious. They think my dad had a stroke.
"Oh, my God,"
said Rose, putting her hand over her mouth. The neighbor said my father's at the hospital right now in stable condition. I just spoke to my parents last Sunday. I knew Mom wasn't going to last long, but I didn't think it would happen this soon. I was planning to go out there again this summer. The next morning, Dave flew to Portland, Oregon. That night he called Rose. His father was in very poor condition. The stroke, possibly triggered by his wife's death, had been severe. His father's prognosis was not good, and the doctors had talked to Dave about DNR, do not resuscitate, instructions. When their call ended, Rose's heart ached for him. He had made such a difference in hers and Mary's lives. Hearing the pain in his voice cut to her core. That was the moment she knew he was the right person. He was the one she'd been waiting for. Chapter 39. Dave stayed out in Oregon for almost 2 weeks, calling Rose several times a day.
"How's your dad? How are you doing?"
There was a long pause. "He died this morning," Dave said, his voice cracking. "He never regained consciousness."
"I'm so sorry. Do you want me to come out there? I can catch a plane in the morning. Are you going to have a funeral?"
"Thank you for offering, but I'm returning to Cranford in 2 days. Both of my parents wanted to be cremated, and there's no other family here to speak of. I think I told you that my parents were only children, just like me, so there are no cousins or relatives. They had a few friends, and I've already talked to all of them. There's nothing here for me now. I'm going to list their house, go through their papers, and then I'm leaving. With my parents gone, everything I care about is in Cranford." A tingle went up Rose's spine hearing him say those words. She had often wondered if he felt the same deep connection that she did. She would be the soft and welcoming landing for him when he got back to Connecticut.
"I'll pick you up at Kennedy Airport," she said.
He told her she didn't need to, but she insisted.
"I want to."
The death of Dave's parents brought Rose and Dave even closer together, underscoring the supportive role they played in each other's lives. Several times, Rose tried to get him to talk about his parents, but he wasn't ready, and she backed off, giving him the space he needed. When Dave finally went back to his 4th grade class, the kids were thrilled to have the substitute teacher gone, and their beloved Mr. Z back. "We missed you, Mr. Zelina," said a smiling boy with glasses who sat in the front of the room. "And I missed all of you," said Dave. "I've been away for almost 3 weeks. We've got a lot of catching up to do before the school year's over. Only 4 more weeks until summer vacay." As the room broke into applause and laughter, Dave winked at Mary, making her smile. At the end of Dave's first day back, he received a text from the school psychologist.
Dr. Shiner asked him to stop by. The next morning, after he dropped his class off for gym, Dave headed to Dr. Shiner's office. Her door was open. She had her reading glasses perched on the tip of her nose while she shuffled through a pile of papers on her desk.
"Knock, knock," said Dave. "Is now a good time?"
"Come in and close the door, please," said Dr. Shiner, taking off her glasses. Dave took a seat. "First, I want to say how sorry I am to hear about your parents. Losing both of them in such a short amount of time must be very difficult."
"Thank you."
She reached forward, patted his forearm, and sat back in her chair. "I wanted to discuss the diagnostic test I received back on Mary Grandin and get your opinion. You may recall we decided to do a basic psych profile on Mary before you left. You did the teacher's portion, and the rest was completed while you were away." Dave sat up straight in his seat. "You've had Mary in your class for 2 years. There's probably no one more qualified than you to weigh in on her overall behavior."
"Her behavior's been fine with me. I've had no problems."
"I must warn you that there are some disturbing results," said the psychologist as she pulled out Mary's psych test. "As you know, her teachers, her family, and a psychologist hired by the school district were all important components of this testing. What I find interesting is that your input and her mother's paint a very different picture than some of the other people who work with Mary. While you and her mother characterize her as cheery, that's not what we heard from her reading, music, and art teachers. A number of the staff, as well as the clinical psychologist conducting the evaluation, found Mary demonstrated some concerning characteristics."
"She's a complicated kid, but with the right direction, she's not a problem," said Dave. "She's very good when she's with me. If I see her getting out of line, I put a stop to it right away."
"That's part of the problem. When not supervised and left to her own devices, it seems Mary often does get out of line."
"You have to know how to handle her."
"I know your heart is in the right place, but you won't be Mary Grandin's teacher forever. From the reports I've had from school personnel, it appears you're the only one who can handle her. How will her 5th-grade teacher manage her? Let me read the summary to you," said Dr. Shiner as she placed her reading glasses back on the bridge of her nose. Dave crossed his arms as the psychologist read the report. "In conclusion, based on the results of testing along with anecdotal information from the subject's mother and school personnel, Mary Grandin may have an underlying psychological/developmental disorder. Her mother reports the child has trouble sleeping, persistent nightmares, cries easily, and may have a temper tantrum or do something outlandish if her needs are not met." Dr. Shiner looked up and noticed Dave shifting in his chair as he recrossed his arms. "Once," said Dr. Shiner, "Mary kicked her reading teacher because she didn't want to do her assignment. But the most troubling pieces were supplied by Mary's art teacher, who provided dozens of Mary's drawings." The psychologist placed several pictures on the desk for him to see. Many of them depicted people stabbed with knives or shot with guns and bleeding. One showed a house full of people on fire. Another was a picture of a baby's crib in flames. Dr. Shiner looked up, took off her glasses, and pressed her lips together. "It is our recommendation that Mary begin counseling and be regularly evaluated."
"That evaluation is wrong. I know this kid well. She spends more time with me than her own family. Sure, she's a loner and often determined to have things her own way, but you're suggesting she has violent tendencies, and frankly, I don't see any evidence of that."
"Dave, you obviously have the magic touch. Her kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd-grade teachers all found Mary extremely challenging. She was a lot younger then. Every year, including the 2 she's been with you, we've received numerous complaints from parents of children in her class. They say Mary pushed, hit, or shoved their child. Some have also reported Mary made threatening remarks to their children. Next year, she's going to have a different teacher. We're concerned that person may not have your magical powers. Dave looked at his watch. I've got to pick up my class now, he said as he stood. It has nothing to do with magical powers. One of the things I've always hated about the education system is that it doesn't make room for kids who don't conform. If something's a little left of center, they're labeled weird or strange. Shame on you, Dr. Shiner. You, of all people, should know better. Dave walked to the gym, wondering how Rose would react to the test results. Opening the gymnasium door, he spotted Mary sitting on the floor by herself on the other side of the room. "Everyone get in line," he called out as he went over to speak to the gym teacher. "Why is Mary Grandin sitting over there alone?" "I don't know how you do it," said the gym teacher, throwing up her hands and rolling her eyes. "That kid is a regular demon. Maybe it's because gym class is physical, but every time she's in here, somebody gets hurt. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but I've seen her in action. She means it." Dave looked over at Mary, who was glaring at the gym teacher. "Today we were playing wiffle ball," said the gym teacher. Mary was running from first to second base. She deliberately body-slammed into the second baseman and knocked the wind out of the kid. I put Mary in a timeout on the sidelines. 10 minutes later, when the same kid she had knocked down hit a single, Mary stuck her foot out and tripped the girl while she was running to first base. The other girl's nose is still bleeding. I had to send her to the nurse. Dave let out a breath. "I'll talk to her. Mary, let's go. Get on the line." With a scowl on her face, her eyes narrowed and still fixed on her gym teacher, Mary stomped to the back of the line. Chapter 40. 2019. Before the school year ended in June, Rose met with Dr. Shiner. The psychologist tried to diplomatically report the problems they were having with Mary. The meeting didn't go well, and Rose left angry and in tears. "What was that woman trying to say?" said a furious Rose, sitting in a coffee shop with Dave later. "Does she think Mary's psychotic or something?" Take a deep breath. "How can I be calm when the school psychologist tells me my daughter's crazy?" "She didn't say she was crazy." "She wants Mary to start regular counseling." "Lots of people go to counseling. I've seen a therapist from time to time over the years." "You have?" "Sure. When life throws you curveballs, sometimes people need a little help." Dave reached across the table and took her hand. "When I got back from Iraq, I had terrible nightmares and couldn't sleep. I'd get panic attacks. I went to a psychiatrist and got on some medication. I saw a therapist for about 18 months and things got a lot better." "You were in a war zone. What's my little girl's excuse?" "Look at me. There is nothing wrong with Mary. I've been her teacher for 2 years and spent time with her in and out of school. She's quirky, but being different is a good thing." "Tell that to Dr. Shiner." Dave patted her hand. "She'll be fine. Trust me." "Every year since kindergarten," said Rose, getting tearful again. "Mary's had incidents at school. I got complaints about her being aggressive towards other kids. When she was little, I thought it was just some neurotic parent being overly protective, but it's escalated." Dave squeezed her hand again. "Dr. Shiner showed me some of Mary's drawings," said Rose. "They were horrible pictures. One had a baby in a crib with a knife in its stomach." "On the surface, it sounds bad, but you could also say she's got a vivid imagination," said Dave, taking a sip of his coffee. "Think about all the books and movies filled with murder and torture. Nobody thinks the authors of those books or screenplays are mentally ill. If that were the case, Stephen King would surely be locked up." Rose sniffed. "I guess. I promised Dr. Shiner I would start Mary in counseling this summer. Maybe it will help sort her out so she has a good year in 5th grade. "Can't hurt." At the beginning of the summer, Mary started seeing Dr. Eve Nastasio, a licensed therapist. "I don't want to go,"
Mary had said from the back seat of the car as Rose drove to Dr. Nastasio's office. "It's not negotiable," said her mother. "You've been pulling stunts at school for years, and the school wants it to stop. Hopefully Dr. Nastasio will help you figure out why you're doing those things." "I don't like her. Her breath smells bad." Rose looked in her rear view and saw her daughter's dark, icy stare in the mirror. "Deal with it," said her mother through clenched teeth. In the waiting room, Rose thumbed through a People magazine, while Mary sulked and gave her dirty looks. When Dr. Nastasio came out, Rose went over to speak to the therapist and leaned in close. "Heads up, she's in a mood today," Rose half-whispered, noting the therapist's breath smelled perfectly fine. "I can hear you," said Mary, staring at the therapist. Dr. Nastasio smiled. "We all have bad days. Come on in, Mary." The little girl didn't move. "Go," said Rose, "or I won't invite Mr. Z over this weekend." Hearing that threat, Mary got up slowly and followed the therapist into her office. Rose was checking her phone for messages when she heard her daughter shout, "No!" through the closed door. She sighed but went back to her phone to distract herself. One of her clients wanted to make an offer on a little house in Glendale. She smiled and texted the listing agent. Trying to close the deal in the waiting room, she didn't notice when the door to Dr. Nastasio's office opened. "Rose," said the therapist, "can I have a word with you? Mary, please wait out here for a minute while I talk with your mother." Rose gathered her things and followed the therapist into her office and closed the door. "I noticed scratch marks on Mary's arm," said Dr. Nastasio. "When I asked her about them, she said they were from a stray cat in the playground. She said she tried to pick the cat up and it scratched her." "She told me about that, too," said Rose. "I noticed them as well." Later on, when I brought the conversation back to her scratches, she admitted she did it to herself. She said, "Scratching feels good." "They're very superficial, but I'm alarmed. Were you aware of this behavior?" Rose's face fell. Why would she do something like that? "Are you familiar with the term cutting?" "No, not really. I've heard of it, but—" "It's a way some people try to cope with the pain of strong emotions. Some cut to express feelings of rage or emptiness," said the therapist calmly. "The urge might be triggered by strong feelings the person can't express. People who do this sometimes say they don't fit in or that no one understands them." Dr. Nastasio suggested that Mary start seeing her twice a week instead of once, and gave Rose the name of a psychiatrist. "Medication would help take your daughter's anxiety down. We don't want cutting to become a habit. Let's stop this before it starts." Mary was started on medication, and by the middle of July, she appeared a little calmer and lighter. Even her bedwetting lessened. That same month, Rose's best friend Audrey was in Cranford visiting her family and stopped by. It was a warm, sunny day. The two friends giggled about their high school days as they watched Mary play in the backyard through the kitchen window. "L.A. is totally crazy," said Audrey. "People there start getting Botox in college." Rose shook her head. "I could never live in L.A. I don't know how you do it." When the two women went outside to get some sun, Mary was at the far end of the yard playing with a big stick. "That kid can play by herself forever," said Rose, as the two sat at the picnic table with mugs of coffee. "I guess I should be grateful she's content. She hasn't got many friends." "She'll outgrow it," said Audrey. "You'll see. Some kids are late bloomers." "That's what Dave said, too." "How is the fabulous Dave? Things still going hot and heavy?" "He's wonderful," said Rose, "but it's not exactly hot and heavy." "No?" said Audrey, one eyebrow jutting up. "Pourquoi?" "He wants to. I wasn't ready. He told me we'd take it at my pace." Something caught Audrey's eye across the yard. "What's Mary doing over there?" she said, distracted by the little girl's movements.
She looks like she's playing golf."
"Who knows?" said Rose, as Mary swung a big stick and hit the ground.
"She has a very active imagination." Standing up, she walked towards her daughter.
"What are you doing?" said Rose as she came up behind Mary.
"Playing a game,"
said the almost 10-year-old, looking over her shoulder at her mother.
When Rose got closer, she saw Mary hitting something across the lawn. At first, she couldn't tell what it was because it was covered by loose blades of grass. Then she saw an orange color. It was a red-breasted robin, and it was dead.
"Mary," she said, "what are you doing with that? Where did you find that bird?"
"On the lawn."
Rose's mind ticked. She turned and ran to the front of the garage. Days earlier, she had noticed some birds had used the safety of the thick molding at the top of the garage door to make a nest. She had watched the mother and father birds fly back and forth for days, bringing bits of twig and straw. Now the nest was gone. Looking around, she found it under a bush. "Mary!" she shouted sharply as she walked back towards her daughter. "What happened to the bird's nest?" By then, Audrey was on her feet crossing the yard. As the two women approached Mary, the little girl continued batting the dead bird around on the ground.
"Ew,"
said Audrey. "Is that a dead bird?"
"Mary, what happened to that bird?"
"I don't know, it was just here."
"Why would you play with a dead animal? That's disgusting," shrieked Rose. "Go in the house and wash your hands with soap and water."
Mary scowled, threw her stick down, and stomped into the house.
"What am I going to do with her?" said Rose. "That's not normal."
Chapter 41. Though she had given her mother a hard time about going, Mary met with Dr. Nastasio regularly throughout the summer. After the bird incident, Rose also consulted with Mary's psychiatrist, who prescribed some different anti-anxiety medication. On a warm summer afternoon, while sitting in her backyard with Dave, Rose watched Mary play on the swings with a 7-year-old girl who lived across the street. They seemed to play nicely together, even though the other kid is 2.5 years younger. "I hope I'm doing the right thing giving her medication," she said. Dave didn't respond. "You don't think I should be giving her meds, do you?" "I don't think filling a kid up with pharmaceuticals is a good idea. She needs to find her own way without medication." "But this drug helps bring down her anxiety. She isn't as fearful and sleeps better at night. I haven't seen any more of those scratches. You have to admit, she's been calmer and less volatile." "I'm not a fan of medicating children. I'm with kids all day and I don't think it's a good thing." Rose glanced over at the two girls playing. Mary was pushing the younger girl on the swing, and it was going very high.
"Too fast!"
shouted the little girl. Mary pushed her harder.
"Stop!"
screamed the girl. "Mary!" shouted Rose, sprinting across the lawn with Dave right behind her. "Stop pushing her now!" Mary gave the little girl one last push, sending the child's swing above the top bar of the swing set. Rose stepped in between her daughter and the other child and grabbed for the swing. Within a moment, the swing stopped. The 7-year-old, tears running down her cheeks, jumped off. "Are you okay?" said Rose, squatting down to talk to the little girl. The child only sniffled. "Mary, apologize to Chloe right now." Mary looked at her mother, no expression on her face. "Did you hear what I said?" said Rose. "Apologize to your friend. That wasn't nice. You scared her."
"I don't like going up so high,"
said Chloe, wiping away her tears.
"I told Mary to stop and she wouldn't."
Dave bent down next to Mary. "Why did you push Chloe so hard?"
"She asked me if you were my daddy. I said I didn't have one and she started to laugh," said Mary with no emotion. "So I pushed her."
"I don't think Chloe meant anything by it," said Dave gently. "You need to say you're sorry."
"But I'm not sorry,"
said Mary.
"I want to go home,"
said Chloe, still sniffling. Seeing Mary's rare afternoon playdate devolving into a disaster, Dave stepped in. "You don't want to go home now, Chloe? We haven't started playing Monster yet."
"What's that?"
said Chloe, her eyes suddenly round with interest. "I play the monster and I chase you and Mary around the yard. Think I can catch you?" With that, Dave made a loud, growling noise and began to chase the two girls across the lawn. Within seconds, both kids were squealing and laughing together, the swing incident forgotten. Rose watched Dave run around the yard after them, grateful he had saved the day. In September, for the first time in 2 years, Mary had a new teacher. In the handoff to the 5th grade teachers, Dave placed Mary with the person who would be the best match for her. Mary's 5th grade teacher was an older woman named Laura Levinson. She had been teaching 5th grade for 35 years. Ms. Levinson was rarely surprised by anything a student did. "Some of the teachers have found Mary challenging," said Dave to Ms. Levinson during their summer meeting. "In fact, when my own parents passed away earlier this year, I took a few weeks off and my class had a substitute, a very young woman. Apparently, she wouldn't let Mary read a particular book. Mary drew a picture of the teacher lying on the ground, bleeding with a spear sticking out of her stomach. The young teacher was so upset that she marched Mary and the drawing down to the principal's office, insisting they do something. The teacher said she felt threatened. Mary was 9 at the time. "Let me tell you something," said Ms. Levinson, putting a piece of gum in her mouth. "I grew up in Brooklyn, and not the fancy part. It wasn't a hipster borough back then. I don't scare easily. I've had my share of challenging kids. What I'm hearing is that Mary likes things her way. She'd better buckle her seatbelt because in my classroom, I like things my way. But thanks for the heads up. I know how to work with kids who have trigger points. Let's keep our lines of communication open. I'd like to consult with you if I run into trouble. Sound like a plan?" At the end of her first day of school, Mary climbed into the back seat of her mother's car. "How was it?" said Rose with a hopeful smile as she pulled off the school grounds. "How's your new teacher?"
"Miss Levinson's mean. I hate her."
"Here we go again." "Give her a chance," said Rose, letting out a weary sigh. "And we don't use the word hate."
"I'd rather have Mr. Z."
"You've had Mr. Z for 2 years. That was highly unusual. Each year you're going to have a new teacher. You need to accept that. Some you'll like, and some you won't. That's life."
"I still hate her. She smells bad."
Chapter 42, 2019. As the fall progressed, Dave asked Rose if she would stay over at his house one Saturday night. "I'll cook, and we can have a nice relaxing weekend. Just the two of us." If her relationship with Dave was to move forward, Rose knew that the physical portion would have to be a part of it. She'd been putting him off for months, and he'd been extremely patient and understanding, though now in her 30s she was still skittish and anxious about being intimate with a man. Wanting to move her relationship to the next level, she finally agreed. A few days before her first overnight with Dave, Audrey was in town visiting. When her best friend had moved to California, it left a big hole in Rose's heart. Nobody made her laugh the way Audrey did, and no one understood her better. Audrey had been there with her through it all: the assault, the recovery, the pregnancy. She was even in the birthing room when Mary was born and was her daughter's godmother. They planned to go out for lunch and then stop by St. Benedict's and surprise Father Heaney with a visit. "You haven't seen him in a while," said Rose as she and Audrey got out of the car. "Father Heaney is pretty old now. Father Verlaine is the one who does most of the masses." When they walked into the rectory, an elderly housekeeper holding a dust mop smiled when she saw them. "Rose, what a nice surprise," said the old woman as she walked them down to the priest's office and stood in the doorway. The elderly man was softly snoring in his chair at his desk. "Father Heaney," said the housekeeper loudly as she winked at the two young women and cleared her throat. "You have company." The priest slowly opened his eyes, shook his head, and sat up. "Just resting my eyes, Mrs. Hanson," he said, trying to focus. "Rose and Audrey, the dynamic duo. What a nice surprise." The three reminisced for nearly half an hour, laughing and telling stories about the various choir successes and the occasional catastrophes. Before they left, Father Heaney made the women promise to come by more often. On their way out, they bumped into Father Villain. "Rose," said the priest, "it's only Tuesday. Art class isn't until tomorrow."
"We were visiting Father Heaney. This is my friend Audrey. She used to sing in the church choir with me. We went to Yukon together."
Father Villain extended his hand, and as Audrey shook it, she looked into his ice-blue eyes. "Did Rose tell you about the amazing work she's done on our arts program?" said the priest.
"She's told me a little," said Audrey, pulling her hand back.
"We wouldn't have an art program without her." As the two women walked down the church steps to the street, Audrey was unusually quiet.
"This is a first," said Rose.
"What is?"
"You not talking. You always talk, non-stop."
"This might sound weird, but Father Villain gave me the creeps," said Audrey, visibly shivering for effect.
"Some people have that reaction to him because he's quiet and sometimes aloof. Trust me, he's a really nice guy," said Rose, starting her car. "I've worked with him for a while. Besides, odd ducks make the world go round, right?"
"I guess," said Audrey dubiously.
"Stay for dinner tonight," said Rose as they headed towards her house. "Dave's coming, and I want you to meet him. You'll love him. He's so kind and patient and unbelievable with Mary."
"Sounds like someone's in love," said Audrey, puckering her lips and making a kissing sound.
"When you're a single mother, it's not only whether you like him, but also whether your kid likes him, and if he likes your kid."
"That's a lot of likes."
"You know how Mary is. She runs hot and cold. But with Dave, she's actually cooperative and sweet."
After Mary got off the school bus, she barreled into the house.
"I want to take a bath, Mom," said the little girl, buzzing right past her godmother, not acknowledging that Audrey was even there.
"Are you going to say hello to me?" said Audrey, half laughing.
"I haven't seen you in forever." "Hello, Audrey," said Mary flatly, looking in the refrigerator for a snack. "Why do you want to take a bath? You just took a bath last night," said Rose. "Mr. Z's coming for dinner tonight," said Mary. "I want to look nice."
Rose shot Audrey a "see what I mean?" look. At 7 o'clock, Rose's doorbell rang, and Mary, in her favorite blue dress, raced to answer it.
"Mr. Z," she said, as she flung open the door.
"I don't think I've ever seen you look so pretty," said Dave, winking at the little girl. "Is that a new dress?" Mary nodded and pulled the teacher into the living room to show him one of her new books. After Audrey was introduced to Dave, they all sat at the dining room table. The conversation was filled with laughter as an animated Audrey shared some of the high school hijinks she and Rose had been a part of. "Then there was the time Rosie and I were working as stagehands for the school play. We sewed up the armholes in the shirt the lead actor needed for a quick costume change," said Audrey, giggling. "You didn't," said Dave, half smiling. "What happened?" "The poor kid was supposed to wear the shirt with a vest over it. Because he couldn't get his arms in, thanks to Rose's seamstress skills, he had to go back on stage in just the vest with no shirt," said Audrey, giggling again.
"Mommy, you did that?"
said Mary, perking up when learning about her mother's high school crimes. Rose looked at Audrey and feigned a straight face.
"Yes, I did, but only that one time, and I regretted it," she said somberly, as Audrey burst out laughing.
"That kid was a big show-off and deserved it," said Audrey. "Trust me, he was no worse for wear. For weeks he bragged about how all the girls in school had crushes on him after seeing him shirtless."
"What else did you do, Mommy?" said Mary, now extremely interested in the conversation. That was all, said Rose, standing up and asking her daughter to help clear the table. Reluctantly, Mary followed her mother into the kitchen. She's a special kid, said Dave, smiling. She's different, all right, said Audrey, shaking her head. How do you mean? Well, she's always had socialization issues and trouble making friends. She's a little better with adults. Mary's a very intelligent child, said Dave, suddenly serious. If she has trouble connecting with other kids, it's probably because she's too bright for them. All I was saying was, we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, said Dave with a wink. Remember, she was in my class for 2 years, and I spent plenty of time with her. Rose, followed by Mary carrying a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies, walked back into the room. Those look delicious, said Dave, looking at the little girl. Did you make them? Mary nodded. All by yourself? Mary looked over at her mother, who smiled back. Mary made them, said Rose, but I supervised. Bravo, Mary, said Dave, reaching for the plate and holding it out for Audrey. Cookie? He said. No, I've had enough. Thank you, said Audrey. The following weekend, Dave and Rose spent the night together. She was nervous, and he was patient. More importantly, the spell was finally broken. Chapter 43 2019 I want to thank all of you for working over the holidays, said Captain Corrigan to the police team assembled in the bullpen that Christmas Eve morning. I know you'd rather be with family and friends having a glass of champagne or a beer rather than another cup of day-old CPD coffee. How about we put a little Kentucky bourbon in it, Captain? Shouted someone from the floor. That would make the shift much more interesting. Cheers and applause erupted throughout the room. Unfortunately, since it's only 9 a.m. and we're all on duty, said the captain with a grin, holding up his coffee cup, that would be a hard no. Regardless, I hope you'll enjoy the coffee and donuts on the back table. Compliments of the mayor. Tonight is Christmas Eve, folks. I want to wish you and your families a merry and safe holiday. As the crowd broke up, Tina and Lynn refilled their coffee, grabbed a donut, and walked back to their adjoining desks. Did you finish that report on the Brookfield domestic disturbance? Said Tina to her partner, while stuffing the last bit of her chocolate donut into her mouth and licking her lips. You know something? Donuts are freaking delicious. They're a seriously maligned food item. Keep eating them and you won't pass your next physical. The watch commander will put you on desk duty like an old mare, said Lynn, poking Tina in her side. You jealous because you know I'll burn it all off, responded Tina, while they both looked through their messages and reviewed the schedule for the day. Do you realize that for the first time in years we're both off on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? Said Tina. Of course, I'll still be wondering if... I know, said Lynn, half listening to a voicemail. Every police department on the East Coast is on high alert today and tomorrow. Wait, there's a message from Agent Falco. She played it on speaker so Tina could hear. All South Carolina police officers have been called in for active duty for the next 48 hours. It's an all-hands-on-deck scenario. The governor of South Carolina is not taking any chances. They're also on high alert in Georgia in case our guy zigs instead of zags. That's good, said Tina when the message was over. Sounds like they have it covered. On another note, do you think we can get out of here early this afternoon? I've got a dressy dinner tonight and I need to do my nails. We've still got to do the follow-up on that gas station robbery yesterday. On my list, said Tina, finishing her coffee while doing the newspaper's daily word jumble. We also need to loop around with the jewelry store owner on Main Street who's had the break-in, said Lynn. Apparently the place was completely cleaned out. They even took the cheap silver stuff. Insurance fraud or legit heist, said Tina, chewing on her pen while working on her puzzle. I don't know. Insurance companies aren't going to pay out unless they're positive it's kosher.
Got it, said Tina, looking up triumphantly. Astronaut. What? The jumble has been driving me crazy. The word was astronaut, said Tina, smiling. I wouldn't want to distract you with annoying police business. You're not. I figured out my word for today, said Tina. I'm good now. I'm all yours. Come on, said Lynn, getting up from her desk and grabbing her car keys. Let's go see that jeweler. Over at the Grandin house, Christmas Eve dinner preparations were in full swing. Rose and Dave were hanging the last few ornaments on the tree. Mary, over on the couch with her grandmother, was stringing popcorn to make a garland. Less eating and more stringing, said Anne, winking at her granddaughter, who had just tossed a handful of popcorn in her mouth. What time is dinner? Dave said, as he placed a tiny red and gold glass ornament high up in the tree. We usually eat at 9 on Christmas Eve, said Mary in a very official-sounding voice. My mom says that way we have plenty of time before we have to leave for Mass. As Mary had predicted, at 9 on the dot, the family sat down for a dinner of roasted pork, potatoes, and vegetables. At 10:45, they got ready to leave for the holiday service. The old stone church was lit up by Christmas lights and candles. Hundreds of red poinsettia plants had been placed in every corner and empty space in the church. It looks so beautiful, said Anne softly, as she walked down the center aisle with the organ playing softly in the background. Every Christmas it always takes my breath away. St. Benedict's looks so magical, doesn't it, Mary? The little girl nodded and followed her grandmother towards the front of the church. Who's saying Mass tonight? Rose whispered to her mother. I don't know, replied Anne softly, as they slid into a pew midway down the aisle. I'm guessing Father Verlaine. Lately he's assumed most of Father Heaney's duties. By 11:45 p.m., there wasn't an empty seat left in the church. Some parishioners were already standing in the back, 3 deep. The choir started singing, filling every inch of the chamber with beautiful, harmonious sounds. After several hymns, Father Heaney walked slowly to the center of the altar, and the congregation stood. Look at that, whispered Anne to Rose. Father Heaney still has enough energy to do midnight Mass. Good for him. He's such a good man. Rose looked around for Father Verlaine, but didn't see him. If Father Heaney was saying the Christmas Eve Mass, she figured Father Verlaine would be assisting. She scanned the entire altar and the side aisles, but saw no trace of the younger priest. An hour and 15 minutes later, the choir sang as Father Heaney and the altar boys formed a procession and walked up the center aisle to the front doors of the church. From there, Father Heaney would greet the parishioners as they left. It was nearly 1:30 in the morning by the time the Grandins shook Father Heaney's hand. Wonderful service, Father, said Anne. What a nice surprise to see you doing the Mass again. We all thought it would be Father Verlaine since he's done most of the Sundays lately. We're delighted it was you, though. Thank you, said Father Heaney, enjoying the compliment. I'm afraid Father Verlaine had a family emergency and had to catch a plane home to Florida last night. I hope it's nothing serious, said Anne. He looked rattled, and I didn't want to pry, said the old priest. Anyway, we'd better keep the line moving, Anne. Merry Christmas. Lovely to see all of you on this very holy night. Looking forward to dinner with you and your family tomorrow. Dave dropped Mary and Rose back at the Grandins' house so Mary could wake up on Christmas morning with her grandparents. See you tomorrow at 3, said Rose as she gave Dave a quick kiss goodbye. It's going to be a wonderful Christmas. I can feel it. Chapter 44. At 3 p.m. the next day, Dave parked his car in front of the Grandins' house. A morning dusting of snow had covered the ground throughout most of southern Connecticut. With all the fresh white powder, the twinkling lights, and the wreath on the door, the Grandins' home looked like a sparkling Christmas card.
Opening the trunk of his car, Dave pulled out several wrapped packages, 2 bottles of wine, and a box containing a chocolate cake from a popular bakery in town. Closing the trunk, he let out a breath and watched it visibly swirl in the cold air in front of him. Before he could ring the bell, Mary, dressed in a pair of black velvet leggings and a bright red sweater, opened the front door.
"Mr. Z," she said with a big smile. "We've been waiting for you. Merry Christmas."
Dave laughed as he looked down at the impatient, smiling girl. "Merry Christmas to you, Mary. I've brought a few surprises for everyone." Inside, Rose, Anne, and Pete were putting the finishing touches on the Christmas dinner for 12. A few of Rose's relatives, as well as Audrey and her parents and sister, would be joining them later that afternoon. "Stop fussing with the table, Rose," said Dave, "and give me a hug."
"Right on time," she said with a warm smile as she embraced him.
"Where is everybody?" said Dave, looking around.
"Everyone else is coming at 4. I wanted you to come early so we could exchange gifts," said Rose.
Minutes later, the whole family was settled around the tree in the living room. "I'd like to start with Mary," said Dave, with a twinkle in his eye, as he sat next to her holding a big box wrapped in silver and green metallic paper. "This is the first Christmas gift I've given to you, and I hope it's the first of many. You've become very grown-up since I've known you, so I thought you should have a grown-up gift." He handed her the package. She hesitated for a moment and then tore off the paper and ribbons in seconds. Inside the box was a blue leather backpack.
"This is exactly like the one that Rachel Nash has,"
said Mary with a big smile. Rachel Nash was the most popular girl in 5th grade. All the girls in school emulated her every move. "I saw you looking at it one day at school. I called Rachel's mother and asked her where she got it," said Dave. "I'm glad you like it."
"I love it,"
said Mary, getting up and throwing her arms around Dave. When Anne saw her granddaughter's reaction to Dave, she gave Rose a "don't let that man go" look. "I've one more thing for you," said Dave.
"One more? For me?"
said Mary, her eyes afire. "Yes, for you," he said, laughing again. "It's too much," said Rose. "You'll spoil her." "Why shouldn't Mary be spoiled?" he said, chuckling as he took a small box out of his pocket. This time Mary opened the package more slowly, somehow sensing it was something special. She took off the wrapping paper and held a tiny black jewelry box in her hand. She looked at her mother and then at Dave before opening the lid. Inside the box was a 14-karat gold heart-shaped locket that had Mary engraved diagonally across its front.
"I love it,"
said Mary, holding it up for everyone to see.
"It's so pretty."
"Let me show you how it works," said Dave, taking the necklace from her and opening the charm. "You can put 2 pictures of people you love inside. That way you can take them with you wherever you go. If you miss them, all you have to do is open it to see their faces. Isn't that cool?"
"Can I put your picture in there?"
said Mary. "I wasn't thinking about a picture of me. Maybe your grandparents or your mom?"
"Nonsense,"
said Anne. "It's Mary's locket. She can decide whose pictures go inside." Dave fastened the necklace around the 10-year-old's neck, and she ran to the hall mirror to admire it. "That was very thoughtful of you, Dave," said Anne. "Mary loves it. It will be a keepsake." "I'd say it's a hit," said Pete, looking at his granddaughter, still gazing at her own reflection. "I have one more gift," said Dave, looking into Rose's eyes, causing her to turn slightly pink. He pulled out another small box from his other pocket, walked across the room, and sat down on the couch next to her. Rose fumbled with the wrapping paper and ribbon. Once unwrapped, it looked just like the black box he had given to her daughter. "Hey, Mary, come over here and see what I got for your mother," said Dave. Obediently, the little girl came back into the room and sat down on the floor next to him. Dave slid off the couch and dropped to one knee. It took Rose a moment to comprehend what was happening. Everyone was smiling. Everyone was in on it. Her calm and smiling parents had obviously been tipped off to Dave's intentions. With her eyes wide and her mouth open, Rose lifted the lid on the small jewelry box. Inside was a gold band with a single square 1.5-carat diamond in the center, flanked by 2 smaller diamonds. The stones in the ring reflected the colorful Christmas lights in the room, creating a light show on the wall.
"It's so beautiful," said Rose, getting teary and looking into Dave's eyes.
"Rose, will you marry me?" asked Dave, still on one knee. Rose looked at her parents and then at her daughter.
"Say yes, Mommy," shouted Mary, jumping up and down. "Please say yes."
Rose smiled.
"Yes," she said, nodding her head. "Yes."
Dave took the ring out of the box, placed it on Rose's finger, and kissed her. "Come on," he said, beckoning to Mary. "Get in here for our first official family hug." The little girl joined in, and the 3 of them did a group hug as Anne and Pete watched, tears forming in their eyes. They finally knew that their daughter was going to be all right, with Dave looking after her. The rest of Christmas Day was consumed with chatter about the engagement and the future wedding. Every guest had an opinion about where the couple should go on their honeymoon. After dinner, Audrey and Rose ducked away from the crowd for a few minutes for a little girl talk in Rose's old bedroom. Audrey grabbed Rose's left hand and examined the ring. "It's beautiful," said Audrey, looking at it closely. "Big, but not too big to be ostentatious, but not so small that you can't see it. The setting is really nice, too. He did good."
"I know," said Rose, beaming. "He took me totally by surprise. Can you believe my parents knew about it? They never let on. I had no idea they were such good liars. So, what do you think about all this?"
"If it makes you happy, then it's a good thing."
"That's not a resounding affirmation," said Rose, wrinkling her forehead.
"He seems like a nice guy," said Audrey, looking away.
"But
I just hope he's not more in love with the idea of an instant family than a life with you."
"A life with me is an instant family," said Rose,
surprised her friend was less than enthusiastic.
"Most guys run when they learn I have a kid."
"I just hope that's not what's motivating him, that's all," said Audrey. "I once put off breaking up with this guy in L.A. because I was so in love with his dog. I stayed in that relationship way longer than I should have." Rose's face fell. "Forget I said that. I'm being overly protective. You're absolutely right. For someone to marry you, they're marrying Mary, too."
"Exactly."
"Then congratulations to the future Mrs. Zelina," said Audrey, giving her best friend a hug. "I'm going to be maid of honor, right?"
"Of course."
At 10 p.m., Dave kissed Rose and Mary goodbye, gave his future in-laws a hug, and headed out into the cold Connecticut night. The smell of burning wood from all the fireplaces scented the air with a smoky fragrance. Still smiling as he walked to his car, he looked up at the clear Christmas sky filled with glittering stars. It had been an amazing Christmas, the best one of his life, and everything had turned out exactly as he had hoped. Now he'd spend his life with the one person who mattered more to him than anyone in the world. Chapter 45 2020 After their Christmas engagement, Rose's family and friends talked of nothing but the plans for the wedding. For years, Anne and Pete Grandin had worried their daughter would never resume a normal social life, allowing her attack to define her. When Dave came into their lives, everything changed for the better. Not only did his presence impact Rose in a positive way, but he also connected with Mary on a whole different level. That New Year's Eve, Rose's parents offered to babysit so the newly engaged couple could have a romantic night out alone.
"Why can't I go?"
said a pouting Mary, standing in her grandmother's kitchen.
"It's going to be late," said Anne. "Besides, New Year's Eve is a grown-up holiday." When Dave came to pick Rose up for their dinner, Mary was still sulking.
"Why can't I go with you and Mom?"
she demanded when Dave walked in the front door.
"You said we're a family now, so why don't I get to go?"
Minutes later, Rose entered the living room dressed for their night out and gave Dave a kiss. Mary knocked an empty plastic cup on the coffee table to the floor.
"Why did you do that?" said Rose. "Pick it up now."
"She wants to come with us," said Dave.
With a scowl on her face, Mary picked up the cup, slammed it onto the table, ran out of the room and up the stairs.
"Mary, wait," said Dave, looking a little helpless.
"Let her go," said Rose. "She has to learn it's not always about her. If we give in to her now, she'll become even more of a tyrant."
"Leave Mary with me," said Anne, ushering the couple to the front door. "I can handle her. I've got lots of things planned for tonight. I'll let her stay up to watch the ball drop with me. Now you two go and have fun."
Dave had made a 9:30 reservation at Le Rive Gauche, an elegant French bistro in the northern end of Cranford. The restaurant was crowded when they arrived. A pianist softly played show tunes on the far side of the room. A small makeshift dance floor had been set up in the middle, and several couples were already dancing.
"You know something? I don't know if you like to dance or not," said Rose as they finished dinner.
"That would be a hard no," said Dave. "I have 2 left feet. You don't want to dance with me if you want to keep your toes."
Rose giggled.
"I agreed to marry you, and now I find out you don't dance? What else don't I know about you, David F. Zelina?"
"I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you," he said with a laugh. "We have years to learn about all the little things. That's part of the fun."
"Be careful what you wish for," she said, giving him a wink.
"I'm not worried," said Dave as he looked at his watch. "It's 10:45. I was thinking, rather than have dessert here, what if we brought dessert back to your parents' house? We could ring in the new year with them and Mary. She looked so miserable when we left."
"This was our chance to have a romantic evening and an overnight."
"I know, but it's New Year's Eve and maybe we should all be together as a family."
Rose reached across the table and squeezed her fiancé's arm. "This is why I love you."
"My parents were very religious and strict," said Dave, looking into her eyes. "I loved them, but they never tried to help me grow as a person. They wanted me to be exactly like them. When I look at Mary and see so much potential, I want to give her the wings to fly that I never had. Does that make sense?"
"You blow me away."
After asking the waiter for the check, they ordered several desserts to go.
"You're about to make one little girl who is probably still sulking extremely happy," said Rose. Walking through the Grandins' front door shortly before midnight, they found Pete, Anne, and Mary still up watching a Disney movie in the family room.
"What are you doing back so early?"
said Anne. "We talked it over and agreed that Mary was absolutely right," said Dave. "If we're going to be a family, then we should all spend New Year's Eve together." Mary jumped off the couch, ran across the room, and wrapped her arms around Dave and her mother. Pete uncorked a bottle of champagne and filled everyone's glasses before they dug into the French pastries. "It's not every year that you get a new father," said Rose as she poured a tiny bit of champagne into a wine glass for her daughter. "I'd like to suggest one more thing," said Dave, raising his glass and smiling. "Mary, since we're going to be a family, you should probably call me Dave now, don't you think?"
"Yes, Mr. Z,"
said the little girl, grinning from ear to ear.
"I mean, Dave."
"Of course, at school, you'll still have to call me Mr. Z."
"That's okay with me,"
the little girl replied enthusiastically as she sipped her tiny bit of champagne. Chapter 46. March, 2020. I can't get this jumble. I've lost my alphabet mojo, said Tina, sliding her newspaper onto her partner's desk. I've been trying to get this one for 10 minutes. It usually takes me less than 2. Cranford's taxpayers' dollars hard at work, said Lynn, looking down at her partner's word puzzle. Nycula. I have no idea. I hate puzzles. They make my head hurt. Tina leaned over and snatched her newspaper from Lynn's desk and studied the letters one last time. Not me. Jumbles take me to my Zen place. I'll need a boatload of that today since we're going to the Grandins. You ready? I'm never ready, but we have to talk to them. Waving to their captain, they were heading out. They grabbed their coats and walked outside into the police parking lot. Can you believe we're still working on this case? Said Lynn, opening her car door. It's crazy. Lunacy, said Tina, as they got in their car. Tell me about it. Lynn shut the driver's side door. Kringle's been on the loose for over 16 years, and we're no closer to catching him. No, I meant the word jumble. Nycula, said Tina. It spells lunacy. When they walked up to the front steps of the Grandins' home, Tina noticed the purple crocus and yellow daffodils already in bloom. Anne Grandin had created a massive perennial garden in her front yard, ensuring something was always blooming from early spring until the end of fall. I love daffodils, said Tina, admiring the dense patch of butter-yellow flowers. When they pop up, it means winter is finally over. I could use some sun. A double chime sounded from within the house after they pushed the bell. Anne Grandin, stone-faced, opened the door. Come in, she said as she led the 2 detectives through the foyer. My husband and Rose are waiting for you in the living room. As they walked through the house, Lynn tried to remember how many times she and Tina had been in the Grandins' home, upsetting their lives with each visit. Father and daughter were seated on the couch and looked up when they entered the room. After awkward greetings were exchanged and inquiries made on the health and well-being of Rose's daughter, the detectives got to the point of their visit. It's been a while since we've given you an update, said Lynn, clearing her throat. The reason? It's the end of March, said Rose. It's the wrong time of year. You never come in spring, never. Lynn looked at Tina, knowing they were about to destroy this nice family. Again. Something new has come up. The entire Kringle task force believed there had been no attacks this past December. Recently we discovered there actually had been 2 attacks around Christmas, said Tina. I don't understand, Rose began tearing up. When I called you at the end of December, you gave me the all clear. You said there had been no crimes reported. As far as we knew at the time, there weren't, said Lynn. Everyone believed that if Kringle was active again, he'd strike next in South Carolina. We notified the governor of South Carolina, the SC State Police, and all local law enforcement. They were all on high alert Christmas week. We all watched and waited, but everything was quiet, said Tina. Then what's all this about? Asked Pete, putting his arm around his daughter. 10 days ago, 2 female bodies were recovered, said Tina. Both were found in ravines in a New York state park. Rose shuddered at the similarity to her attack. Because they were found in March and in the wrong state, no one initially connected the women to the Kringle case, said Lynn. It wasn't until the bodies were examined by the ME that the FBI made the connection. Our best guess is that both women died about 11 weeks before they were discovered. That puts their times of death right around Christmas. But it was supposed to be in South Carolina. How do they know for sure it's him? Said Rose, trembling. There are a few reasons. Their cause of death was established based on a number of tests, including X-rays, said Tina. X-rays? Said Anne. Tina looked at her partner and let out a breath before continuing. Both women's arms, legs, and pelvis were shattered.
Crushed bones in the back of both their necks indicated strangulation. They were beaten, and then someone stood on their necks. "Stop!" screamed Rose, putting her hands over her ears. "I don't want to hear any more."
"Detectives, what about the location? New York doesn't follow his pattern," said Pete.
"Agreed," said Lynn. "We don't know why he changed that. It could be anything. Maybe his home base is in the Northeast and he couldn't get to South Carolina and went closer to home. It could be something as simple as the weather, a job, family obligation, any number of things." The two veteran police officers went on to explain that both female victims found in the New York parks were professionals. "Unfortunately, society doesn't extend the same amount of interest to care when it comes to people who do that kind of work," said Tina. "Those on the fringe slip through the cracks all the time. Even now, nearly 3 months after they both died, no one has reported either of those women as missing. Nobody cared what happened to them." Rose cried softly and leaned into her father. "When's this going to end, Dad?" she said, looking up at him. "Obviously, going back to New York State and dumping the bodies where they wouldn't be found marks a significant change in his behavior," said Lynn as she stood up. "Also, all of his previous victims were average women of different colors, shapes, and ages. But these two were prostitutes who strongly resembled each other based on old mugshots we've seen. Both were petite, in their 40s, and had platinum blonde hair."
"If it doesn't fit the pattern, how can you be sure it was him?" said Pete.
"There are a few things that we can't reveal, Mr. Grandin," said Lynn. "What I can tell you is the person who killed these women cut off most of the hair on their heads," said Tina. "We kept it out of the press, but in the last Kringle killing in North Carolina, one victim's hair had been sheared off and sprinkled around her body." All three Grandins looked at each other as Lynn continued. "The two women they just found in New York also had their hair cut off, but not a trace of it was found at the crime scene." "What do you think that means?" said Rose. Tina looked at her partner before she answered. "The FBI thinks he's starting to collect trophies." Chapter 47 2020 2 weeks later, on a sunny Tuesday morning in April, Rose, Anne, and Pete were working in the Grandin Properties office. Several of their employees were busily fielding the early spring inquiries from homeowners and buyers. "It's like the floodgates have opened," said Anne, smiling as she hung up the phone. "Just got in a listing for a 4-bedroom with a pool on Ridgeway Road."
"That will go fast. This is looking like a very good year for us," said Pete with a grin. "There are a lot of buyers out in the market with cash. Gotta love that."
Rose was on the phone going over an offer with a client when the front door of the office opened. A balding, middle-aged man with salt and pepper sideburns entered.
"May I help you?" said Pete, smiling as he got up from his desk.
"That's what I'm hoping. My name is Lenny LaFan. I'm with the Connecticut Advocate. I was looking for Rose Grandin."
"That's my daughter," said Pete, glancing over at Rose, who had just finished her call. "What's this about?"
"I can handle it, Dad," said Rose, getting up and crossing the room. "I'm Rose."
"We just got a report that there was a murder outside of Charleston in South Carolina on Christmas Day," said Lenny. "People are saying they think it's Kringle. I wanted to get a statement from you."
"I don't know anything about a murder in Charleston," said Rose.
"The cops aren't talking," said Lenny. "But word on the street is that a woman was attacked on Christmas Day. How does it make you feel when you hear that Kringle is still out there?"
"How do you think it makes me feel?" said an incredulous Rose.
"Mr. LaFan," said Pete, walking towards the reporter, "you need to leave, now."
As if on cue, Tina and Lynn walked through the front door. "Hello, Lenny," said Tina. "Why is it, whenever there's trouble, we always find you skulking around?"
"Doing my job like you're doing yours," the reporter replied.
"Right now we need to speak privately with the Grandins," said Lynn. "Call me later this afternoon, Lenny, and I'll give you a statement, okay?"
After the reporter left, Rose and her parents led the detectives into their private conference room and closed the door.
"That reporter said there was a Christmas attack in Charleston," said Rose. "Is that true? You told me nothing happened."
"LaFan was only partially right," said Lynn, speaking in soft tones. "There was an attack on Christmas Day west of Charleston, South Carolina. At first, local law enforcement thought it was Kringle and notified the FBI. The problem was the victim was still alive. Since Kringle's victims on Christmas Day have always been found dead, the police put the brakes on in terms of notifying the public. The victim in Charleston had been sexually assaulted, but when the attacker finished, he got up and left. Though it was dark, the moon had been out that night, and the woman got a pretty good look at her attacker."
"So you know what he looks like? Then you can catch him," said Rose.
Lynn leaned forward in her chair. "That's where it gets funny. Whoever committed this crime did it differently from the Kringle we know. According to the victim, he pinned her down, but he never hit her and didn't cover her head. That's not Kringle's M.O. If it was Kringle, then it's a significant behavior change, and we had to ask ourselves why." "Also, there was only one attack in South Carolina," said Tina. "There were no other reported assaults or murders fitting the Kringle profile on or near Christmas anywhere on the East Coast. That's why we didn't inform you in December." "About an hour ago, we received word that the FBI determined the South Carolina incident wasn't Kringle after all," said Lynn. "That reporter was working with old information," said Tina. 3 nights ago, a 36-year-old female restaurant manager on the South Carolina coast was jumped while locking up. This time the perp met his match. The lady he attacked also happened to be a martial arts master instructor. She overtook him, knocked him out, and tied him up with zip ties until the police arrived," Lynn said. Tina smiled. She kicked his sorry ass. "Once they had him in custody," said Lynn, clearing her throat and giving her partner a look, "they showed his picture to the other victim who had been attacked on Christmas Day. She identified him as the same man who had attacked her." "I don't understand. Are you saying you caught the man who hurt Rosie?" said Pete. "You've caught Kringle?" "At first, that's what everyone thought," said Lynn. "When they ran him through the system, it turned out the man they had in custody for the South Carolina crimes had been in jail for the last 10 years, said Tina. He'd only been let out 5 weeks before Christmas.
"I don't understand,"
said Rose, her eyes welling up. "Rosie can't be the person who attacked you," said Lynn. "The timeline is off." "Then why are you here, detectives?" Pete stood up. "Why are you telling us about this?" Lynn and Tina exchanged glances. "Because reporters like Lenny LaFan are going to be all over this. We wanted to make sure you heard the facts from us."
"Oh, my God,"
said Rose, running her fingers through her hair.
"It's never going to end, is it? I'm going to live in fear for the rest of my life."
"The FBI and every police department on the East Coast is all over this," said Tina. "I promise you, we will get him."
"Detective,"
said an incredulous Rose, standing up and raising her voice.
"Are you fucking kidding me? He's been raping and killing women for nearly 2 decades, and you have the audacity to say you're going to get him? When exactly is that going to happen? In my lifetime?"
"Rose," Anne touched her daughter's arm. "That was totally fair," said Tina. "It has been a long time. Not a day goes by that we don't try to move the needle in this case. I promise you we haven't given up. We never will."
"Well, I have,"
said Rose bitterly, as she walked out of the conference room, grabbed her coat, and left the building. The meeting was over. Chapter 48. Anne was in Rose's kitchen having coffee with her daughter. Several open bridal magazines lay between them on the table. "What do you think of this one?" said Anne, pointing to a picture of a bridal gown. "This cut would look great on you. Look at the veil. We could put your hair up just the way the model in the picture has it." Rose glanced down at the magazine and let out a sigh.
Dave wants to keep the wedding low-key, and I agree. I don't want to wear a traditional white gown.
Why not?
Mom, I'm a grown woman with a pre-teen daughter.
Where is it written if you have a daughter you can't wear a wedding gown?
Maybe I just don't want to,
Rose said firmly. Determined to create the world's most perfect wedding for her daughter, Anne persisted. But it's your big day. Rose got up from the table, walked to the window, and observed Mary playing by herself in the backyard.
I'd feel stupid wearing a big white gown.
Because of what happened?
I don't know,
said Rose, turning around and shaking her head.
Maybe.
You have every right to wear a beautiful dress, as much as anyone else, maybe more. What happened to you wasn't your fault. Rosie, you were the victim. God has smiled down on us because through all the pain, you recovered, and He blessed us with Mary. Remember, this isn't only the day you get married. It's also the day Mary gets a father. That's something else to celebrate. Rose was silent for a moment, and then her eyes crinkled.
You're right, Mom. It's Mary's day, too.
Maybe we can find something a little more toned down, a little less bridesy? Anne's eyes lit up. Now you're talking, she said as she opened another magazine. The late August wedding plans were coming together. The ceremony would be at St. Benedict's, followed by a small reception for 60, held in the Grandins' large backyard. Anne happily coordinated the tents, dance floor, band, flowers, photographer, and food. Everything would be perfect. Rose selected a dress by Vera Wang. "What do you think of this one?" she said to Dave, placing a bridal magazine in his lap. "I thought it was bad luck for the groom to see the wedding dress," he said, teasing her. "It's only bad luck if you see me wearing my wedding dress, but not for me to show you pictures. Get your superstitions straight." Rose grinned. "So what do you think?" Dave looked down at a picture of a floor-length ivory gown. The dress had a sleek halter bodice, a flowery tulle skirt, and an ivory ribbon around the waist. "It's elegant," said Dave. "You'll look beautiful in it." "I was going to find something similar for Mary. I want her to feel like it's her day, too." "That's a great idea," said Dave, sticking his thumb in the air. Rose looked at the man she would soon marry and felt overwhelming gratitude. "You're incredible. You know that?" she said, as she gave him a kiss. "I'll see if I can get a flower girl version of my dress made for Mary. Audrey's going to wear a pale pink gown. Maybe I can get Mary's dress made in ivory to match mine, but with a pale pink ribbon around the waist." Dave nodded. "There's something I wanted to ask you," she said, biting her lip. "How would you feel about Mary standing with us during the ceremony?" Dave looked up with knitted brows and then smiled. "I don't mind. If it makes you happy, let's do it." On a Wednesday afternoon in late May, half an hour before the art program was to commence, Rose drove to St. Benedict's with Mary to take care of one last item for her wedding. She wanted to personally ask Father Heaney to perform the ceremony. Anne had reserved the church, but no one had officially asked the elderly priest if he would take part. While Rose had gotten to know Father Villain well over the past few years, she had known Father Heaney since she was a little girl. It seemed right that he be the one to marry her. Leaving Mary in the art room with Father Villain, Rose walked up the flight of stairs to Father Heaney's office. Through the open door she saw he was seated at his desk, his eyes closed. She knocked loudly on the doorframe. The priest's eyes opened, and for a second he appeared confused. Then his eyes focused on Rose, and he smiled. "Rosie Grandin, one of my favorite people. Come in." "I hope I'm not disturbing you, Father," she said, taking a seat in front of his desk. "Never. What can I do for you?" "I know you've cut back on some of your duties, but I wanted to ask if you would marry Dave and me on August the 25th.
I thought since you've worked so closely with Father Verlaine that you'd rather him do the honors, said the old priest, his eyes twinkling.
Father Verlaine and I get along very well, but I've known you my whole life, and I just thought—
Rose, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, said the priest, leaning forward. I'm getting on in years. I'm nearly 86 and my balance isn't very good anymore. That's why Father Verlaine has taken over Sunday Mass the last few months. I'm not as steady on my feet as I used to be.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm fine, but you wouldn't want me tipping over in the middle of your wedding, would you? He said.
Maybe you could sit while you do the service?
That wouldn't be right, especially when we have a perfectly good priest in Father Verlaine, said the old man. He'll do a great job. No doubt your mother will be putting on quite the event that day.
You have no idea, said Rose, starting to laugh. She thinks of nothing else. You will come to my wedding, won't you, Father?
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Rose returned to the basement room as the kids were drifting in for class. She looked around for Mary but didn't see her, and asked a few of the kids if they knew where she was. No one did. Alarmed, she asked one of the mothers to wait with the kids so she could look for her daughter. She pushed against the heavy metal door in the back of the room that led to the hallway and the stairs going up to Father Verlaine's office. Picking up her pace, she moved quickly down the dimly lit corridor. At the end on the left was the staircase. Father Verlaine's office was at the top. She ran up the steps, 2 at a time. "Mary!" she cried out as she climbed. Silence. Once at the top, she turned and walked down another short hallway. "Mary!" Turning to the left, she called out again. "Mary! Father Verlaine!" Reaching for the brass handle on Father Verlaine's office door, she jumped back and almost lost her balance when the door suddenly opened. "Hello, Rose," said Father Verlaine, a puzzled expression on his face. "What are you doing up here? The kids must be arriving by now. Who's watching them?" "I couldn't find Mary. Is she with you?" Father Verlaine smiled. "Yes, of course. You asked me to watch her," he said as he turned his head. "Mary, time for class." Holding some papers that she had been coloring, Mary got up and walked past her mother. "I had to make a few phone calls before the session started. I didn't want to leave Mary by herself downstairs, so I had her come up here with me. I hope that was all right." "Of course, Father," said Rose, a queasy feeling in her stomach. "Thank you for looking after her." Following Mary down the stairs to the basement full of children, Father Verlaine took his place in the back of the room. Rose started the class, introducing the kids to modern art, specifically surrealism. She showed the students paintings by Picasso and Dali. "Now everyone get a piece of paper and your paints," she said loudly. "Don't forget anyone wearing rings, bracelets, or watches, please take them off and put them in the tray over by the wall. We don't want your treasures to get damaged." Half a dozen kids got up and deposited their jewelry in the trays before picking up their paper and paints. While the group worked quietly, Rose, like a hummingbird, darted around the room making suggestions to each child. Father Verlaine, busy with paperwork, stayed at the far end of the room, only glancing up occasionally. Mary was painting when Rose came up behind her. As usual, her daughter's artwork depicted only stick figures drawn in brown paint. There were 3 people in Mary's painting. One was standing on the stomach of another, while the third person looked on. "You didn't try the surrealism style I showed the class today. Why don't you try something new? You always draw the same thing," said Rose. "That's what I like." "Try adding some color," said her mother, as she walked off to help another student. When class was over, a little girl named Allison and her mother frantically searched through the cubbyholes where the students deposited their personal belongings. "It's got to be here somewhere," said the girl's mother, opening a supply closet. "What's the problem?" said Rose. "My daughter can't find her bracelet. She said she put it in the tray before class." "I did put it in the tray," said the girl. "Then it's here somewhere. said Rose, helping them look. "What does it look like?" "It's silver with a dangling charm of a horse. My daughter got it for her birthday from her father." "It's lost," whined the girl. "We're never going to find it." "It probably got knocked out of the tray when the other kids were getting their things," said Rose, looking around on the floor. For the next 30 minutes, Rose, Father Verlaine, Mary, the mother, and the little girl in tears searched the art room from top to bottom. They didn't find the bracelet. "It could still turn up," said Rose. "We'll keep our eyes open for it, and I'll let the janitor know to be on the watch." "It's gone," said Allison, sobbing. "My daddy gave it to me." "He can get you another one," said her mother. "No, he can't," said the crying child. "He bought it for me when he was on his business trip to Brazil." "Oh, right, I forgot," said her mother, giving Rose a "this is bad" look. "My husband bought it in Sao Paulo. I don't think he'll be going back there." "Maybe we can find one just like it online," said Rose. "I don't want a different one. I want that one," screamed the little girl. "That's enough, Allison," said her mother, getting weary as she ushered her daughter out the door. "Sorry, Rose. We'll figure it out." Chapter 49. "The last week of school was totally insane," said Dave, sitting at the picnic table in Rose's backyard. "I had to scramble to get all the students' grades in on time and clean out the classroom before they closed the building for the summer." "Now can we discuss some wedding things?" said Rose with a sly smile. "It's only 6 weeks away. You still have time to change your mind." "Not a chance," said Dave. "But there is something I'd like to do, before your mother's wedding machine swings into overdrive and overtakes our lives completely. Let's take a day or two off and do something fun." "Just you and me?" "Mary can come too," said Dave. "Up to you." "What did you have in mind?" He threw out several suggestions: an amusement park, an overnight trip to New York City, a bike trip, fishing, or camping. "Work is really busy right now," said Rose. "I can't take off 2 days in a row, given all the time I'm taking before and after the wedding." After further discussion, they decided on a single day of fishing and a picnic in the country. The following Saturday was sunny and warm, the perfect day for a fishing excursion. Rose packed lunch, leaving Dave in charge of all things fish-related. At 8 a.m. Saturday morning, they loaded the food in Dave's trunk and were off. Driving east to Crescent Lake in Southington, the air smelled sweet from the freshly mowed grass. Dave had chosen Crescent Lake because it was regularly stocked with trout and catfish. "Your mom told me this is your first time fishing," said Dave, looking at Mary in his rear view. "You're going to love it. I have a feeling we're going to catch a ton of fish today. Later on, we can go for a hike around the lake." After a 45-minute drive, Dave pulled his car into the small dirt parking lot. As mother and daughter followed him along the rocky path, Mary looked at her mother dubiously. They got to the shore of the lake, and the reflection of the sun on the water was so bright it made them squint. Dave handed each of them a fishing rod and then dug into his bag for bait. "I agreed to come fishing, which is out of my wheelhouse, but I'm not touching worms," said Rose, grimacing. "We're not using worms," said Dave, showing them a plastic container holding what looked like orange gumballs inside. "We're using trout powder bait." "No worms?" said Rose. "Not a single one," he promised as he held up a hook. "Watch. You have to stick the tip of the hook through the center of the ball and squeeze it around the loop. Then carefully mold it around the pointy end so you can barely see the point." Mary grabbed a bait ball and started to put it on her hook. "Be careful," said Dave. "If a fish hook goes into your finger, the only way to get it out is to push it all the way through and then clip it off. You can't pull a fish hook back once it goes in." Nonplussed by the dire warning, Mary had her line baited within seconds. "Well done, Mary," said Dave, giving her a pat on the back.
At the end of the day, the group had caught 6 fish and stored them in a small cooler loaded with ice. Sitting on some large rocks, Dave pulled out a big, sharp fishing knife. "Now, Mary, I'm going to show you how to clean a fish," he said.
"Why don't we wait until we get home?" said Rose, making a face.
"You don't want all that mess in the house," Dave said as he picked up the first fish. "Come here, Mary. I want you to learn how to do this right. If you're going to catch fish, you have to know how to clean them." Firmly gripping the knife, he cut off its head by slicing in behind the eyes on each side. "Then," he said, "you bring the knife down and firmly slice up the side and cut open the belly so you can then remove the gut." Rose made a retching noise and turned her head away.
"I can do it," said Mary.
"That's the spirit," said Dave as he carefully handed the little girl the knife. "It's very sharp. Get a really firm grip on the handle, okay?"
Mary clenched the knife's handle with her small hands.
"Good," said Dave. "Now cut into the head on both sides, like I showed you." The little girl followed his instructions exactly. "Very good, Mary," said Dave, watching carefully that she didn't cut herself. "Now go by the belly, plunge the knife in, and pull it firmly all the way down the side." Within seconds, Mary had opened up the fish. "Perfect," said Dave. The little girl smiled. "You did that like a professional fisherman." He looked over at Rose. "Want to give it a try?"
"Absolutely not," said Rose,
going a little pale. Mary cleaned all the fish that day and was surprisingly good at it. That night, back at Rose's house, they cooked the trout for dinner. "How did everyone like our day at the lake?" said Dave.
"It was great,"
said Mary.
"I caught more fish than anyone."
"I could have done without the cleaning part," said Rose. "That's part of fishing. Can't eat it if you don't clean it. Mary didn't mind," said Dave.
"It was easy. You push the knife in and pull hard down the side," she said as she put a piece of fish in her mouth and smiled.
By the middle of July, Anne Grandin had everything for the late August wedding stored in her garage. The ivory and pink color scheme from Rose's dress would be carried throughout the event for the bridal dresses, flowers, and space decor. When Rose picked Mary up from day camp one afternoon, she had a surprise for her daughter.
"Guess what? Your dress for the wedding came today. You can try it on as soon as we get home."
Mary squealed and begged her mother to drive faster. The minute Rose pulled the car into their driveway, Mary jumped out of the back seat, leaving the car door open, and ran into the house. By the time Rose got inside, Mary had already ripped open the package containing the dress. Nearly identical to her mother's gown, Mary's smaller version was also ivory with a full tulle skirt, but had a wide, grosgrain dark pink ribbon around the waist.
"It's beautiful, Mom," shouted the excited girl. "Can I put it on?"
Rose nodded as her daughter raced up the stairs to her bedroom with the dress. Minutes later, also wearing her new ivory patent leather shoes, Mary returned to the living room wearing her dress. Rose gasped.
"You look beautiful, sweetie. Go look at yourself in the mirror."
Standing in the hall, Mary looked at her reflection.
"I look like a bride, too."
"I guess you do." When Dave arrived for dinner that night, Mary was waiting in her gown and modeled it for him. "You look so pretty, like a princess," he said when she twirled around the room in her wedding outfit. Mary smiled and gave Dave a hug as Rose watched, her heart full.
"Now go upstairs and change for dinner. We don't want to get anything on that beautiful dress," said Rose.
"When you come down, Dave and I want to talk to you about something." They had big news for Mary that night. Dave had originally brought up the idea right after they had become engaged. "I've been thinking about a few things," he had said to Rose, "and I want you to hear me out. First, we have to decide where we're going to live. You've got a house, and I've got a house. Since you've fully decorated my place and it's bigger, it makes sense for you and Mary to move in with me."
"I really hadn't thought about it. I've been so busy with the wedding plans and—"
"My house is almost twice as big as yours.
Living at my place would give us more room. We could sell your house and use some of the money to build out the backyard and make a fancy playground for Mary. Swings, playhouse, the works. What do you think?"
Rose smiled, put her arms around his waist, and looked into his eyes. "I think it makes total sense." Dave gave her a kiss.
"Also, we haven't talked about our honeymoon. Your parents offered to take Mary so we could go someplace special. What about Hawaii? We could go for 2 weeks before school starts."
"That's a long time to be away when there's so much change for Mary," said Rose. "How about something shorter and closer?"
Dave thought for a moment. "You're right. I've got another idea. What if we made our honeymoon a trip for the 3 of us? We could all go to Orlando, get 2 adjoining rooms, and spend a week at Universal and Disney World."
"I don't know if we need to do that. I was looking forward to a romantic getaway for you and me."
"There's plenty of time for us to have romantic trips. Look, I'm a teacher. This is an emotionally critical time for Mary. I don't mind at all. We'll have our time." Tears filled Rose's eyes.
"Really? You're sure? You wouldn't feel cheated out of a proper honeymoon?"
"Cheated? Are you kidding? I love theme parks and roller coasters. If doing this makes you happy, it makes me happy." They had agreed to keep their honeymoon plan a secret until closer to the wedding. Now the time had come to share the news with Mary. "Mary, your mom and I thought it would be a good idea if you both moved into my house after the wedding," said Dave. "Would you be okay with that?"
"Which room would be mine?"
"There are 2 available rooms, so you can pick whichever one you want." Dave looked over and nodded to Rose.
"I want the room on the 3rd floor," said Mary. "It will be like I have my own private apartment. Can I paint it pink?"
"Done," said Dave. "Also, your mom and I were thinking of going to Disney World on our honeymoon." Mary's eyes grew wide at the mention of Disney. "Have you ever been to Disney World, Mary?"
"No."
It's probably going to be a lot of fun." The little girl nodded solemnly. "I don't suppose you'd want to come with us, and we'd all go to Disney together." Mary's mouth dropped open. She looked at her mother and then back at Dave in disbelief.
"Me too?"
she said. "You too," said Dave, chuckling. "Only if you want to, of course." As Rose walked out of the room, the conversation she had with Audrey echoed in her head. "I just hope," Audrey had said, "he's not more in love with the idea of an instant family than a life with you." Chapter 50. Rose and Dave's wedding weekend had arrived. The ceremony at St. Benedict's would start at 2 p.m. The night before, Rose, Mary, and Audrey stayed over at the Grandins' house. Anne had hired a stylist to come to the house in the morning to do everyone's hair and makeup. The women were assembled in Anne's bedroom getting ready for the big day.
"What's the best man's name again?" said Anne.
"Martin," said Rose, looking in the mirror, her mind a million miles away.
"He's a guidance counselor at the school." "Too bad none of Dave's family could come," said Anne, checking her makeup.
"5 of his teacher friends from school, including his best man, are coming," said Rose loudly over the roar of the dryer as the stylist blew out her hair. "Getting excited?" said Audrey, putting the final coat of polish on Mary's nails.
"We're going to Disney World tomorrow,"
said Mary. "I heard," said Audrey with a big smile. "Not too many kids get to go on a honeymoon."
"Dave said we should call it a family moon."
Audrey looked over and smiled at Rose. "You're a lucky woman."
"I know,"
said Rose quietly. The doorbell rang.
"That's got to be the caterer,"
said Anne, jumping up from her seat and running out of the room. The stylist pulled Audrey's thick brown hair up on top of her head into a neat bun and pulled soft tendrils down around her face. Mary's long golden curls were piled up high with a clip and cascaded down her back. After days of her daughter's pleading, Rose had agreed to let Mary wear light pink lipstick on the wedding day.
That day, Mary was seated next to her mother in front of the mirror, applying and reapplying the gloss. With Mary and Audrey finished, the stylist got to work on Rose. Using a curling iron and a wave comb, she plaited Rose's hair down her back, giving her the look of a storybook princess.
"We have to be at the church in 45 minutes, said Anne, sticking her head into the room. "Better get ready. And Mary, be very careful not to mess your hair when you put the dress on over your head."
The little girl nodded and raced down the hall to her old room, where her dress was hanging. Pulling on her ivory tights, she then buckled her patent leather shoes. With Audrey's help, they slipped the ivory tulle dress with the pink ribbon over her head. Audrey went to get dressed, leaving Mary alone admiring herself in the mirror. The little girl opened her overnight bag sitting on the bed and fished out her small jewelry box, the one with the little ballerina on top that Dave had given her. Opening it, she carefully took out the heart locket necklace and a bracelet and put them both on. Looking at her reflection in the mirror again, she smiled. "Mary," called her grandfather from downstairs. "Come on, your mom is ready, and the photographer wants to take some pictures before we leave for the church." Mary walked slowly down the stairs as if she were going to her own coronation. Everyone in the living room looked up at her. "Oh, sweetie," said Anne to her granddaughter. "Don't you look pretty?" "I'll say," said Pete, "as pretty as your mother." Pete drove to the church with Rose next to him, and Anne, Mary, and Audrey in the back. "You nervous?" said Audrey. "A little," said Rose. "That's perfectly normal," said her mother. "The day I married your father, I thought I was going to be sick. Look at us now. We've been married for 35 years. "How are you doing, honey?" Rose said, turning her head to her daughter. "You okay?" Mary smiled and nodded. "We're going to be a real family. Stupid Allison at school said I didn't have a father, but now I do. I've Mr. Z, the best father in the whole world. I hate Allison." "We don't hate, Mary," said Anne. "Jesus doesn't want us to hate anyone." "I don't care. I hate her," said the little girl under her breath. "Let's drop it," said Rose in a half-whisper as they pulled up in front of St. Benedict's. "We're here. No turning back now." Audrey gave Rose's shoulder a squeeze as the bridal party got out of the car. "You look beautiful, Rosie. You ready?" Pete put out his elbow for his daughter to take. They walked carefully up the steps of the church, with Mary, Anne, and Audrey following close behind. A church worker opened the front door for the father and daughter, and the entire group entered the vestibule. As the organ music played, Audrey peeked through the inside doors to get a look at the crowd. "Looks like everyone is here," she said, peering through the crack. "Dave's waiting at the end of the aisle with a humongous grin on his face. Father Heaney's standing on the altar. I thought you told me he didn't feel up to doing this ceremony." Rose moved next to Audrey and looked through the crack. "It is Father Heaney. I don't understand," she said, looking at her father. "Maybe he felt strong enough to do it this morning," said her father. "I always wanted Father Heaney to be the one to marry me, but I don't understand. We just did the whole rehearsal the other night with Father Verlaine." "Honey, just go with it," said her father. "Come on, there's a church full of people and an anxious groom waiting for his bride." Letting out a sigh, Rose smiled and looked down at her daughter. "You ready, sweetie?" The little girl nodded, and the bridal party moved slowly down the aisle, with Rose on her father's arm. With each step forward, Rose glanced into the crowd of smiling guests. Midway to the altar, she was startled when she spotted Andrew Olmsted standing at the end of a pew. He smiled at her, winked, and gave her a wave as she passed. When they got to the altar, Pete gave Rose a kiss on the cheek and took his seat next to his wife in the front pew. Rose stood next to Dave, flanked by his best man. Audrey and Mary were positioned to Rose's left. Father Heaney winked at Rose as everyone got into their places. Dave signaled for Mary to stand in between him and Rose. The little girl smiled and moved happily into the middle. As the three stood on the altar, Rose glanced down at her daughter's hand held in hers. Mary had on a silver bracelet, one that Rose had never seen before. A charm in the shape of a horse dangled from one of its links. Something familiar registered in her mind, but she couldn't connect the dots.
"Rose," said Father Heaney, "repeat after me. I, Rose Marie Grandin, take you, David F. Zelina, for my lawful husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and health, as long as we both shall live."
Rose repeated the vow, and Dave did the same. Minutes later, the old priest declared them husband and wife. Dave leaned over, took Rose in his arms, and kissed her. Everyone in the church applauded. Then he leaned over and hugged Mary and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "How you doing, kiddo?" said Dave, bending over to talk to the little girl.
"I'm good," she said, smiling. "Actually, I'm great."
Holding hands, the happy trio walked back up the aisle as the choir in the loft sang them out of the building. Outside, Rose saw Father Heaney. "Thank you so much, Father. I'm so grateful you felt well enough to perform this service today. But what happened to Father Villain? I didn't see him. Is he here?" asked Rose, looking around.
"It was all very sudden," said the old priest, a bewildered look on his face. "A decision was made by the archdiocese to move Father Villain. They said they needed him immediately in a parish in the Midwest."
"But he didn't even say goodbye," said Rose.
"Usually they give priests a month or two to wrap things up, but apparently there's a church outside of St. Louis that desperately needed a priest. The person who'd been there for years had a heart attack last month and died. They had another priest out there to fill in, but he got sick. That parish wasn't able to celebrate Mass for weeks. Father Villain got the call yesterday afternoon and took a flight out there this morning."
"I can't believe he's gone," said Rose, shaking her head.
"He felt terrible not giving you any notice, but he knew you'd be okay with me as his replacement."
"What about the art program?"
"Nothing has to change. Let's talk about that when you get back from your honeymoon," said the old priest. "Today's your day, Rose, and you should be celebrating."
Rose nodded and forced a smile. Of course, Father Heaney was right, but Father Villain's abrupt disappearance bothered her, especially the fact that he never said goodbye. Chapter 51. The backyard wedding reception went off without a hitch. The food, flowers, lighting, and music, all meticulously organized by Anne, were perfect. As the evening approached, Rose sat down next to her mother at a table to catch her breath. "Good day, sweetheart," said Anne, placing her hand over Rose's. "The best day ever. Thanks for everything, Mom. It's a whole new beginning for you and Mary. Your father and I are so happy for all of you." "Mom," said Rose, "when I walked down the aisle in church today, I saw Andrew Olmsted. What was he doing there?" "That's right, I'd forgotten. I saw him too when we were leaving the church." "Did you invite him to my wedding?" "No," said Anne, "but I did tell his mother about all the wedding plans when we played tennis a few weeks ago. Bev must have told him." "But why was he there?" said Rose. "I don't know. He probably wanted to wish you well. Anyone can go to the ceremony at the church, you know that." "I guess, but I haven't seen him in years, and even then we only got together a few times. I hardly know him." "Was that the same guy we met in the furniture store?" said Dave, who had come up behind them. Rose nodded. "It's a little weird he was at the church, don't you think, Mom?" "You're overthinking it. Enjoy what's left of your beautiful day," said Anne, as she got up and walked towards some guests who were about to leave.
"Why the funny look on your face?" Dave said. "Forget about him. He probably had nothing else to do today."
"You're right. There were other things that happened today that bothered me. Maybe they're nothing, but I'm a little worried."
Rose shared her concerns about Father Villain leaving town so suddenly, as well as her suspicions about the silver charm bracelet she'd seen on Mary's wrist that day. "Are you sure it's the same one that was missing after art class?" said Dave.
"No, I never saw the original bracelet myself.
But based on the description that Allison and her mother gave, the bracelet Mary was wearing today sounds exactly like the one that was lost. Or
stolen."
"A silver bracelet with a charm must be fairly common," said Dave.
"But the charm was a horse. That's not common. I didn't buy it for her, and neither did my parents. So where did she get it?"
"Let me talk to her," said Dave. "If I'm going to be her father, I can't only take the easy jobs. I've got to take the hard ones, too." At 10:30 that night, as the wedding festivities were winding down, Mary sat off to the side with Dave. "What did you think of today?" he said. "Fun, right?"
"It was good,"
said Mary, stifling a yawn. "It's been a long day," said Dave, looking at his watch. "We're all going to stay here tonight. Why don't you go upstairs and get ready for bed?"
"But the party's not over yet. I want to stay with you and Mom."
"There's something I wanted to talk to you about," said Dave. Mary looked up at him with her big, round, blue eyes and blinked. "Now that your mother and I are married and we're truly a family, I was thinking, would you like to call me Daddy?" The little girl's mouth dropped open and her breath caught.
"Really?"
she whispered. "I'd be honored," he said, "but only if you want to."
"I want to,"
she shouted as she reached her arms around his neck and gave him a hug.
"I want to."
From across the yard, Rose saw the scene and walked over. "What's all this about?" she said, smiling.
"Dave said I could call him Daddy,"
Mary blurted out, obviously thrilled. "Oh, he did he?" said her mother, smiling, while looking at her new husband. "I thought you were going to wait until tomorrow to talk to her about that." "I know, but it's been such a nice day. I wanted it to end on a high note."
"Clearly you made somebody very happy," said Rose, looking down at a beaming Mary. "Daddy, will you tuck me into bed tonight?"
asked Mary, reaching her hand out and tugging on Dave's arm. The silver charm bracelet Rose had noticed in the church dangled from her daughter's wrist.
"Mary, you go up and get changed,"
said Rose, her eyes glued to the bracelet.
"Dave and I will be up in a little while to tuck you in."
"But I wanted Daddy to—"
"Mary, please," said Rose. "He will."
"I'll be up in a few minutes," said Dave with a wink. "Need to say goodnight to a few of our guests before they leave."
"Okay, Daddy,"
said the little girl as she ran across the yard and into the house.
"I've never seen her so happy,"
said Rose, the smile fading from her face. The next morning, Rose, Mary, and Dave drove back to his house for their official first day living there together. Mary's room on the third floor had been redecorated prior to the wedding and was ready when they arrived. When she entered her new room, a giant teddy bear with a big pink ribbon around its neck was sitting on her bed.
"Where did the bear come from?"
asked Mary. "From me," said Dave. "His name is Ollie, and he's here to keep you company and welcome you to your new house and room."
"Thank you, Daddy,"
said the little girl, dropping her bag as she went to examine the bear.
"I love him."
Dave sat down on Mary's bed. "Come sit next to me. I want to talk to you." The little girl sat and looked up at him. "Your mom noticed you had on a silver bracelet at the wedding that she'd never seen before," said Dave softly. The little girl stared off into space, but said nothing. Dave pulled back the sleeve of Mary's shirt. The silver bracelet with the horse charm was still on her wrist. "Where did you get this, Mary?"
"I found it."
"Where?"
"I don't remember."
Level with me, Mary." There was a moment of silence.
"I might have found it at St. Benedict's," said the little girl. "It's just an old piece of junk."
"Why are you wearing it if you don't like it?"
"I don't know," she said, shrugging her shoulders.
"It has a horse charm on it," Dave said as he touched the charm. "I heard a girl in your art class lost a silver bracelet with a horse charm not too long ago. Your mom told me everyone was looking for it, and that it belonged to someone named Allison."
"This is a different bracelet,"
said Mary, looking away. "Hey, kiddo, if we're going to be a family, you're going to have to be honest with me."
"I found it on the floor last week when I was at art class. Allison lost hers a long time ago. This one is mine."
"I'm going to trust you and take your word for it. But to avoid any trouble, I suggest you don't wear it to school." The little girl nodded and put the bracelet inside her jewelry box. A few hours later, after they had all taken showers and packed their bags, a car picked them up to take them to the airport to start their family moon in Orlando. Dave had reserved a 2-room suite at their Disney hotel, and after Mary fell asleep that night, the newlyweds shared a bottle of Merlot in their room. "Here's to you, Mrs. Zelina," said Dave, leaning back on the couch.
"I hadn't even thought about changing my name," said Rose.
"Rose Zelina.
That sounds like one word. Rosalina."
"It doesn't matter to me about changing your name. Whatever you're comfortable with," said Dave, putting his wine glass down. "There is something else I wanted to talk to you about." Sensing it was serious, Rose sat up straight. "Now that we're legally a family, how would you feel about me officially adopting Mary? What do you think?" Rose stared at her new husband, unable to speak. "You don't like the idea?" said Dave, a disappointed look on his face.
"Are you kidding? I love it," said Rose, trying to hold back the tears. "You make everything so easy. I love you so much."
"For a minute I thought I'd overstepped."
"No, never."
"I looked up the adoption process for step-parents online, and it doesn't take that long," said Dave. "We could do the paperwork when we get back to Connecticut. If we're lucky, I could become Mary's official father by the end of the year."
"Wouldn't that be something?" said Rose, reaching over and kissing him.
Chapter 52. When the 3 of them returned from their family moon, Dave fulfilled his promise and filed the adoption papers for Mary with the state of Connecticut. "Figured I'd get this done before school starts next week," said Dave as he sealed the oversized envelope. "If the stars are on our side, we might hear something by Thanksgiving." While Mary and her mother were settling in nicely at Dave's house, Rose prepared Mary for her move to the Sound Brook Middle School in the new school year. Mary would now be in a different building than Dave. Rose had also found a rental tenant for her old house that would give them some extra income. The plan was to sell her house later on. The night before the first day of school, Dave was in his home office preparing notes and classroom charts for the next morning. Rose and Mary were in Mary's room selecting the perfect first day of school outfit. "How about this?" said Rose, holding up a white top and pink skirt. "It's still so warm out. You'll want to wear something cool. This looks so pretty on you."
"Whatever,"
said a disinterested Mary, drawing in her notebook. "You don't care what you wear tomorrow?" said her mother, holding up a pair of black pants and a lightweight denim top. "How about this? You can wear your gray sneakers with it."
"I don't care."
"I guess times have changed. When I was your age, I planned my first day outfit weeks ahead," said Rose.
"You can pick."
"Fine. White top, pink skirt, pink sandals. Done," said Rose, as she hung the outfit up on Mary's closet door. "It's getting late. Time to get ready for bed." When Rose walked down the stairs after Mary went to bed, Dave was standing in the middle of the living room, smiling.
Is she all ready for the big first day tomorrow? He said.
I think so, said Rose, eyeing her husband suspiciously. What's going on?
I have an early birthday present for you, he said, handing her a box the size of his hand.
My birthday isn't for another 3 weeks.
With school starting and all three of us going in different directions, I figured you could use this now.
She tore the wrapping paper off the box. It was a brand new iPhone, the latest model. Oh my God, said Rose. You got me a new phone. These are so expensive.
You needed a new phone, he said. You always complain that the battery on your old one dies after 2 hours. You're out with your customers all the time. You've got to have a reliable phone.
I know, but this costs so much.
Say thank you, Dave.
Rose smiled. Thank you, she said, putting her arms around him and giving him a kiss.
I promised Mary I'd go up and talk with her before she falls asleep, said Dave. Play with your new phone. Let me know how you like it.
The next day, the school year commenced, and the Zelina family adjusted to their new weekday routine. Dave and Mary headed off to school together every morning, and Rose did her daily follow-up phone calls to prospective buyers and sellers while cleaning up the house and doing laundry before she went into the office. At 3 p.m. on a September Friday afternoon, Rose pulled her car onto the student pickup line to get Mary. When she got to the front, her daughter was standing next to the assistant principal. Mary opened the back door, said nothing, and climbed into the back seat. Rose opened the passenger window. Is something wrong? She said to the administrator.
Ms. Grandin, something happened. I didn't have time to call you. We need to set up a meeting to talk on Monday, he said.
What's wrong? Said Rose, glancing back at her daughter, who was staring out the opposite window.
This isn't the time and place. There's a long line of cars behind you, he said, looking down the row.
I'm not moving until you tell me what happened.
I wanted to wait until we were all sitting down, said the administrator, leaning into her car window and lowering his voice. Mary's teacher caught her copying answers from another child's quiz today.
I can't believe it, said Rose, looking briefly back at her daughter. Are you sure?
Yes, their answers were identical.
My husband and I will speak to her about it this weekend. Mary knows better than that.
That's not the only problem, said the assistant principal, looking very uncomfortable. When Mary's teacher took the test away from her, she sent your daughter to the back of the room for a timeout for 15 minutes. She told Mary that she could come back to the class and take her seat once she spent some time considering what she had done. The car behind Rose honked. The assistant principal waved to the car, held up 2 fingers, and turned back to Rose. Are you aware that Mary's class is doing science experiments with hamsters and mazes? They have an obstacle course set up in the back of the classroom where they're recording the hamster's progress.
Yes, she's told me about it.
After class, Mary's teacher was closing up the classroom and passed the hamster cage on her way out. One of the animals was dead.
What does that have to do with my daughter?
Her teacher thinks Mary may have done something to it.
That's a terrible thing for a teacher to say. Hamsters die all the time, said Rose, her eyes flashing. I had a hamster when I was a kid. It died after a few months.
I'm afraid this hamster had a broken neck, said the administrator. No one else had been back by the cages.
Her heart pounding and eyes stinging, Rose put her window up and pulled away from the curb. Neither she nor Mary spoke during the trip home. When she stopped the car in their driveway, Mary got out of the back seat, slammed the car door shut, and ran into the backyard. Chasing after her, Rose found her daughter sitting on a swing looking down at her feet. Rose sat on the swing next to her. I want the truth. Did you do something to that little animal?
No.
Tell me the truth, Mary.
No, Mom.
Your principal seemed quite sure you did. He said no one besides you had been near the cage.
I told you, said Mary, her voice getting louder. I didn't do it. No one ever believes me. Everyone hates me.
Look at me.
I only want to talk to my dad, said Mary, getting up and walking into the house. When Dave arrived home 15 minutes later, Rose briefed him on what had happened.
"Do you think she did it?" said Rose, fear in her eyes.
"Of course not. I know that assistant principal. Everything that happens with him is a 5-alarm fire. Let me talk to Mary," said Dave, heading towards the stairs. Rose kept herself busy making dinner until Dave finally came downstairs.
"What happened?"
said Rose. "She said she didn't cheat on the test."
"Cheating is the least of our problems. What about the dead hamster?"
Dave took a breath. "Mary said she did pick up the hamster, even though she wasn't supposed to. When she was holding it, the animal tried to wriggle away. She thought she'd get into trouble for taking it out of its cage. It kept squirming, so she held it tighter, and then it stopped moving. She got scared and put it back in the cage."
"I guess that's possible," said Rose. "Isn't it?"
"Let's look at the big picture. Mary had already been accused of cheating by her teacher and was sent to the back of the room. She shouldn't have taken the hamster out of the cage, but she did. Those little things are fast, and she panicked when the hamster tried to get away. I think it's very possible."
"You don't think she deliberately hurt it?"
"No."
"I hope you're right."
Chapter 53. The FBI had held a Kringle Task Force Summit meeting at the J. Edgar Hoover Building in Washington, D.C. for many years. Special Agents Keyes and Falco had worked on the case from the beginning and still headed up the unit. While many of the state and local police personnel had changed over time, almost half of them had remained the same. Working on a case for so long, they had all gotten to know each other and freely shared information and theories. A month after Rose and Dave's wedding, detectives from the 13 U.S. states convened on the FBI headquarters, hoping to learn about any new evidence or leads. It was nearly noon when Tina and Lynn pulled into the parking garage of a Ramada Inn just over the bridge from D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. The two women had been driving since 5:30 a.m. and were hungry and exhausted.
"The meeting's at 2, said Lynn. "Let's take quick showers and then head over."
Tina nodded as she grabbed her overnight bag from the trunk of the car. 45 minutes later, the two women were on their way to the briefing. Tina tucked her shirt into her pants as they walked into the FBI lobby. "You think they've got anything new?"
"Who knows?" Lynn shrugged as she gave her ID to the guard and got into the security line. "The FBI's been pretty good about keeping us in the loop."
After greeting a couple dozen detectives from the various states, Agent Falco started the meeting. "The fact that we're all here again speaks volumes about the frustrating state of this investigation," he said. "The most recent Kringle attack is different from all the others. Last Christmas, we expected him to hit in South Carolina. Instead, Kringle struck in New York State again. The last time he hit New York was over 10 years ago. Local law enforcement found 2 hookers dead in a state park. For the first time, Kringle used a weapon. Forensics said it appears to be an ordinary steak knife with a point. Each victim sustained over a dozen stab wounds. According to the ME, more than half of their wounds could have been the fatal blow. Yet Kringle kept going, which indicates a heightened level of anger. He also left the bodies in a desolate park in winter where they wouldn't be found right away. There's been a change in his behavior."
Grumbling and chatter spread throughout the room.
"Since the behavior is different, how do you know it's the same person?" said one of the detectives standing by the exit door. "Good question. A hair recovered in New Jersey that we believe belongs to Kringle matched a hair recovered on one of the 2 women found in New York," said Falco, as his partner Keyes walked towards him. "The general consensus at the Bureau is that Kringle's change in methodology could be indicative of something else."
Napoleon Keyes faced the crowd. For a second, Tina's eyes locked with his, and she blushed.
The 2 FBI men then shared the details of the most recent forensic evidence. After the update, individual detectives from each state briefed the group on any developments within their jurisdiction as it related to the investigation. By the end of the meeting, it was evident to all that not much had changed or been discovered since the previous year. On a large screen in the front of the room, Falco showed a series of mugshots of potential suspects who had been vetted and evaluated during the past year. "Unfortunately," said Falco, "though one or two of these men looked promising, all of them were eventually ruled out. A few had even been committing other crimes at the time of our Christmas killings." Falco wrote all the years since the first attack on a whiteboard in blue. "We believe the missing years, the ones where nothing happened, are the linchpins to breaking this case wide open. Why did Kringle stop for 2 years, and why did he start again in 2013? And why did he then go dark for another year? We're convinced these quiet periods are the key to identifying him. Keep that in mind as you continue your investigations." "Before we wrap up," said Keyes, stepping forward, "remember, unlike in every other year he struck, this time Kringle intended to kill both of his victims. He didn't wait for a poetic Christmas Eve/day chronology. He simply killed them." Tina raised her hand halfway and spoke. "What do you think it means?" "Maybe he had less time now to commit his crimes and had to get it done quickly," said Keyes, looking into her eyes. Tina blushed again. "But if his behavior is changing and escalating, he may make more mistakes." Lynn looked over at her partner's flushed face. "You feel okay?" she whispered. "You're bright pink." "I'm fine. Shh." "We may never know why Kringle changed his technique," said Falco, jumping in. "But it's safe to say, now that he's using a weapon, it's unlikely he'll go back to his bare hands. That means we may not have any more survivors if and when he strikes again. We've got to find him." "Every year, I come to this gathering hoping it will be our last," said Keyes. "Let's hope this is the year we catch him. And remember, not a word about the singing to anyone." After the briefing, the police officers headed over to Costello's, a popular local pub and eatery. Their conversations started with the Kringle case. After a few drinks, they moved on to other investigations they were working on. Cop shop talk. While Tina finished her second glass of red wine at the bar, she kept one eye on the entrance to the pub. A little after 7, Napoleon Keyes and Falco strutted into the bar. Keyes looked over in Tina's direction. She smiled from across the room while he shook the hand of a detective from New Jersey, still keeping one eye on her. Later, Keyes made his way down the bar holding 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Tina. He pulled up a stool and the two talked for hours. By midnight, when almost all of their colleagues had left, Lynn tapped her partner on the shoulder. "I'm calling an Uber and heading back to the hotel. You coming?" "I'll give you both a ride," said Keyes. "It's on my way." Arriving at their hotel parking lot, Lynn got out of the back seat and waited for Tina to emerge from the front. Tina rolled down the passenger side window. "Go ahead in. We're going to talk for a few more minutes. I'll catch up with you in the morning," she said. With an eyebrow raised, Lynn shook her head and went to her room. At 7 the next morning, Lynn rapped on Tina's door. There was no answer. She knocked again, harder. "Just a minute," said a hoarse female voice through the door. A bleary-eyed Tina, hair in every direction, mascara smudged under her eyes, unlocked the door. "Don't you look pretty this morning?" said Lynn, a clucking mother hen. Tina groaned. "Not now. I feel like shit." "Shots of tequila will do that." "Not one of my best ideas," said Tina, standing at the sink and splashing water on her face. "Is Keyes in here hiding in the closet by any chance?" "He left around 3 a.m., said her partner, groaning when she saw her miserable reflection in the mirror. "I look like death." "Hope it was worth it." "He was an itch I had to scratch," she said, as she brushed her teeth and spit into the sink. "Let's hope you don't get a rash." Chapter 54. After the hamster incident was explained and put to bed, Rose made a concerted effort to get Mary involved in extracurricular activities. Now that her daughter was in middle school, her mother hoped she'd finally make some new friends. Mary had a few casual friendships over the years in school, but not many after-school playdates or weekend invitations. That all changed when Rose married Dave. Having Mr. Z as her father appeared to be a big draw for the other kids at school, and Mary's social life picked up a little. Rose always wondered if the kids who came over were more interested in being around their former teacher at his home than spending time with Mary. "I'm worried," said Rose one night in bed. "Mary still has no real friends. I don't think her therapist is making any progress." "She doesn't need a therapist," said Dave, putting his book down. "I was a quiet kid. Some people are more introverted than others." "I know, it's just that—" "We can be her friends. She's smart, curious, and has the quirkiest sense of humor. And she's a total sponge. That kid remembers everything. She'll be fine." When Thanksgiving rolled around, Rose and Dave planned to host the dinner for the first time as a married couple. 2 days before the Thursday holiday, Mary was outside playing on her skateboard in the driveway. Dave opened the front door and asked her to come inside. Dragging her feet as she entered the living room, she saw her parents seated together on the couch. "You're not in trouble, sweetie. Come sit with us," said her mother, smiling and patting the cushion next to her. "Sit between us," said Dave, moving over to make room. "What's going on?" said the girl suspiciously as she took a seat. "We want to talk to you," said Rose. "What happened?" said Mary. "We have some very good news," said Rose. "I got a letter from Hartford today," said Dave. "I hope you'll be as thrilled as I am. The letter said I'm now legally your father. You're officially my daughter." He placed the letter in Mary's hands. She read the whole thing and looked up at him. "For real?" Dave nodded. "Forever? No one can change their minds no matter what?" she said. "Forever and ever, until death do us part," Dave said, as he smiled and gave her a hug. "What do you think?" said Rose. "Happy?" Mary nodded enthusiastically as she looked up into Dave's eyes and squeezed her new father's hand. On Thanksgiving Day, when Rose and Dave made the announcement about the adoption being final, the room full of the holiday regulars broke into applause and cheers. Father Heaney was there and had brought a surprise guest with him, Father Villain. The younger priest had just returned to St. Benedict's after his 3-month sabbatical/assignment in the Midwest. "I couldn't believe it when Father Heaney told me you were coming back," said Rose, the minute the young priest walked into her house. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again. We've missed you at the art program. I thought you had permanently moved to St. Louis." "That's what I told Father Heaney at the time," said Father Villain. "Periodically, the church requires us to attend classes and seminars to refresh our commitment. Even priests sometimes have a break with faith and need to recharge. My biggest regret is that I missed your wedding, Rose. This past summer I was struggling with my faith, and the Archdiocese called me in. I'm feeling much better now, and looking forward to working with you on the art program again. Father Heaney knows about everything." "I'm so glad," said Rose, welcoming the priest into her new home. "Mary will be so happy to see you too. She always enjoyed spending time with you." At 10 p.m., after the last guest had left, Rose washed the dishes while Dave picked up scattered items around the house. Mary had already gone upstairs to get ready for bed. "I thought I'd go up and spend a little time with Mary before she goes to sleep," said Dave, putting some glasses in the dishwasher. Rose smiled. "Go ahead. I'll take care of everything down here." While Rose tackled the turkey pan, her phone dinged. It was a text from Audrey. Audrey: "Thanks for dinner. Awesome about the adoption. Dave seems so tuned in to Mary." Rose: "He spends a lot of time with her." Audrey:
You think it's too much? Rose.
No, she adores him.
Audrey. You're right. Talk tomorrow. XX.
Half an hour later, Dave entered the kitchen, phone in hand. How'd it go? Said Rose, wiping down the counter.
She's asleep, said Dave. We had a good talk. I told her about some of the things I was going to teach her.
Like what?
Things that I love. I want to take her fishing again, and whitewater rafting for starters. I'd also like to introduce her to some of my favorite books.
She'll love all of it, said Rose, drying her hands. I'll pass on the fishing, though.
No fishing? That's my specialty, he said, giving her shoulder a squeeze. By the way, you might tell your friend that being a good parent means putting in the time.
What friend? What are you talking about? Said Rose.
I got a weird feeling from Audrey at dinner. She and I've never clicked.
Are you kidding? She thinks you're great.
Dave's eyebrows came together as he looked at her. Really? Okay. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but sometimes it feels like Audrey is trying to sabotage things between us.
Chapter 55. December 23rd, 2020. Over a decade after Rose's attack in Harbor Park, things were almost back to normal. This year, her parents were hosting Christmas dinner, and Rose had promised to make a lasagna and bring several trays of homemade cookies. The newlyweds spent the day prepping, cooking, wrapping gifts, and putting the final Christmas decorations on their tree. After dinner, they played a board game with Mary. It was nearly midnight when Dave and Rose finally tucked Mary into bed and went downstairs to finish their Christmas chores. Alone in the kitchen, Rose could hear Christmas music playing on the radio in the living room as she decorated another plate of butter cookies. In the living room, standing on a ladder and humming along, Dave placed dozens of tiny ornaments on the highest branches of their fresh spruce tree. Pine-scented candles burned on the coffee table as the lights on the tree twinkled, giving the room a magical glow. Placing the last ornament, a large star, on the top of the tree, Dave let out a loud, satisfied sigh. "Sounds like someone is rather pleased with himself," shouted Rose from the kitchen.
"It's because I am," Dave shouted back. "I think I have a gift for decorating a tree."
Rose laughed and shook red and green sprinkles on another batch of cookies as the opening bars of White Christmas began to play. She stepped back from the kitchen counter to admire her Christmas confections and smiled. The little drummer boy had started to play on the radio, and she heard Dave whistling along. Everything was perfect. This is going to be the best Christmas ever, she thought, especially for Mary. Taking out a heavy glass crystal vase from the cupboard, she noticed it was dusty and started to rinse it in the sink. She planned to fill it with fresh flowers to bring to her parents' house on Christmas morning. Washing the vase, she barely noticed when the music on the radio changed, one song blending into the next. Then she heard it, and she froze. Silent Night. She had never told Dave or anyone besides her parents about the significance of that song. The police had told her not to. Her adrenaline was pumping. She was about to ask her husband to change the station when he started to sing along. It took a moment to register, but by the second line, "All is calm, all is bright," the neurons in her brain fired and exploded. That sound, one that was indelibly imprinted on her hippocampus, sent a garbled but decipherable message to the rest of her brain. Round yon virgin, mother and child. There was something familiar. She knew that voice. She would never forget the sound. It was the voice of pain and terror. It was his voice. A wave of nausea bubbled up and she spit into the sink as her knees buckled beneath her. Still holding the vase, she grabbed for the kitchen counter with her one empty hand. The beautiful tenor voice continued in the other room. Her vision blurred and the walls closed in around her as the singing got louder. Her legs felt like jelly, unable to hold her upright. As she grabbed for the faucet to keep her balance, the crystal vase slipped out of her other hand and crashed onto the ceramic tile floor. "Are you all right?" shouted Dave, still up on the ladder in the other room. Unable to breathe, Rose tried to make sense of it all. "Rose?" shouted Dave.
"I'm fine," she said breathlessly. "Just clumsy. Dropped a glass. Let me clean it up before you come in here."
"Okay," he shouted as he hung another ornament. "The tree's looking really great, if I do say so myself." For a few frenzied seconds, Rose was outside of her own body, watching the scene. Barely able to stay erect, she stepped over the broken glass. She couldn't call anyone, or he'd hear her, so she reached for her phone and texted her mother. "Help. Kringle here." She waited a moment and remembered her parents had probably gone to bed. Their phones would be on mute. In a panic, she texted Audrey. "Help. Kringle here." Suddenly, Dave appeared in the kitchen doorway. "What happened? You didn't get very far on the cleanup," he said. "You broke your favorite vase. I thought you said it was a glass."
"I meant to say vase," said Rose, trembling as she picked up the pieces on the floor, unable to look directly at him. After Dave got the dustpan out of the closet, the two silently cleaned up the mess. When they finished, Rose casually reached for her bag. "I know it's late, but I still need some more butter for these cookies. I still have to make another batch tonight. I'm going to run to the all-night market."
"I don't want you out there at this time of night. It's after midnight. It's not safe. I'll go first thing in the morning."
"But I wanted to make them tonight, and—"
"It can wait until morning. Besides, I need some help bringing up the last of Mary's presents from the back room in the basement," said Dave. "We can safely wrap them now that she's asleep. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she opens them." Trapped, Rose nodded as Dave opened the basement door and flipped on the light. "Ladies first," he said with a smile and a gallant wave of his hand. Unable to feel her feet, Rose gripped the handrail as she walked down the stairs, trying to act as normal as possible. Nearing the bottom of the stairs, with Dave only inches behind her, she felt his breath on the back of her neck. Reaching the bottom, she walked across the basement towards the door to the sub-basement, a room half a floor lower with no windows. The previous owner had used it as a wine cellar because it was always cold, even in summer. The door had a lock on it. Dave and Rose had agreed it was the perfect place to hide Mary's Christmas presents. Taking the key from his pocket, Dave unlocked the door and turned on the light. Inside there were a couple of cases of wine, along with a number of large plastic bins containing Rose's childhood memorabilia. In the far corner was a large pile of unwrapped gifts for Mary. "Looking at the number of presents now, I may have overdone it. But hey, it's Christmas," said Dave with a grin. "YOLO."
"Yeah, YOLO,"
said Rose, beads of sweat dripping down her back. Chapter 56. Annoyed they both had pulled the short straw and had to work Christmas week that year, Lynn and Tina hoped things would be nice and quiet. It was a crapshoot. Some years nothing happened, and others, all hell broke loose. "How did we get stuck working on Christmas again?" said Tina, making a face. "Doesn't seniority count for anything?" "Scoville just had a baby," said Lynn, her eyes glued to her computer. "Capua is out on disability, Aronson is working undercover, and Jarowowski is sleeping with the watch commander." "Welcome to our world," said Tina, looking through some case files and then reaching for her daily word jumble. "You know what today is, right?" Lynn, barely listening, looked at her watch. "It's 3 minutes after midnight. It's officially Christmas Eve. It's also 12 years ago today that Rose Grandin was attacked, and we still don't have an arrest." "I guess that means we suck at our jobs," said Lynn, standing up and putting her hands on her hips. "Not to change the cheery subject, but since our department is moving up to the new floor on the 2nd of January, why don't we use this downtime to move our boxes?" Tina nodded and followed her partner over to a massive storage closet. They each picked up a box and started up the stairs. "Can you pick up the pace? My boxes are heavy," said Lynn, following behind her partner. "You'd be able to carry 2 boxes at a time if you didn't have your phone in your hand." "I might get a call," said Tina over her shoulder as she opened the emergency door to the hallway with her shoulder. Trudging down the corridor, they entered their new bullpen. As Lynn placed her boxes on her new desk, Tina's phone rang. "It's Marco," she said, smiling. "Who's Marco?" "The guy I've been seeing," said Tina as she dropped her box, spilling the contents across the floor. "I can't keep up with your social life," muttered Lynn under her breath as she began to unpack her box. After Tina made plans with Marco and hung up, she looked down at the mess on the floor. "Wow, that's pretty ironic given what today is," she said. "What's ironic?" said Lynn, placing a few items strategically on her desk. "The box I dropped. It's filled with the files from the Grandin case," said Tina. The 2 women stared at the scattered folders on the floor. "We were just talking about it. Maybe it's a sign." "Of what?" "I don't know. Maybe it means we should go over the files one more time. Maybe we missed something." "You know we didn't," said Lynn. "We've got nothing else going on tonight." "Okay, if it will make you stop talking." Huddled next to each other, they split up the files and combed through the old police reports and timelines they'd reviewed 1,000 times before. Slowly, they read the names of victims, families, and bystanders out loud to each other. They sifted through paper files littered with multicolored Post-it notes that highlighted more recent information. Tina picked up a file listing everyone in Rose Grandin's orbit, both then and now. She looked at the name tabs on each file. Anne M. Grandin, Peter K. Grandin, Audrey J. Kazan, Maximilian L. Brewer, David F. Zelina, Father John B. Heaney, Father Thomas J. Villain, and dozens of other Cranford residents. "I'm getting nothing," said a frustrated Tina, puffing up her cheeks and blowing the air out of her mouth. "This was your idea," said Lynn. "Humor me. Let's keep going." Still in the sub-basement, Rose and Dave gathered Mary's gifts. "It's after midnight, which means it's technically Christmas Eve," said Dave as he looked at his watch. "Merry Christmas Eve, Rose." Her heart pounding, Rose squeaked out a reply. "Merry Christmas Eve." "You know, I was really surprised it took you so long," said Dave, closing the door of the room. "What took so long?" said Rose, her heart beating faster. "You're reasonably bright. That's why it was so puzzling you never questioned anything." "What are you talking about?" she said, trying to appear calm when she wanted to scream.
Let's get these presents upstairs so we can wrap them. I know you don't want me to, but I'm going to run to the all-night market. I have to make those cookies tonight. I promised my mother.
It can wait until morning.
I have to go tonight because
The gifts in Dave's arms fell to the floor. His face contorted into a snarl as he lunged for Rose. Grabbing her by the throat, he pinned his wife against the cement wall. His grip on her neck was so tight that she gasped for air, unable to make a sound.
I wouldn't struggle so much, Rose. I'm very experienced at this, said Dave, now smiling. Practice makes perfect. You'll only make things more difficult for yourself. Unable to move, Rose stared into his icy blue eyes. From the look on your face, you're wondering how I knew you were on to me, he said. You only figured it out a few moments ago. Isn't that right? Trembling, Rose tried to get away, but his grip was like iron. Remember that new iPhone I gave to you? You were so happy when you opened the box. I took the liberty of installing a little software onto it before I rewrapped it in clear plastic. The software enabled me to monitor all your calls, texts, pictures, and emails. I believe the street name for it is a clone phone. It's completely undetectable. A wonderful little app, and well worth the money. Pinned against the wall, Rose tried to get air into her lungs, but his grasp wouldn't allow it.
Why?
She whispered. Well, said a smiling Dave as he stuffed a rag into her mouth, still holding her so she couldn't move. After our original intimate encounter all those years ago in Harbor Park, I went on my merry way. Merry. Get it? Tears sprung from Rose's eyes. He was enjoying this. I moved on after our first romantic interlude. I even had misguided dreams of leading a normal life. I was going to join the army and get paid and rewarded to kill. It seemed like a win-win for everyone. You know what they say, there's a lid for every pot. I really thought the army was my lid until I found out they do blood tests and record your DNA. Given all of my previous extracurricular activities, I couldn't exactly agree to that. So, in an effort to remove myself from temptation, I took a job working for 6 months at a time on an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico. Rose struggled again against his grip, but she was no match for his strength, and he slammed her head back against the wall, nearly knocking her out. I'm not finished, Rose. As I was saying, I thought maybe after those long months out on the water away from temptation that I'd be cured. I was out on that rig for a couple of Christmases. Then I got leave in early December 2013 and was back on the mainland. Unfortunately, my abstinence didn't last long. I realized that I liked killing things way more than being normal. Normal is extremely overrated, by the way. By the time Christmas Eve rolled around, I couldn't stop myself. Old habits die hard, I guess. After that busy but satisfying holiday season, I went back to the rig. Then one day I saw a newspaper article about the Kringle killer. I learned then that you had become pregnant from our romantic rendezvous and had a baby. A girl. My child. At that moment, everything was crystal clear. I was meant to be a father to my daughter. Quite honestly, the whole thing hit me like a ton of bricks. Unable to move and her mouth plugged, Rose stared into the eyes of the madman about to kill her. After my paternal revelation, I did more time on the oil rig to save up money and plan exactly how I'd become a part of my daughter's life. Every day, all I'd think about was you and my little girl. His hands were so tight around Rose's neck that her air supply was virtually cut off. She started to lose consciousness. All that time out there on the water, I figured out what was really important to me. The only thing that really mattered was being a good father.
Since Mary is genetically my daughter, that made her very special. I knew she'd be different, like I was. She'd need me to guide her through life. I never had that. So I learned everything I could about you, your family, your community, your church, and came up with a brilliant master plan. Rose's eyes started to roll back in her head, and he jerked her forward, removing the rag from her mouth. He loosened his grip just enough to allow a tiny bit of air in. I'm sorry. It looked like you were falling asleep. Was I boring you? I'll try to speed things up then, he said.
Why do you hurt people?
Rose whispered. Why? Because it feels so damn good. Tears ran down Rose's cheeks. I got my education degree with only one intention, to become a teacher in my little girl's school. To add a little dimension to my persona, I told people I was a war veteran. You wouldn't believe how that little factoid helps open doors. Everyone always makes a point of thanking me for my service. I'm not going to lie. I enjoyed the constant admiration, even if it wasn't accurate. Being a veteran turned out to be great for the David F. Zelina brand. He tightened his hands around her neck again. Once I started teaching in Mary's school, my plan was to romance her vulnerable, broken, and tragically forever single mother. Don't get me wrong. I ventured into our relationship with an open heart. I really believed we'd live happily ever after while raising our daughter together. I only installed this software on your phone as a precaution. Good thing I did, because you figured out the truth when you heard me singing tonight. That was careless of me. I got too caught up in the Christmas carols on the radio. I've been told that I have a lovely tenor voice. Singing softly as he squeezed her throat again, he leaned his body into hers. Silent night, holy night. All is calm. All is bright. Unable to fight back any longer, Rose slumped against the wall. I thought I'd keep the charade going at least until Mary graduated from high school, said Dave. Then I had to go and sing those Christmas songs and ruin everything. That's on me. On a sad note, I'll have to end our marriage tonight. The timing is quite perfect, so thanks for that. Being that it's technically Christmas Eve, you know who they'll blame when they find your body. I'll take you for a little ride in the car and leave you somewhere. Maybe Harbor Park, for a truly poetic ending. An hour later, I'll call the police in a panic. I'll tell them my beautiful new bride went out to the all-night market for some butter and eggs, and never came back. Dave made a sad face and pretended to cry. I'll look so distraught when the police tell me they found your body that all the sympathy will be with me. They'll say, poor Dave Zelina lost his wife on Christmas. The Kringle killer came back to get her. Trying to remain conscious, Rose groaned. Don't worry about Mary. I'll take excellent care of our daughter. I'm going to help her become the woman I know she was meant to be. As her legal guardian, no one will be able to take her away from me. Ever. He was about to finish her off when a sharp pain tore through his lower left side and blood spurted from the fresh gash in his abdomen. Chapter 57. Sitting on the floor of their new office, Tina reviewed each and every case in their files from the first year the Kringle killer was active to the present year. She stared at the names on the files, hoping for a scintilla of clarity. Opening each folder, she made little notations and jotted down reminders, theories, and new questions. Picking up the file labeled Father Thomas J. Villain, her brain started ticking. He's an odd duck, but I don't think he's a murderer. Still, she wrote a note to herself to have another chat with him. When she reached for the file marked David F. Zelina, her steady diet of anagrams and crosswords
automatically triggered something. Soon, letters started moving around before her eyes. David F. Zelina. Favid L. Isnaid. Zandiv F. Elid. Vidnas E. Filled. She closed her eyes and opened them again, trying to make sense out of what was happening in front of her. Nazivd afield. Filed Nazivda. Staring at the nonsensical phrases as they came together, she let out a yelp. "No fucking way! Lynn! It's him! It's fucking him!" "What's him?" said her startled partner from across the room. "We've got to warn Rose. She's in danger." Tina picked up her phone and punched in Rose's number. "What are you talking about?" said Lynn. "It's the husband. Rose's husband. Dave Zelina. He's fucking Kringle," she shouted. "We've got to tell her to get out of the house." "Wait, how do you know it's Zelina?" Lynn shouted back as she got up from her desk. "Look at his name," said Tina, phone to her ear, while handing her partner the piece of paper she'd been doodling on. "David F. Zelina spells Merry Christmas in Spanish. Come on, Rose, pick it up. Pick up." "It's just a bunch of letters," said Lynn, looking at the scribbled gibberish. "Shit, she isn't answering her phone." Tina grabbed her gun and coat. "We've got to get over there right now." "I'm not going anywhere until you explain. How do you know it's Zelina?" Tina picked up the folder with David F. Zelina written on it and handed it to her partner. "His name is an anagram," said Tina, breathing hard. "A word jumble." "What are you talking about?" "David F. Zelina is an anagram for Feliz Navidad. It means Merry Christmas in Spanish. Didn't you ever hear the 1970 Jose Feliciano Christmas song? It's a classic," shouted Tina over her shoulder as she ran towards the door. "Zelina is Kringle. He's been hiding in plain sight and laughing at us the whole time." As blood gurgled out of Dave's side, the sharp pain moved up through his chest. He let go of Rose and caught a glimpse of Mary just before he fell to the floor. The girl was holding Dave's fishing knife, his blood dripping from the blade. She stared at him, while her mother, hunched over, tried to get air into her lungs. "Mary," said her mother in a hoarse whisper. The little girl's eyes remained fixed on Dave. "Daddy, you said it was important to always get a good grip on the knife. You said to go to the belly, plunge it in, and firmly pull hard along the side," said Mary, without emotion. Dave smiled. "You did it perfectly, kiddo. I'm proud of you. You're truly my little girl," he said, as he took his last labored breath. There was a loud crash upstairs, and Rose heard people shouting her name. Stumbling over to her daughter, she grabbed the knife from Mary's hand and looked her in the eye. "Are you all right?" "It was just like cleaning a fish. I did it exactly the way Daddy showed me." "Rose, are you here?" shouted Tina from somewhere upstairs. "Rose!" "Say nothing," said Rose to her daughter. "Let me do all the talking. Do you understand? You've got to trust me." Mary nodded. "We're down here," Rose shouted, still maintaining eye contact with her daughter. Tina, Lynn, and 2 uniformed police officers barreled down the cellar stairs. When they entered the back sub-room, Dave's blood had already seeped across the floor. "Are you okay, Rose?" said Lynn, running over to her. "He tried to kill me," said Rose, showing the already visible red and purple marks on her neck. "Davis Kringle. He's the monster who attacked me 12 years ago. He killed all those women." "We know," said Tina. "I don't know why we didn't see it before. How did you—" "Mary was up in her room sleeping on the 3rd floor. Dave asked me to come down here to get some of the Christmas presents so we could wrap them. I knew some of them were boxed, so I put a knife in the pocket of my apron in case we needed to cut them open," said Rose. "He didn't know I had a knife.
Once we got down here, he closed the door and grabbed me by the throat. That's when he told me he was Mary's real father and had done all of this so he could raise Mary by himself. That's why he legally adopted her, so no one could take her away from him if I was dead."
Tina and Lynn helped Rose to her feet.
"He tried to kill me," said Rose. "I nearly passed out but was able to grab the knife in my pocket, and I jabbed it into his side. That didn't stop him, so I pulled on it as hard as I could. I must have been screaming loudly because Mary came running down the stairs a few seconds later."
"Did you see anything, Mary?" asked Tina. Rose looked at her daughter.
"I heard Mommy screaming. I ran downstairs, and Daddy was dead."
Chapter 58 2021 2 weeks after Christmas and the death of Dave Zelina, Lynn and Tina were still receiving congratulatory calls from law enforcement officials up and down the East Coast. The Kringle killer case that had been haunting the police for so many years was finally closed. It was a huge news story that Lenny LaFan milked for everything it was worth. Most of the public believed justice had been served, with one of his victims ultimately killing the killer. The town of Cranford, however, was still in shock. Mr. Z had been a popular elementary school teacher. Grief counselors were dispatched to the lower grade schools to meet with the students. The bucolic hamlet had been changed forever. The second week of January, Falco and Keyes traveled up to Connecticut for a formal debrief with local police and to give Tina Da Silva and Lynn Jackson a citation. "Falco and your boyfriend should be here any minute," said Lynn, looking at her watch. "He's not my boyfriend," said Tina as her phone buzzed. After formal greetings, Tina and Lynn led the 2 FBI agents into their conference room. "We did a deep dive into Zelina's background," said Falco. "His real name was Dwight Hitchens, and we believe he was responsible for the murder of a woman in 1997 in Laurelton, Florida. We think she was his first." "But all the other murders happened hundreds of miles from Florida," said Tina, trying to ignore Keyes' stare. "And there were always 2. The Florida killing was a single incident. That doesn't fit the pattern." "It doesn't fit because the woman killed in Florida was Dwight Hitchens' mother, Raylene Hitchens, aged 43 at the time. We believe it was her murder that triggered all the subsequent attacks." "He raped his own mother?" said Tina, wincing. "The story gets sicker by the day." "No, he didn't rape his mother, Detective," said Keyes. "She was the only one who wasn't sexually assaulted." "Thank God for small favors," said Tina under her breath. "Turns out when the attacks first started, Hitchens moved around the East Coast doing odd jobs and living in cheap rented rooms. He eventually got a job working 6 to 9 month shifts on several different oil rigs. Sometime while working on the rigs, he learned about the birth of his daughter. He worked for the oil companies for 4 or 5 years on and off. Made good money, too. That's how he was able to buy 2 houses. According to Obitron Oil, one of his employers, in 2011 and 2012, Hitchens, a.k.a. Zelina, was on a rig in the Gulf of Mexico, and then next year in Alaska on Christmas. That explains why there were no incidents stateside those years." "But there were 2 more attacks in New Jersey in 2013, said Lynn. "According to his employment records, Dwight Hitchens was between jobs over Christmas 2013. "Were there any incidents in Alaska or Mexico?" asked Lynn. "Not that we know of," said Falco. "He appears to have had a strict set of rules. As far as we can tell, Zelina, a.k.a. Hitchens, cleaned up his act while working on the rigs. No complaints in his files. He left on good terms, and his employment record was clean as a whistle. We're not exactly sure when his plan was hatched, but it had to have been while he was working on the rigs. That's when he started taking online college classes in education."
When we took Rose Grandin's statement, said Tina, she said that just before he died, he told her he decided to become a teacher when he learned he had a daughter. Teaching at her school would allow him to be close to her.
Dwight Hitchens played a very long game, said Keyes. We uncovered some of his journals. They've helped us put the pieces of the puzzle together. As long as Rose Grandin was in the dark, she was safe. He believed his daughter had a special mind like his own. He was convinced his child needed to be nurtured and trained in a very special way. The kid was never in danger. In his own demented way, he loved her.
Keyes pulled a folder out of his bag and read from a document marked classified.
According to the IRS, Hitchens legally changed his name to David F. Zelina while he was working on the oil rigs.
Unbelievable, said Tina, shaking her head. A serial killer who paid his taxes?
Apparently, said Keyes.
I kick myself every day, said Tina. That psycho was walking around in broad daylight with a name that's an anagram for Christmas, and none of us noticed.
You did, said Lynn.
A little late, said Tina.
Keyes continued. Dwight Hitchens, now going by David F. Zelina, resumed his Kringle activities while finishing his degree. That fall, he engineered a student teaching assignment in Cranford at both St. Benedict's, where Rose volunteered, and in the same public school his daughter attended. He does such a bang-up job student teaching that the school district offers him a full-time teaching position.
But how did he become Mary's teacher? Asked Lynn. How did he manage that?
The summer before, a third-grade teacher at Mary's school was mowed down by a car while crossing the street. It was a hit-and-run, and the woman was so badly injured that she had to retire. No one was arrested, but we now believe Hitchens was driving the vehicle that hit her. Once he was hired by the school, Hitchens finagled his way into becoming his own daughter's third-grade teacher.
But how did he engineer getting Mary in his class? Said Lynn.
According to the principal, said Keyes, Mary was considered a challenging student. Zelina volunteered to take her in his class. It was that simple.
Sick,
said Tina. He then was able to spend a lot of time with her and influence his daughter's development. He knew as her teacher he'd eventually meet the girl's mother in an organic way and not raise suspicion, said Falco. That's when the last pieces of his plan went into place.
Like poor Rose Grandin hadn't already been through enough, said Lynn, shaking her head.
We went through all the containers in his basement and found a locked metal box, said Keyes. Inside the box were plastic bags full of hair. The hair was a match to several of his other victims. There were also several dozen unmailed letters he wrote to his mother, Raylene.
They were written before or after he killed her, said Tina, shivering.
Both, said Keyes. 2 he wrote before he was 13. He was one angry kid and had dreams of killing Mommy long before he finally did it. As time went on, I guess he wanted to keep killing her again and again.
How does a person get so twisted? Said Tina.
Our agents from the Fort Lauderdale office canvassed around Laurelton, Florida, said Falco. According to a few people who remembered her, Raylene would not have won Mother of the Year. She was a boozer, slept around, sold drugs, and likely traded sex for money, or whatever. From all accounts, little Dwight didn't have a very good childhood. In fact, it sounded pretty horrendous.
A lot of people have shitty childhoods, but don't go on a multi-year killing spree, said Tina.
As each step of his plan to reunite with his daughter came to fruition, he wrote a loving letter to his dead mother, giving her updates on her granddaughter, said Keyes. We think he was working his way down the East Coast, back to Mommy.
He was almost there, said Falco.
Then what?
Said Lynn.
Zelina had legally adopted Mary after he married Rose, said Keyes. According to the last letter he wrote to Mama, He was planning to kill Rose and leave her in a remote location. When the cops found her body, he'd play the grieving husband. There would be an investigation, but no arrests. After a suitable amount of time passed, he planned to take his daughter and move to Oregon. He had already purchased a small house there with the money he earned on the rigs. He was going to homeschool her, and, I quote from one of the letters, nourish her very special mind and soul. Chapter 59. The same night Dave died, Rose and Mary moved in with Rose's parents and never once returned to the house they had shared with David F. Zelina. At the end of February, when the rental tenant moved out of her old house, Rose and Mary moved back there. Since Dave had no other living relatives, Rose inherited both his Cranford house as well as the 3-bedroom cabin he owned in rural Oregon. She planned to sell them both as quickly as possible. After contacting the real estate agent in Oregon who had sold the house to Dave, Rose learned that he had never been there and that the property included 22 acres of wooded land. He had bought the house fully furnished and sight unseen. The broker still had the keys waiting for him. "You're going to sell my father's cabin?" said 11-and-a-half-year-old Mary when Rose told her daughter of her plans. "Don't call him that," said Rose, her face twisting up. "He was my father. He told me all about the cabin. He told me he bought it from me, and that he was going to surprise you on Christmas. I want to see it." "Absolutely not." "Just one time. Please, Mom?" Maybe it was because Dave never set foot in the house, or because Mary pleaded for days, but Rose finally agreed to go. She and Mary headed to the West Coast during spring break at the end of March. Arriving in Portland, they rented a car and drove south to the small town of Buford. Using GPS, they traversed narrow country roads, taking them deep into the woods, eventually arriving at the remote cabin. After entering the house, Mary ran from room to room, opening and closing doors and cabinets. It was surprisingly charming in a rustic way, with log walls and spectacular panoramic views overlooking a river. Exhausted from the trip, Rose sat on the couch while her daughter wandered through the house. "I like this house," said Mary. "Can we keep it?" "No." "Why not? It's so cool. We should move here." "I can't live anywhere that has a connection to him," said Rose. "You mean like in Cranford?" "We'll move away from Cranford and start fresh, but not in his house," said her mother. "But Daddy never came here," said Mary. "Do not call him Daddy. Is that clear?" said Rose, her eyes flashing with rage. "Why?" "I'm not going to get into that again. I don't want to talk about that or him anymore," said Rose. "We're here for 1 week to put the house on the market and enjoy nature. That's it." Without the interruptions of everyday life and work, mother and daughter connected in a way they never had before. For the first time since Dave died, Mary seemed content. "It's been a real nice vacation," said Rose, 2 days before they were to leave for Connecticut. "I didn't expect that." "We should move here, Mom. I hate it in Cranford, and everyone there hates me. Everyone stares at me." "That's not true. What about Grandma and Grandpa?" "They could come visit us here. There's an extra bedroom. And we could go visit them, too. I know we'd be so happy here." That night, Rose tossed and turned, mulling over what a move to Oregon might entail. Surely she and Mary deserved a fresh start somewhere far from Cranford. If she sold one of the houses in Connecticut and moved into the cabin, she'd have plenty of money, and she could just as easily sell real estate in Oregon as she could in Connecticut. On their last day, Rose and Mary went for a sunrise hike around the property. Birds chirped as Mary happily chattered, pointing out different clouds, trees, and rocks. "Isn't it nice here, Mom? I wish we could stay here forever," said Mary. "Don't you love it here, Mom? Isn't it pretty?" "What?
I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else. What did you say? Said Rose. I said I wish we could stay here forever.
Rose stopped suddenly and faced her daughter.
Do you really want to move here that badly? Yes, if we moved here, I promise I'll try to make friends. I can do it.
Everything would be very different, said Rose. We wouldn't know anyone. It would be just you and me.
We'd start fresh like you said Mary. And I won't do anything bad anymore. I promise.
Seeing the glimmer of hope in her daughter's eyes, Rose made a snap decision. Since Cranford was full of too many awful memories, they needed to go somewhere far away and start over.
Okay,
said Rose softly.
Okay?
Yes, we'll do it. Mary threw her arms around her mother and jumped up and down. Minutes later, the two continued their walk through the woods, making plans for their new life in Oregon. By the time they got back to the cabin, the morning sun had risen in the sky. Mary spotted a mother rabbit with several of her babies under a bush not far from the house.
Look, Mom, there are 5 bunnies over there.
They're cute, aren't they? Said Rose in a whisper, so not to scare them away. This is going to be a great thing for Mary and me, she thought. That afternoon, Rose drove into town to pick up some food for their last dinner. They stopped at a local market to buy some fried chicken, billed as the best chicken in Oregon. On their way home, Rose stopped in front of a pharmacy. Wait in the car, Mary. I have a headache and my throat is a little scratchy. I want to get cough drops and some Tylenol. I'll only be a minute. That evening, as Mary and Rose ate their dinner, they made plans for their move. You know something? Said Rose, wiping the chicken grease off of her lips. This chicken was pretty darn good. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the best chicken in Oregon.
We're going to love it here, Mom. You'll see. We can have fried chicken every week.
Rose laughed as she looked at her smiling daughter, who appeared so much lighter. After cleaning up the dinner dishes, Mary sat on the couch to watch a video on her iPad.
Will you watch the Freaky Friday movie with me? Said Mary.
Again? How many times have you seen that?
Please?
Okay, but I need to use the bathroom first. Rose grabbed her bag and walked down the hall, her shoulders slumped. Shutting the bathroom door, she placed the bag on the sink, pulled down her pants, and sat on the toilet. Reaching into her bag, she tore open a foil packet and stuck a white wand between her legs and peed. Placing the pregnancy test wand on the counter, she closed her eyes. When the time was up, she leaned over and looked down. 2 dark pink lines. Rose's stomach lurched, remembering that last night she made love with Dave, 3 days before Christmas. As a million crazy thoughts went through her head, a soft knock sounded on the bathroom door.
Mom, what's taking you so long? Are you coming out to watch the movie?
Brushing tears from her eyes, Rose blew her nose and splashed cold water on her face.
Just a minute, Mary.
Gathering up the used pregnancy test and box, she threw them into her bag and opened the door.
Bring on Freaky Friday,
said Rose, putting on a game face as she walked into the living room and sat on the couch next to her daughter.
Mom,
said Mary, her eyes sparkling as she snuggled into her mother.
When we move to Oregon, can I get my own rabbit?
This is the end of Twice on Christmas, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more thrilling mysteries, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Twice on Christmas, produced by Troy Otey, written by McGarvey Black, performed by Emily Sutton Smith, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2023 by McGarvey Black. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.